But no, it's
But
I think
I
I'll
told
send
them
for.
now they
Yeah.
are going to adjust it.
Okay, sure.
But here, I think the temperature here up here is very cold.
Yeah, it's cold here, very, very, very. So. Please, councillors, take your seats. It is time for the meeting to start. Take your seats. Please, councillors, take your seats so that we can count if we form a quorum to start a meeting. Go to the. Councillors, take your seats. This is for the next debate. Sure. Councillors, take your seats. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we start our meeting? Honorable Alderwomen, Aldermen and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence and prayer and meditation, please. Thank you very much. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlang and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all. Honorable Councillors, let me on behalf of the City of Tshwane express words of condolences to the families and friends of Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim, the South African jazz pianist and anti-apartheid activist, who passed away on the 15th of June 2026 in Germany at the age of 91, and Mr. Terence Mashiko, the former Chief Whip of Council, MMC for Community Safety, and the leader of the executive business in the City of Tshwane, who passed away on the 17th June 2026 following a short illness. Also, Councillor Nhlanhla Mnisi from the EFF, who has passed away yesterday. May their soul rest in peace. Honorable Councillors, as the late Alderman Mashiko was part of the council, I will afford Alderman Mashiko and also Nhlanhla Mnisi. They were part of this council. I will afford political parties opportunities to express words of condolences on behalf of their representative parties during item D. Application for leave of absence. Honorable Councillors, for purpose of informing Council, in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence for councillors. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, The following councillors have been approved in line with the city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Councillor H. Khafane, Action SA sick leave. Councillor W. Khopa, ANC sick leave. Councillor J. Mataseli, COPE, Family Responsibility Leave. Councillor T. Mpatlele, DOP, Party Commitment. Councillor A. Van Niekerk, DA sick leave. Councillor A. Lodge, DA sick leave. Councillor E. M. Burson, DA sick leave. Councillor M. Kudukamula, DA Family Responsibility Leave. Councillor R. Mabusela, DA sick leave. Councillor M. De Klerk, DA sick leave. Speaker, the councillors who arranged to arrive late, Councillor C. Brink, Alderman Brink, 1045, DA. Councillor K. Matebe at 11:30. Councillors who request to leave early. Councillor Alderman C. Brink, DA, 12:05. Councillor T. Dipenar, DA, 17-hour. Councillor P. Satan, DA, 17:30. Councillor L. Mittelberg, 16-hour. Councillor T. Chabedi, PAC, 11 o'clock. Councillor T. M. Mabunda, Action SA, at 17:30. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Councillor Erasmus, please sit on your seat, or is your mic not working?
John, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, city processes was followed, and a late arrival for Alderman Granny Tennyson was given through. I've got the email here with me.
Thank you very much. So are you saying the information was submitted to the office of the Chief Whip? Okay, thank you. Let's move to item C, official notice. There are none. Item D, unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Late but urgent report for submission of the Council meeting of 25th June 2026. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in the part 4, 5, 6, and 6A of our agenda were received from the leader of the executive business on the 19th, 22nd, and 24th June 2026, respectively, and delivered to the SharePoint on 19th, 22nd, and 24th June 2026. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must be served today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits to us today. Reports allowed by the Speaker at his discretion in terms of Section 81K of the Rules and Orders. Honorable Councillors, Section 81K of the Rules and Orders provides for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, I have allowed the following report and a snap debate under Section 81K of the Rules and Orders. Rising of Council prior to local government elections in November 2026 and the annual program of meetings for the 2026-2027 financial year. Annual program of the ward committees and councillors' quarterly public meetings. 1st July 2026 to 30th June 2027. Amended conferment of aldermanship policy. Annual adjustment of council remuneration in terms of the determination of upper limits of salaries, allowance and benefits of different members of municipal councils for the 2025-2026 financial year. Reports Yes, Councillor Makhaleni.
No, Speaker, we were saying that one. We are asking for you to use your discretion and advance it as number 1 item.
Noted.
Thank you.
Then reports on the civic funeral, Alderman Terence Mashiko, who will be laid to rest on the 27th June 2026. Senate debate on immigration. We will get to these items towards the end of the agenda. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Indeed, I agree with Councillor Makhaleni for the first time. But Speaker, just on the report of the civic funeral, we want to confirm as the Office of the Chief Whip that yes, indeed, the report is civic. However, we want to withdraw the part where it deals with the monetary value. We are withdrawing that part, but the aspect of civic funeral is continuing.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Whip. Item 3, promulgation of the new rules and orders by law and petition by law of the City of Tshwane. Honorable Councillors, I wish to inform you that the new rules and orders by law and petition by law of the City of Tshwane have been duly promulgated and have consequently come into operation. These bylaws will henceforth govern the proceedings of conduct of council and its structures. You are therefore encouraged to familiarize yourselves with these provisions thereof and to ensure full compliance in the execution of your duties and participation in council proceedings. Officials from my office will be distributing the bylaw during this meeting today. 4, thank you so much. 4, presentation by COGTA representative on the white paper. Honorable Councillors, today in our midst, we will have Mr. Abiel Matlatsi, representative from COGTA, who is invited to make a presentation to Council on the Code of Ethics Framework in Municipalities, as well as amendment of the Local Government Coalition Amendment Bill. This presentation will take, when he arrives, he's not yet here, and we will call him when he's confirmed that he's here, but we will have that presentation. So don't be surprised when he arrives, probably when we'll be starting items, we will pause and invite him to the podium. Request by Councillor T. Moloshi. Honorable Councillors, I've received a request from Councillor T. Moloshi in this capacity as a Tshwane Salga Youth Commission chairperson on behalf of the youth of Tshwane, addressing Council on the contribution by young people toward the social, cultural and economic vibrancy of the city in honor of the legacy of the 1976 youth generation. Honorable Councillors, I have allowed this request. I will now call upon Councillor Thabo Malose to present to us. And it will be proper, Council, if you take the podium. Come to the front and take the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Fellow councillors, fellow guests, and young people of City of Tshwane. Mr. Speaker, today we stand in the fire of memory and in the power of struggle as we honor the brave generation of 1976. Those young South Africans did not ask politely to get their freedom. They rose up, they resisted, and they demanded dignity, quality education, and future free from the brutality of apartheid racist laws. They remind us that young people are not the future only. They are the force that shakes history, breaks chains, and builds new worlds. As we remember their legacy, Mr. Speaker, we must speak honestly about the struggle of today's generation. Young people are still fighting for quality education, skills, jobs, land, housing, transport, and real access to opportunity. Too many are told to wait, to be patient, to accept crumbs. We say no. The youth of Tshwane deserve more than promises. They deserve power, access, and city that works for them, not the city that works against the youth. Something that was witnessed in this city from 2016 to 2024 under the 8 wasted racist years of DA administration, where service delivery and economic opportunities were only reserved for white suburbs only. As the capital city of South Africa, Tshwane must be a city of possibilities, not exclusion. City of Tshwane is a home to some of the country's leading institutions of higher learning. And every year, thousands of students arrive here with dreams, talent, and determination. They do not come here to survive only, Mr. Speaker. They come here to build, to innovate, to lead, and to transform. They contribute to our economy, strengthen our businesses, and bring the energy that keeps Tshwane alive. If we are serious about development, then we must be serious about the youth who sustain this city. This is why students and young people must sit at the center of our planning and development agenda. We need youth-friendly services that are not symbolic, but real. We need to build world-class recreational facilities, free and reliable internet access, safe and affordable public transport, affordable low-cost housing, and student accommodation, bursaries, internships, workplace experience, support for young entrepreneurs, and a city that does not shut young people out but opens every door to them. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. Investing in education does not begin at university. It begins in early childhood development. If we want to break the cycle of poverty, inequality, exclusion, then we must start where life starts. That is not just a policy, Mr. Speaker. That is a statement of values. It says that the children of Tshwane matter. It says that the future must be built from the ground up. It says that we will not wait for crisis before we act. By investing in early learning, we are laying the foundation for educational success, economic participation, and social justice for generations to come. Another powerful legacy for the youth of Tshwane under Dr. Nasi P. Moya is the Ithuba Youth Development Program, which creates pathways for young people to gain skills, work opportunities, and practical experience. Programs like Ithuba are essential because young people do not only need speeches about empowerment. They need access to the economy itself. They need chance to work, to learn, to earn, and to rise. By investing in youth development today, Tshwane is investing in the entrepreneurs, professionals, innovators, organizers, and leaders who will carry this city forward. The generation of 1970s fought for access to education. Our generation must fight to make that education meaningful, accessible, and connected to real economic opportunities. That means building the full chain of empowerment, from early childhood development to quality schooling to higher education to youth development programs and finally to employment, enterprise and ownership. Anything less than transformation for our youth, anything less, Mr. Speaker, is betrayal to our generation. We also seen in Tshwane under the current administration that when leaders put their political differences aside and choose the people, progress becomes possible. This coalition government, Mr. Speaker, have shown that cooperation, discipline, and shared commitment to service delivery can produce real results. The people do not care about political theater. They care about water, roads, housing, safety, jobs, and their dignity. They care about whether government delivers, and that is exactly where our focus must remain. The best tribute we can pay to the youth of 1976 is not empty promises. It is action. It is building a city where every child gets a strong start in life, every student has the chance to succeed, and every young person can contribute meaningfully to society. It is building a city where poverty does not decide their destiny, where corruption does not steal their future, and where opportunity is not reserved for the connected few. Mr. Speaker, we also call on your office to work with youth empowerment agencies, including Salka Youth Commission and IEC, to conduct youth engagement roadshows across all 7 regions of Tshwane. These roadshows must do more than just to inform. They must mobilize, they must encourage young people to register to vote, to participate in elections, and to understand that democracy is not a spectator sport. We must inspire young people not only to vote, but to organize, to lead, and to stand for public office, and to claim their rightful place in shaping the future of this city and this country. Mr. Speaker, the youth of 1976 stood against racial oppression, injustice, and exclusion. Our generation must continue that struggle by confronting racism, discrimination, corruption, poverty, unemployment, and every system that crushes human potential. We must build a society where every young person, regardless of their race, background, gender, or economic status, has a fair chance to rise, to lead, and to thrive in City of Tshwane. Mr. Speaker, let us take this government to the people. Let us take opportunities to our young people. Let us take the power to our young people. Mr. Speaker, together let us build a youthful, inclusive, and prosperous city united in Tshwane. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, as I indicated earlier on, that we are going to have Mr. Abiel Mahlatsi, representative from the COGTA, who is invited to make a presentation to Council on the Code of Ethics Framework in Municipality, and as well as amendment of the Local Government Coalition Amendment Bill. This presentation will take, and I will now therefore call upon Mr. Mahlatsi to approach the podium and commence with the presentation. Mr. Mahlatsi, can you please take the podium? Can Acting DH guide him, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Abiel Mahlatsi, and just as a point of correction, I am from SALGA, the South African Local Government Association, not COGTA, and then I'll be making a presentation on the Code for Ethics for Local Government, and I'm just waiting for IT to come and assist me to connect so that the presentation can be flagged on the screen so that honorable councillors will be able to see my presentation as I proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Before Mr. Matlati from Salka, my apologies to say Copta. I want to indicate this. If there are any questions based on the presentation that he's going to give us, we are going to take one question per political party. Then if you have follow-ups, you have other questions, you can write them down. We'll provide the information so that you can write it to him, then you'll be able to answer. But we'll take one question per political party. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself and to honorable councillors. And my apology for seeming as if I was late. I was not late, I was on time. Just that I was sitting upstairs there. I was guided to sit upstairs. That's why when I was called, I came down. So I was on time. Thank you very much. My name is Abel Mahlatsi. I'm from the South African Local Government Association.
Just a second, Mr. Matlati.
There's a cable. Let's see. There's a port there.
Councillors, for the distribution of bylaw and orders, all of you by 12 o'clock, you will have them. But they've already started to distribute, but the second bunch will be done before 12. Yes?
No, thank you. Before I see you are giving us rule books. Why don't you save them for the next councillors who are leaving? Like,
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, councillors. Thank you. Can we then allow the Mr. Matlati from Salka to do the presentation, please? Councillors, Councillor Mtimun, councillors, can we be in order allow Mr. Matlati to do the presentation, please? Go ahead, Mr. Matlati.
Thank you so much, honorable councillors. And once again, my name is Abel Mahlatsi. I'm from Salga, Gauteng.
Councillors. This is Councillor Mkhalen, can you be quiet? Allow Mr. Matlati to do the presentation. Why are we doing this? Councillors, MMC, please. MMC, please. Thank you. Mr. Matlati.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My name is Abel Mahlatsi. I'm from Salga, Gauteng. And I'm going to provide a presentation on the Local Government Ethical Code for Leadership. Just by way of background, SALGA is the South African Local Government Association.
which is an organization that provides leadership and promotes the interests of local government when it comes to issues of governance, service delivery, capacity building, etc. The mandate of SALGA is to transform local government in order to enable it to fulfill its full developmental mandate. One of the key activities that we're responsible for is lobby and advocacy on behalf of local government. We are an employer body. We provide capacity building to councillors and officials and municipalities in general. We provide support and advice to municipalities regarding issues of governance, etc. We provide strategic profiling to spread and to tell the good story that local government is doing on the ground. And also we provide knowledge and information sharing for municipalities so that when they make their decisions, the decisions are based on research and tried and tested methods in order to ensure that legislation and policy is evidence-based. The reason why I'm here today is to workshop councillors on the local government ethical leadership initiative, particularly the code, which was developed in a collaboration with COCTA and the Moral Regeneration Movement, honorable councillors. It's important to express why it's important to have ethical leadership, because it's not always easy to lead in an ethical manner. So that is why the code for ethics is important, and that is why we developed the code so that we're able to guide and inculcate a culture of ethical leadership in councillors in order to ensure that there's a culture of good governance and ethical leadership in our councils. And then it's important to also ask ourselves, what makes ethical leadership difficult in our municipalities? Firstly, it's a highly politicized environment. And then secondly, there's a culture of impunity or lack of accountabilities to a certain extent. There's an element of criminal capture that exists. And there's a need for improving the skills of councillors when it comes to issues of governance. That is where ethical leadership, capacity building is very important and comes into play. And then part of the solution, above from the challenges that have been identified and also traditional internal controls such as policies, legislation and procedures, that's where the code comes in. The code comes sort of in the middle of the legislation that guides good governance and ethics in municipalities, being the Systems Act, regulations, and then codes of conduct for councillors, such as the standing rules and orders that have just been distributed, MFMA, councillor conduct, etc. And then the code itself is sort of middle ground of all the legislation that leads ethics in municipalities. That is why we've developed the code so that it's a booklet that provides a clean and a clearer guide as to what is expected from councillors from an ethics perspective. So the code itself has principles, 7 principles that guide ethics in municipal governance. First one being an ethical municipal leader sets the tone for an ethical culture. Secondly, an ethical leader follows a community-centered approach to governance. Thirdly, an ethical leader respects the boundary between political and the administrative sphere of the municipality. Fourthly, they ensure the appointment of staff who have competence and integrity. Number 5, they ensure that there's appropriate level of competence, integrity, and diversity when it comes to issues of deployment of committee members and members of oversight structures. Municipal leader deals fairly and decisively with ethics, transgressions, and poor performance in the municipality. And lastly, a municipal leader engages respectfully and constructively with other leaders in the municipality. The first principle is about setting the tone for ethical culture. This means that a municipal leader will lead by example by living the values of ethics, particularly promoting integrity, promoting accountability, being community-centered, being diligent in their work, and having courage to do what's right and act in an ethical manner. It ensures that there's compliance not just with the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. A leader ensures that ethics of the municipality is governed and managed in a way that results in the development and maintenance of an ethical culture in the municipality. The second principle is about a leader being community-centered. and ensuring that there's a community-centered governance. This makes sure that the leader places the interests of the community first by consulting with the community, which is very important. The leader has to be open and transparent and truthful with communities regarding issues of governance in the municipality. They ensure prudent use of resources. They consider the interests of everyone in the community, not just the constituency that voted for them, in order to ensure that service delivery benefits all residents, particularly of the city of Tshwane. And then where required, they build partnerships or coalitions in the best interest of the community in order to ensure that governance and ethics benefits everyone in the city of Tshwane. The third principle is about a leader respecting political and administrative boundaries. This is very important because it ensures that the ethical leader actively guards against politicizing or factionalizing administration. And then they respect the principle of separation of powers between political and administrative elements of the municipality. They work in a constructive spirit with other spheres of the municipality in order to ensure that the greater good of residents and citizens is achieved, and to ensure that each branch of governance, administration versus political, is able to achieve its intended mandates. The fourth one deals with the appointment of staff that have competence and integrity. The principle ensures that the appointment of best possible staff when it comes to issues of the municipality, these appointments need to be based on competence and a person that has integrity, which is very important in order to ensure that we promote a culture of good governance and ethics in the municipality. And then a municipal councillor that's ethical strives to ensure stability in the management teams of the municipality, particularly. And then the fifth principle ensures that there's competence and diversity in the deployment of committee members. This is very important because it ensures that the strongest possible candidates based on competence and integrity are deployed to committees. Some of these committees are your MPAC committees, your DC boards, for an example, in order to ensure that there's diversity of political views and individuals in those committees, to ensure that there's equal and fair representation in those committees, and to make sure that there's competency and integrity among those particular individuals that are deployed at the particular committees. It co-opts external expertise onto committees or oversight structures in order to ensure that the best possible capacity is developed. For an example, is when there's an issue, SALGA can be called in to advise the municipality on a particular issue in order to ensure that the committee itself is able to be as effective as possible when dealing with a particular matter, such as MPAC issues, for an example. And then it ensures that there's an appropriate mix of skills and diversity in the committees, and it ensures that there's stability to allow the committee members to mature and gain effective expertise and experience in the committees which they are part of. And then the sixth principle of the code itself indicates that an ethical leader deals fairly with ethical transgressions. It ensures that when it comes to issues of disciplinary hearings, there's fairness, there's independence, and there's a timely resolution of matters of disciplinary hearing. It ensures that substandard performance is addressed timelessly and fairly in order to ensure that the operations and governance of the municipality is able to proceed as effectively and as quickly as possible so the service delivery can continue. It ensures that personnel and political considerations do not overshadow the best interest of the municipality and subsequently communities thereafter. And then an ethical leader deals decisively with conflict of interest in issues when it comes to declarations, etc. And then they ensure that audit findings are addressed as soon as possible so that a way forward can be found, Honorable Speaker and Councillors. And then lastly, an ethical municipal leader engages respectfully with other leaders. Very important, because leadership is about having a reciprocal relationship of trust and integrity with each other. because leaders are working together towards the same goal. That's why there needs to be an element of respect with one another in order to ensure that personal, political, and factional differences do not get in the way of doing the work of the municipality and ensuring that everything that's done in council is in the interest of the community. And then going forward, Honorable Speaker and councillors, as SALGA, we just want to make a plea that council could please adopt this code of ethics for local government to ensure that the municipality institutionalizes the code. The municipality talks about the code, lives the code of ethics when it comes to issues of council, and leads by an example, honorable councillors. And then it is important that we leave a lasting legacy when it comes to issues of ethics and good governance in the municipality. So by council adopting this code and implementing it in the municipality, there will be a legacy of showing that there's a drive to improve good governance and promote ethics in the municipality. In the province, as we speak, it's only been Midvaal that has approved the code. I'm hoping that today's city of Tshwane is able to adopt the code, and I'll be making my presentations to other municipalities as well to say, let's improve good governance and promote ethics in our municipalities by adopting the code in order to ensure that we improve the way in which councillors conduct themselves and the way in which municipalities are run by promoting the code for good governance and ethics in municipalities. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makati. May I then take questions if there are any? If you can't think of anything for now, noted, Councillor Makhaleni. Is there any other hand? Okay, thank you so much, Councillor Makhaleni.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The issue of ethics is a very important matter, especially as local government leadership. So, but this council, Speaker, through the special committee, have made a recommendation of two councillors which were absenting themselves from meetings to MEC for the removal. I know it's not in the purview of SALGA, but how does SALGA get to assist to expedite the process when these matters are before the MEC? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matlats. I think that is the only question that we have. Then if it happens that you might think of something, please get in touch with my office. We'll give you the information of Mr. Matlats so that you can write down your questions. Thank you very much. You can please respond, sir.
Well, when it comes to issues that are already in the office of the MEC, SALGA cannot get involved. Where we do get involved is to, before there's a submission that's made to the MEC, where we advise in terms of the process and the procedures that need to be followed in order to deal with a particular matter based on legislation, based on the standing rules of order of the municipality. And thereafter, after providing technical expertise and advice to the municipality, that's when they make the input and send it to the MEC. But once it gets to the MEC level, there's nothing that we can do because they are the ones that are in charge of cooperative governance in the province, and it's based on the discretion and the expertise of the MEC. So we come in at the beginning, where we provide technical advice in terms of compliance with legislation and policies and municipal standing rules and orders. But after that, we cannot get involved. Thank you.
Councillor Makhaleni, you speak to me. Yes?
I'm saying, but it's unethical for council to reject such a process, no?
Thank you very much, Mr. Matlatsi, and thank you for your time. And I'll ask the Acting Director of Legal to accompany you as you leave the council. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time for joining us. Thank you. We'll allow Mr. Matlazi to leave before we can proceed. Queen. Thank Thank you so much. Can we then move on with our agenda? Honorable councillors, as indicated during my opening remarks, I now call upon representatives from different political parties to say words of condolences to the families and friends of Alderman T. Mashiko and also Councillor Mnisi from the EFF and Alderman Mashiko, former Chief Whip of Council, MMC for Community Safety, and leader of the executive business. I would like to call ANC. ANC. Alderwoman Mabusela speaking.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the ANC caucus, we rise to send our sincere condolences to the family of the EFF on the loss of one of their own, Councillor Nhlanhla Mnisi. We are saying, kindly pass our words of condolences to the family, to all his loved ones, and may his soul rest in peace. May the God of grace comfort the family and your good selves. Speaker, the ANC is sending our word of condolences to the family of Alderman Russell Terence Mashego. Our hearts are bleeding, Speaker. We lost a fountain of knowledge. The former Chief Whip of this council, the former MMC for Community Safety, has stopped breathing. Speaker, as a caucus, we want to rise and really thank the contribution that MMC Mashego has done in this August House. His impactfulness and his wisdom has really built this house. And this can be said by anyone, irrespective of political affiliations. MMC Mashego, as we rise to celebrate a very impactful life that is impacted on many of us that are sitting in this chamber, including those who no longer serve in this council. Alderman Russell Mashego carried the weight of keeping this council very focused, Speaker. And he was doing that, embracing the pieces of legislation that governs local government. MMC Mashego will rise in this August House and coach the pieces of legislation to ensure that council go back to its focus. No one will stand in this council and behave in a manner that is not warranted for a public officials to behave in this council during his tenure. That's what we have learned from that great man. Anyone who will come to this chamber will know that before you occupy your seat, you bow in front of that chamber. The respect that one has for this chamber. So, Speaker, it is with a heavy heart to say those good teachings that MMC Russell Lomashego and the former chief whip that has planted in this August House, we see and we sit here, we see them diminishing. I'm rising today, making a call, and in respect of his legacy, to say, let's go back to the former glory of this council. Let's go back and do what the people have sent us to do in this council. Let's think as public representation that we are here to serve, like the likes of MMC Mashego has done in educating all of us, the generation that came before him. As an ANC, we are very proud to say this was a leader that the organization of Oliver Tambo, the organization of Tatalu Tuli has produced for the city of Tshwane. And some of us seated here, we're still longing to go and to follow his footprint. We are calling on all of us that today, as we are paying condolences to him, as we are celebrating his life, let's do things correctly. Let's respect the August House. Let's, when we talk only being directed by the pieces of the legislations that govern this August House. Let's not speak from our minds. Let's not speak from our heart. Let's not speak from our emotions. Let's respect each other. Let's do things correctly. And Speaker, as you drive this House towards the correct direction, ensure that you do that, remembering these good leaders. We thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Kaspedi bare leskaya bahunga di taula. Loosely translated, if I was to give a direct translation, I would say, do not go to the ancestors with the bones. But that's not what it means. It means do not go to the ancestors with knowledge. Alderman Mashego was a well of knowledge. He gave a lot of us lessons. Those of us who joined this council in 2016 were privileged. We learned from him. He would clean the floor with us in debates, but he was also still a teacher. He would sit us down as young councillors, tell us how to read legislation, and that's who he was. He was local government, walking, breathing. And I wish that so many who have crossed paths with him and those who haven't are more disadvantaged than those of us who had the privilege of joining this council in 2016. He was a man about discipline, keeping the decorum of this house, and passing on the knowledge that he has. Very few have come in this chamber who amount or could even live up to his knowledge and take him on pound for pound in every debate. When he stood up, you knew that Alderman Mashego was going to give us a lesson. And at times, he would even misquote legislation purposefully to see if we were awake, to see if we were paying attention, to see if we were learning, to test our knowledge. And it is with great sadness from the side of the DA caucus that he has departed. And as well with the ANC, I wish that you could produce leaders who are like Mr. Mashego, who come and teach just as well, who understood that council was about making a difference, who applied the legislation, and that our council does not continue to deteriorate in the fashion that it has. You know, if those who knew Ndata Mashego and how he applied the rules and what this council resembled, it is today that we sit, that many of us also bow our heads in shame that council has deteriorated to such an extent, because from both sides of the aisle, we have lost pillars of this council. And I hope that in the next term and going forward, that we remember those who held up the quality of leadership and applying local government legislation like Ndata Terence Mashego did. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The next speaker is from the EFF.
Thanks, Speaker. There is no other man there. It's just a council. All right. Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, I just want to request all the members of the council, the councillors, to stand up so that we take the moment of the silence for our loss of our councillors. Can we do that, Speaker, through you?
Please. A moment of silence. Thank you.
The entire house.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for that opportunity. Speaker, let me start by saying, Adilebo, Speaker, ke mahloko, lapeng la ga Mashego. Ke re Speaker, re le ba EFF re ge le ntate Mashego, re phethile yana mo counseling, some of us, and then re bone bokgoni ba gagwe le dikeletso tse na di fa some of our comrades and also guiding the council. Ntate Mashego was one of the kind leader from the ANC. So re le ba EFF re a moya wa gagwe o robale ka kgotso. Re a leboga, Speaker. Speaker, re le ba EFF re wele ka mahlong. We lost our fight. It was not only the fight, it was also the community activist. Our fighter, Ntandla Muniz. So, Miloko, le metswalle le bagwera, ga mmogo le ba berekisane ka ena ba dira mmogo ka ena re re nganqae ka ge le tseba le le maleloko le le batho ba le dirisana le Ntantla le a tseba gore mo bophelong you'll never know the time when you are going to pass away. You'll never know the hour and how and when. I'm saying to all the families and friends and colleagues, let's accept, but it's not easy. But we are saying, comrades, we all know Fight Ntantla. Fight Ntantla was fighting for economic freedom in our lifetimes. And then where Fight Ntantla left, I believe all of us, comrades, will pick up the spear and move forward and fighting and champion for the economic freedom in our lifetime. We are saying to all community members when Ntantla was saving, we know you lost a community activist, but we are saying, Ntantla, there are many Ntantlas in your wards, in your communities. We are saying you are not alone. We believe Ntantla plant a very good seed in your community, and then we'll continue and support the work of our Fight Ntantla. So, Ntelo Siana was Speaker, it happened yesterday. And when it happened yesterday, Speaker, it was something that we never expected, all of us. As I said earlier, you'll never know the time and the date and when and how in terms of the person. But Speaker, I'm saying, and I believe this council, you'll call a special council for the proper memorial service of our councillor, Ntantla Muniz, so that all of us and the families and the friends maybe they'll be around, and then so that we can be able
to speak about the lives of our fighter, Ndandla Mnisi, in details. But Speaker, with due respect, we thank for this moment. We know it's not a good thing, because when we announced, most of the councillors, they were in a shock, and that shock was our shock. Comrades, we are also thank you for our condolences that you're already bringing to the families, to us as an EFF, as an organization. We are accepting we are receiving your condolences with a good warm heart, but we know our name. We are mourning as an EFF also, comrade, and the family. We thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjamin. VF Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. It is with sadness that we honor the life and the service of Councillor Mnisi from the EFF. The VF Plus extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, the community, the party, and to everyone mourning a loss. To your family, we share in your grief. We hope you find comfort in knowing how she served the city and was respected, and how much of her life lives on in the community she served. We, the VF Plus, also give our sincere condolences to the family and friends of Alderman Terence Mashego. His previous constituency, his party, the ANC, everyone whose life was touched by his presence. Indeed, we said by a colleague of his party in the multi-party caucus, we lost a fountain of knowledge, but sincerely a humble man. Alderman Terence Mashego served the ANC, the party that he loved, as a strong leader with dedication and dignity. He also worked with him. I worked with him in the multi-party working for many years. I need to say he earned the greatest respect from all working with him. Alderman Mashego was more than a title on a council seat. He was a servant of the people. He served the community. He showed up, not just in chambers, but on our streets and at the doors of residents who needed to be heard. He believed that leadership meant listening first, then acting with integrity. We remember his dedication during difficult times, his patience when opinions differ, and his commitment to building a community where everyone has the right to make their voice heard. His voice and the example he set will remain part of his party, the ANC, and others for years to come. Death ends a life, but not a legacy. The values he lived by, compassion, fairness, accountability, will remain our responsibility. We mourn the passing of Alderman Terence Mashego. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA would like to submit words of condolence message on the passing of Alderman Terence Mashego. It is with profound sadness and a deep sense of loss that Action SA extend our heartfelt condolence on the passing of Councillor Alderman Terence Mashego, the former Chief Whip, MMC, leader of governance in the city of Tshwane. Alderman Mashego was a dedicated servant of the people, an ANC member, an astute leader, and a pillar of strength within the municipality. His unwavering commitment to the community development, governance, and the advancement of the public service left an indelible mark on Tshwane and all who had the privilege of working alongside him. He led with integrity, diplomacy, and a fierce dedication to the welfare of council representatives and the communities he served. Ntate Mashego ne se fela councilor fela. Ne le moetapele wa rata go bona setšhaba se tswela pele. Ba rona ba re mitseng ka nako ya gage e le MMC. Na kgona go ema a bolela gore di-executive tsa rona a na le titulo e tshwane na ne le dipotso tsa di botsang a botsa a batla go itse gore di-executive di tlhaloganya mmereko wa tsona e le batho ba ba berekang mo masepala a ba botsa potso ya gore le itse ditulo tse go thweng ke loate le di-executive le itse ditulo tse ba reng ke bo marry me le di-executive na botsa dipotso tsa mothale oo just to check whether officials are informed about the city of Tshwane. During this incredible, difficult time, Speaker, our thoughts and prayers are with the Mashiko family, his loved ones, his political colleagues. We pray that you find comfort in the rich legacy of service and leadership he leaves behind, and strength in the cherished memories you shared. May his soul rest in eternal and revolutionary peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I call ACTP? Please, when you give the condolences, don't forget Councillor Nhlanhla Mnisi. That must be part of your speech. ACTP?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the ACDP, we send our sincere condolences to the family and the friends of both Alderman Mashiko as well as Councillor Mnisi. We honor them for the service to the council and the residents of Tshwane. May the good Lord comfort them, strengthen them, and be by their sides. The word says that God is close to the brokenhearted and he comforts them. We pray that their souls rest well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, ACTP. Cope, I think, is not around. Multi-party representative.
Ke go leboga Speaker, ke leboga sebaka se. Legatong la magatammogo, the progressive, re condolences to the former Councillor Alderman Terence Mashiko, le Councillor Nhlanhla Mnisi. Re go malapa ka bobedi e le lelapa la Mashiko le ba Mnisi le family e leng bahunoto e leng bona ba gapang pula ya meogo re phumula meogo amogelang gore ntate Mashiko le Nhlanhla Mnisi ba phetse le gono ba phethile leeto la bona la bophelo mola re dumela gore nnete lehu ga le tlwaelege bohloko bja lona bo kgwate boteng bja pelo fela re re homotsegang ba ga Mashiko le ba ga Mnisi le tie sefatlhegong sa mmupi wa lena yena modimo mohlodi wa tšohle tša bophelo ka gare ga masepala wa Tshwane ka ntate Terence Mashiko re di kwele mo a šomileng as a leader of executive business at MMC for community safety. Tšentši mokgatlo wa gagwe o mo pakile re a leboga karolo ya e bapetšeng go fetola le go šireletša maphelo a maAfrika ka Tshwane. Ke amogele le polelo e ke ikweleng from Democratic Alliance e paka mogaka wo wa ga Mashiko. Le ba EFF ba laeditše go moleloko wa bona gore today they've lost a fighter and a community activist. Re re mahloko go lena economic freedom fighters. Go mokgatlo wa African National Congress ntate Mashiko o laeditše go ba go bonagetše gore ebile moleloko wa botshepegi a šometše go mokgatlo ka boikgafo go fihla le hono a robala e sa le moleloko re a tseba tseleng ba bang ba ngwege re re le mokgatlo go motšega maleloko a African National Congress re re go maleloko a EFF ka botlalo go motšegang ga se a se go loba lena le le noši re ba lapa la Mashego le ba monisi a maleloko a lena a le roba le le boroko re a leboga legatong la magatammogo ke a leboga Speaker.
Thank you very much. Tshwane Women Multi Caucus.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Multi-Women's Caucus, No Commission, Risha Manjwa Tlhobosho Mama Sheho, as women we understand the pain that she's going through. As women we understand the journey that she traveled while she was taking care of her husband, her beloved one, the visiting times and days in hospitals, very, very, very long time and journey that she was doing to and fro of the hospital. We understand her feelings, we understand her pain, and some of us, we had a privilege to go and visit her. We saw her, we saw her pain, we shared with her, we comforted her. Ra re mma go rena Mama Shego, o phethile dikano tsa lenyalo la gago modimo o tšetše o ileng a go tshwaragantšha le ena mo lenyalong le lekgethwa modimo a go tiiše mmarena le lena mapulane ka moka tlhobo folang dipelo le paletše ko diša ditau re modimo a le iše pele bana ba ntate Mashego modimo a ba tshware ka letsogo la gage leloko la gapelle maloko a moka mapulane ka moka tshwaraganang ga le felegetša senatla se sa bolena a modimo wa theresho e be yena a fodišago dipelo tše di kwelego bohloko rena re le bomme ba lekgotla le la Tshwane from our different political parties we are saying our sincere condolences to your good selves. May the good God of grace heal your hearts. From the book of Psalm 15, 150, the book is saying, God, modimo, ke modimo, wa tla fodisang dipelo tša lena. And Psalm 143, it's also saying God is closer to the brokenhearted and he bandages, the wounds. Modimo, a le fodishe, a bo fe dintho tseo. There's tomorrow. Let's allow him to rest in the hands of his mighty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the words of condolences, and may their souls rest in peace. Item E, consideration of minutes of the previous council meeting. Special Council Meeting 28th May 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council Meeting 28th May 2026 for approval. Approved. Ordinary Council 28th May 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council Meeting on the 30th of April 2026 for approval. Approved? Approved? Thank you. Honorable Councillors, as I rule that we deal with the in-committee minutes later during this meeting when we consider the confidential reports. That is when we'll deal with the in-committee minutes. Item F, reports to council. I'd like to call an executive mayor to table the reports. Executive mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Good morning to you, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media present here, esteemed City of Tshwane residents and fellow South Africans. Thank you so much, Speaker, for this opportunity. Firstly, Speaker, let me join my colleagues in expressing my sincere condolences to the family of Alderman Mashego and Councillor Mnisi. Speaker, one of the things that we have learned in life, and for us who are of Christian faith, we understand that death belongs to God. There is a day that is not determined by us where we are born, and there's a date that is not determined by us where we leave this earth. But it doesn't make it easier, Speaker, that when we lose one of us, we must do better, that we do express our grief, but we don't do as people who have no faith, Speaker, that we celebrate the lives that they have lived. I was one of the privileged ones that when I arrived in the city in 2016, Alderman Mashego was still a member of this council, Speaker. I remember his quoting as Alderwoman Silowa is saying, quoting the MFMA off his head in this council chamber, Speaker. But I also remember an adult, an elder among us, that someone who did not look at the color of a t-shirt to engage, especially the young people around him. I do want to say on behalf of the Mayoral Committee and also just joining the other colleagues that have spoken, Speaker, to the families, the friends, and also his political home, his comrades, the African National Congress, condolences, colleagues. And for Councillor Mnisi, Speaker, it would have been great that we started the journey with her and we finished the journey with her. But God has remembered her, and I want to say to the colleagues in the Economic Freedom Fighters Caucus, condolences, colleagues. I wanted to add that voice, Speaker. Speaker, I think on a more positive note, we received 4 awards from SALGA, where there was awards a few weeks ago. One thing that we pride ourselves with as this administration, Speaker, is that we are a city on the rise. Sometimes you can say it because you know what you are working with, but when you get to be certified by your peers and other stakeholders, I think it's something, Speaker, that we welcome. So those 4 awards, Speaker, they mean a lot to us because we can also give a different perspective to the people of Tshwane, that it's not doom and gloom as some would want them to believe, that this is a city on the rise, a city that serves their best interest, Speaker. I wanted to bring that to the attention of the council. Speaker, on the reports, you did say that we must speak to the lateness of the reports. We try very hard, Speaker, that we don't bring later reports to council. But we also understand that while we are dealing with we want to heighten the level of decision-making, Speaker, because when decisions are not being made, it means that the services are not going to the people in some instances. Part of our economic growth project requires a lot of properties, strategic properties and strategic land parcels to be processed. And that's a commitment that we made, Speaker, at some point where we were saying there are group property reports that were not processed for the longest time. and they were having a bearing not only on service delivery but on revenue enhancement. So, Speaker, please forgive us. The reason why some of these reports are late, some we obviously have to do quality assurance before we bring them to the attention of Council. But it's all in the work, Speaker, to ensure that Council gets to make these decisions and that services get to be delivered in communities. Speaker, let me start with I want to particularly highlight two reports that we are bringing, or two themes on the reports that we are bringing. The first one, Speaker, you will see that we are bringing a consequence management policy to the Council for approval. Speaker, you will recall when the representative of AGSA came here in January 2025, and they were presenting the audit outcomes at the time, and they were reflecting on the outcomes of our audit for that particular financial year. And I think what was important, Speaker, which we kept drawing the attention of Council to, was the root causes that AGSA has identified as why this institution has become so weak. One of those, Speaker, was the fact that there was poor performance management in the city, or absence of performance management. The second one was the culture of accountability that was non-existent. The third one, Speaker, was the absence of a culture of consequence management. When we appeared at Scopa a few months ago, Speaker, this is something that was very clear, that the city has not been able to inculcate the culture of consequence management. And even with the efforts that we have put, the structures that we've put in place, the successes that we have communicated even to the public, they are not enough to convince that we have gotten this under control, the issue of consequence management. So there is a policy that we are bringing, Speaker. I do believe, Speaker, that we, as this August House, we have a responsibility to uphold the highest standard of ethics. And one of the responsibilities that we have as this Council, Speaker, is to be able, as part of our oversight responsibilities, to be able to hold officials accountable, but also when something has gone wrong, Speaker, we must be able to ensure that there's consequence management that follows that. There are two reports, Speaker, that we will propose that they be considered in committee, and at the time that you will offer us an opportunity to explain why, we will explain so, and we will get into details when we get into committee. But, Speaker, I just want to caution us that when we are acting as per the responsibilities that we have as this Council, we must not be labeled as doing something else because now the consequence management is touching people's favorite officials. That we must hold each other accountable and keep each other in check. That we owe the public that they must be assured that the officials that we have are doing what they are hired to do, and they are doing it in a way that doesn't compromise the integrity of the institution and services that are delivered. So, Speaker, what I want to say is that I am aware that the opposition had a media briefing this morning about one of these reports, and what I want to put it on record, Speaker, we can't be bullied by media attention. What we will do when there is something that we believe belongs to Council and it must be brought to the Council's attention, we will do so, Speaker. Being labeled, it doesn't deter us. We've been labeled the past 2 years and being questioned about the intentions of what we are trying to do. And over, Speaker, we have demonstrated that the decisions that we are taking and how those decisions are being taken are to protect the integrity of the same institution. So, Speaker, we will speak into detail in terms of the reports and what the contents of those reports are. But we're not going to abdicate our responsibilities because we don't want to be labeled that we are on a witch hunt, that we owe it to the public, that we do the work that we're supposed to do. Speaker, the second theme I want to touch on is on infrastructure development. when this administration commenced, we looked at the state of the city. One of the areas, as we would have communicated on both the state of the capital addresses, that we prioritize infrastructure development. And we have said, Speaker, one of the pressure points that we have in this municipality is that the 10-year demand of infrastructure development amounts to 58 billion rands. And the traditional way of funding infrastructure, Speaker, is no longer sufficient, where we rely on the own council funding, which is from utilities and rates and taxes, as well as conditional grants. That those amounts, Speaker, will not get us the 58 billion rands that we need in the period of 10 years. Therefore, Speaker, what you will see as items specifically as item 25 and 27. Item 25, Speaker, is a relationship that we have with an entity of National Treasury that is guiding us on the alternative sources to fund our infrastructure. Item 27, Speaker, is one of a kind, where we have one of the 17 strategic urban development, Speaker, where we don't have the money to fund the bulk infrastructure, which is our responsibility as the municipality. And we have been advised that one of the alternative ways in which we can source that funding is through the BFI. And so that report, Speaker, it's one of a kind. We haven't done such before, and it's something that we are hoping that Council will support us on. But, Speaker, in addition to our concerted efforts to make sure that we increase the capital funding on infrastructure, you saw the increase on the capital budget, especially the increase on the side of municipal funding. But it's not enough, Speaker. 2.7 billion rand is not enough against 58 billion rand that we need to come up with. So on Tuesday, Speaker, we are having an infrastructure investment roundtable with entities of government, with some financiers, where we need to solidify the options that we have available to us on how are we going to reduce the backlog on infrastructure, but also, Speaker, for a city that is projected to expand by about 150% by 2050, what kind of infrastructure we need to start installing in preparation for that expansion that we are expecting, as all other cities, even globally. So, Speaker, those are the two that I thought it's important that I bring to your attention. But, Speaker, one point I forgot to mention, Speaker, is that in the country, there is something that even to the level of the cabinet that the country is preparing for, which is happening on the 30 June 2026, where South Africans will be on the streets marching. And we can see now, in terms of the preparation of the organizations that are involved, that there are areas in Tshwane that are involved or preparing for such. There is work that is being done by the security cluster. There is work that has been done by our own disaster management center just to prepare in terms of making sure that should those marches also happen in Tshwane, that those who would be participating will be safe, Speaker. So we are having, as the mayoral committee, we are having a briefing tomorrow morning just to have an appreciation of what that will look like for the city of Tshwane, Speaker. So, Speaker, with those few words, it is my pleasure for me to submit the reports from the mayoral committee to council for consideration as contained in parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6A for consideration, as well as annexures A, A1, and A2 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, the report is submitted.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Part 1 from the mayoral committee meeting, 13th. Okay, Councillor Mtimonde.
One day we'll be in Parliament.
Speaker, yeah, thank you. Not to disturb anything from the mayor. Speaker, on point of information, I thought you would, we have a first-time councillor here from the Democratic Alliance who's in his first meeting. I thought maybe at some stage in the meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted.
Thank you.
Okay, Henderson. While we are still waiting for the Secretariat to give us the information, I'd like to inform the House that all confidential reports, whether coming from the executive or the legislature, we are going to cluster them together. So we will just continue with the agenda until we are done. When we are done, then we cluster all the confidential reports so that we don't go in and out. Thank you. Thank you very much. My apologies that the information was not put in the agenda that we have. Today we had an opportunity to welcome Councillor Boitoko Gilbert Munanyana, taking an oath in my office this morning. I'd like to introduce him. May you please, Councillor, rise so that everyone can see you and welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I then? Thank you, Councillor Masilela. May I then give an opportunity to welcome him? Yes, Councillor Mahlangu. Councillor Mahlangu, not Councillor Masilela. Ndibiza ke lo Mahlangu semva kwakho. I'm calling the one that is behind you. Yes, Councillor Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think it will be proper that if we embark on that welcoming, we also welcome Councillor Slaylo Mapiti. We never done that. We only introduced him here in Council, but there was no welcoming from the entire party. So I think let's apply the same mechanism that we applied on Councillor Mapiti in the interest of time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, Councillor Mahlangu, Councillor Munanyana, on behalf of the House, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Let's move Councillor, no, he's got a point. He's got a point. Yeah, you can, yes, you can have a proposal. Councillor Mahalen, we can't discuss this. It's only an introduction, and I welcome the council. Councillor Mtimoni.
I think my proposal, Speaker, is that, when you are in the same household, don't say because my brother was bought shoes, I was not bought shoes, it's a problem. Let's say also, let me also get shoes. There's absolutely no problem with the caucus of the incoming councillor welcoming him and the caucus of the other councillor welcoming the councillor. Just one, and then people are welcomed, and then they are part of us going forward. Very easy.
Thank you very much.
It's a proposal.
Thank you very much. For the interest of time.
It's a proposal, Speaker.
For the interest of time.
It's Youth Month.
On behalf of the House, I welcome you both. Thank you so much. Let's move to. You can't make this thing an issue.
It's Youth Month. You are not young people here. It's a youth leader.
It's closed. We are not talking about it.
Youth Month, we've got a youth leader.
Let's move to item 1.
We've got young councillors here. People are bringing old councillors. We are bringing young black councillors to council here.
Councillor Mtimoni, I gave you time to speak. Councillor Mtimoni, I gave you time to speak, and I made my ruling. We are not anyone. Councillors, anyone that is raising the issue of welcoming these both councillors, that is closed. I'm done with it. I'm saying, I made a ruling. We welcomed both councillors. We are not going back to this issue now. What is your point of order? What are you standing on? You are not sure, Councillor Mahalen, of the order that you are standing in. You are still perusing the book. Yeah, go ahead. Point of information.
On a point of information, I see in the new book, it's still section 38, Honorable Speaker. So in terms of your ruling, it stands as it is. But as the DA, we would like to welcome Councillor Munanyani, and we are saying, welcome, Councillor Munanyani. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on. We are done with this. Let's move to item 1 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 13th May 2026 and Council 28th May 2026. First item, reference number 54644/1. Economic Development and Special Planning Department approval of adoption of the draft bylaw for the City of Tshwane Problem Building and Property Management Bylaw. This report is on page 6 to page 334. Recommendations are on 24. Speakers on this item, I've got Councillor J.K. Masilela from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Say it again. Wave. Councillor P. Mutumunya from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. We start by welcoming our national student leader, Gilbert, to council and wish him well in Youth Month.
Yes.
Young people must be represented, not only in name but in action. Speaker, while we support the principle behind the report, the city faces serious problems of urban decay, as we've seen in the inner city, abandoned, hijacked, illegal buildings, unsafe structures, and deteriorating neighborhoods. Residents across our city have repeatedly raised concerns about buildings that have become centers of crime, illegal activities, and service delivery failure. However, supporting the principle does not mean that we support the bylaw in its current form, because it has a few problems. One, we can't support a bylaw, Speaker, that gives sweeping powers to officials without sufficient checks and balances. During the public participation process, residents themselves raised serious concern regarding the concentration of powers in a single official, who would then appoint other officials who don't know whose qualifications or who, in terms of what criteria will they be appointed. Second, this bylaw then allows this official to investigate, declare problem buildings, impose fines, initiate enforcement actions, and trigger processes that may lead to demolition, administration, or expropriation, which we do believe is part of the intent of this bylaw, which we oppose. There's no independent oversight mechanism. People are saying they must appeal through expensive court mechanisms. There's no multidisciplinary adjudication committee, no meaningful role for affected communities. Therefore, we are concentrating power in the administration and not in the people. The law speaker is also written in an intentionally vague manner. 10.2 A says that this a problem by a building which appears to be abandoned without consequence or municipal charges have not been paid for more than 3 months, but then it says 6 months in brackets. So is it 3 months or is it 6 months? And we believe that this is not just carelessness in writing the bylaw, but it's an intentional vagueness used to give power to the administration over the people. Good governance requires accountability. Democracy is an exercise in self-governance. What's called in America a great experiment in how we govern ourselves. Therefore, we must be accountable to each other, and it is the residents that should come first, not the government. We are also concerned that there's no implementation capacity in this administration to implement this bylaw anyway. So we propose that it goes further, back for further refinement, of which we'll give our suggestions for those refinements at that point in time. In conclusion, we support the restoration and rehabilitation of the inner city, but we reject this bylaw because of its intention is to concentrate power in the government and not in the residents who pay rates in this city. So this bylaw is rejected, Speaker, by the TA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Councillor Masilela was not waving. He didn't wave. He's saying he did not wave. Someone waved for him. He did not. Councillor Masilela, go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me start with what we see on the ground in Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Atteridgeville, and yes, even in our CBD, we have buildings that have become symbols of decay, broken windows, no water, no electricity, illegal connections, overcrowding, and criminal elements operating with impunity. These buildings are not merely problematic, they generate significant issues, they create crime, serving as basis for drug trafficking and violence, with over 40% of inner city crime linked to just 10% of buildings. They undermine economic value, as one of the buildings collapse affect the entire streets, leading to small businesses to close and driving investors away. Additionally, they erode human dignity as tenants face unsanitary conditions and exploitative landlords without any protections or resources. Speaker, the draft bylaw equips the city with essential tools for effective economic development and enables the identification of problem buildings through a transparent process, eliminating delays caused by owners using shell companies. Accountability is enforced, allowing the city to issue notices, appoint administrators, recover costs, and if necessary, expropriate properties for public interest. The bylaw addresses concerns about landlords unable to afford repairs by distinguishing between criminal neglect and economic hardships, allowing the city to assist without enabling neglect. Evictions will not occur as human rights are prioritized. The safety of the many residents takes precedence over the profits of a few landlords. This vote reflects our vision for Tshwane in 2030, determining whether we foster a city of order and certainty and attracting capital. Speaker, protecting vulnerable tenants is vital, and the bylaw ensures the relocation of support while avoiding homelessness. Additionally, reclaimed buildings can be redeveloped as student accommodation, social housing, as well as small business hub, transforming issues into new opportunities for growth and community enhancement. The ANC moves for the approval and adopt the bylaw on problem buildings, on property management with immediate effect. Let us stop managing decline and start managing renewal. The battle for Tshwane will not be won in these chambers alone. It will be won with building by building, street by street, community by community. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Jewel Masilela Mahlangu.
Thank you so much. Let's move to Councillor Rasese from the ANC, from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kikana, Matangu, and with their entourage, fellow councillors and distinguished guests, the economic freedom fighters support the adoption and promulgation of the draft problem building and property management bylaw. We do so because the reality confronting the city of Tshwane is one of growing urban decay, abandoned buildings, neglected properties, illegal occupations by criminal syndicates, unsafe living conditions, and deteriorating public infrastructure. These conditions undermine the dignity of our people, threaten public safety, and weaken economic activity within our communities. The EFF has consistently maintained that cities must serve the people and not absentee landlords, speculative property owners, and slumlords who accumulate wealth while neglecting their social responsibilities. Property ownership carries obligations where buildings become centers of criminality, fire hazard, drug trafficking, illegal dumping, or public health risk. The municipality must possess effective legal instruments to intervene decisively. We therefore welcome the establishment of the Integrated Bylaw Enforcement Committee, which seeks to coordinate the efforts of various municipal departments and law enforcement agencies. Fragmented enforcement has historically allowed problems building to persist for years without consequences. A coordinated approach is necessary to restore order and protect communities. Come again?
Are you done? Okay, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if it's me, but there's a lot of noise today in this council. We can hardly hear. You see how close he is, but I can hardly hear what he is saying. A lot of noise and disruptions, especially from the other side of the house.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. May we then, all of us, settle down and be respectful and be in order, please. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Councillor. Councillors, please. Go ahead.
The EFF further notes that the public participation process was conducted in accordance with legislative requirements and that stakeholder departments support the proposed bylaw. This demonstrates that the city has complied with its illegal obligations before bringing the final draft for adoption. However, our support is not unconditional. The EFF cautions that this bylaw must never become an instrument for the displacement of poor and working class residents while wealthy property owners escape accountability. When the city acts against problem buildings, it must simultaneously expand social housing, emergency accommodation, and affordable rental housing programs to ensure that vulnerable residents are not rendered homeless. We further emphasize that where intervention requires the acquisition, expropriation, repossession, or development of problem properties, ownership of strategic land and properties must remain vested in the city of Tshwane. Municipal land is a public asset that belongs to the people and must not be transferred into private hands under the guise of urban renewal. The regeneration of our city must...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Malosi, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Action SA rises in support of the problem building and property management bylaw because our communities can no longer be held hostage by urban decay, lawlessness, and abandoned infrastructure. For far too long, residents across all 7 regions of Tshwane have watched buildings become centers of crime, drug trafficking, illegal occupation, fires, and municipal collapse. Businesses closing down and investment leaving our city. Families living in fear, and the city loses millions in unpaid rates and damaged infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this bylaw is therefore not just an administrative document, it is a necessary intervention to restore dignity, safety, order, and economic confidence in our capital city. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the fact that this framework was informed by extensive public participation. Communities were clear. They want decisive action against hijacked buildings, abandoned properties, and owners who neglect their responsibilities while residents suffer the consequences. The bylaw creates a structured enforcement framework that clarifies property owner obligations, allows inspections and compliance notices, and enables the city to declare problem buildings where necessary. Importantly, it strengthens coordination through IPEC to ensure departments stop working in silos. Mr. Speaker, legislation alone will not solve the problem. The real test is the implementation. Action SA believes the city must now ensure that enforcement capacity matches the ambition of this bylaw. Without properly trained officials, coordinated systems, and adequate human resources, this framework risks becoming another good policy with little impact on the ground. We must also guard against governance failures and abuse of authority. Enforcement powers must always comply with the Constitution, the PIE Act, and principles of administrative justice under PACHA. Residents must never experience selective enforcement, political targeting, or unlawful evictions. At the same time, we cannot allow legal processes to become excuses for inaction while communities continue to suffer under criminal syndicates occupying buildings illegally. Speaker, Tshwane cannot attract investment, create jobs, or build safer communities while urban decay continues unchecked. A city that tolerates lawlessness in its buildings eventually normalizes lawlessness everywhere. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the fact that we must also guard against governance failures and abuse of authority. Enforcement powers must always comply with the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, this bylaw is about reclaiming our communities, restoring accountability, and rebuilding public confidence, local government. And Mr. Speaker, we note the agenda of Stellenbosch from the DA to destroy this city and make it a ghost city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor Trupet from the VF Plus?
Mr. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports the Tshwane Metro's new problem buildings and property management bylaw as an essential instrument to rehabilitate the city centre and other dilapidated areas. The Metro city centre is dilapidated due to hijacked buildings and criminal dens that destroys the property values and threatens the lives of residents. The FF Plus wants to emphasize that law-abiding taxpayers deserve a municipality that actively tackles urban decay. This bylaw strikes the right balance. It gives the city enough teeth to act against negligent landlords while strictly respecting constitutional property rights. All evictions must take place in accordance with the PI Act, Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act, and can only be carried out with a court order. Administrative intervention remains bound by the Constitution. The FF Plus supports the bylaw because it strengthens national legislation but warns that a clear distinction must be made between orchestrated crime, such as hijacked buildings, where the state must restore the victim owners' rights and prioritize criminal prosecution, and abandoned or dilapidated buildings which require structured legal reuse. The party emphasizes that fair compensation for owners who are victims of crime must be more clearly regulated, possibly through national legislative amendments. The FF Plus sees this bylaw as a positive step towards a safer and more livable Tshwane, provided that court processes and property rights are upheld at all times. Mr. Speaker, the Freedom Front, and particularly me as a councillor, truly believe that the broken window theory needs to be implemented. If there's a problem, fix it immediately. Don't wait years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chetty from the ACTP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this report seeks approval of bylaw implementation, citing the public participation as a mechanism of community involvement through public participation. As the ACDP, we are for governing the municipalities with the best interest of the residents at heart. Speaker, I had the privilege to attend one of the meetings, which to my surprise was not mentioned in the schedule, nor made mention of in Region 3 minutes, even though the attendance register is attached. The meeting saw the MMC arrive very late. The community were not given enough time to engage, and as a result, they requested for a follow-up meeting, which was not, which never came till today. Residents from the buildings mentioned that in this public participation process, they were already informed prior to this bylaw that they would be evacuated due to non-compliance, which is as a result of the city's mismanagement in the first place. Also, once they were evacuated, that the city would sell off the so-called buildings because the city's budget does not bring these buildings back to life. I'm of the opinion that as per category A, problem buildings and property, if a building can be restored or repaired, the city may appoint an administrator to carry out the work as deemed fit, not necessarily through evacuation. Yet, people of the community or residents were already informed that they will be evacuated without even giving proper evaluation. This bylaw places more burden on tax-paying and residents who are already in so much trouble. When we look at the electricity block tariff system, they're already being punished for purchasing more electricity rather than rewarded for purchasing more electricity. They will now be punished even further, since Chapter 10, Section 2A, if a property owes the municipality charges that have not been paid for more than a period of 3, and as the DA councillor noted, 3 and in brackets 6, so there's already a mistake there. I'm not sure if it's a mistake. Months, during the period of 12 months, the compliance officer may deem it to be a problem building, meaning that if you've not paid for between 3 months or 6 months, they can deem your property as a problem building and then move forward regarding that. Chapter 10, Section 2D, if the building or property is becoming unhealthy, unsanitary, how do we say becoming? How do we say that something is not yet but is becoming a problem and make it part of a bylaw?
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams-Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocols observed. This bylaw comes at a critical moment for our city. Across all 7 regions of Tshwane, we are confronted with urban decay manifested through dilapidated buildings and hijacked, abandoned and unoccupied properties, illegal land use, illegal service connections, unsafe and unhealthy living conditions, unserviced properties, and escalating municipal debt. These challenges undermine service, public safety, economic growth, service delivery, and investor confidence. The impact is not limited to the inner city. Every region of Tshwane is affected in different ways. We see abandoned residential properties becoming centers of criminal activity. We see business properties operating outside approved land use rights. We see illegal electricity and water connections placing additional strain on municipal infrastructure and reducing municipal revenue. Recent reports indicate that illegal connections contribute significantly to water and electricity losses experienced by the city. Ward 43, like many other wards, experienced challenges associated with neglected properties, bylaw contraventions, illegal occupation, and infrastructure pressures. The purpose of this bylaw is not simply to punish, it is to restore accountability, improve safety, and unlock economic potential. However, a bylaw without implementation remains merely a document. Therefore, I wish to emphasize three critical pillars for success. Firstly, enforcement capacity. The city must strengthen its inspection and enforcement units. We need dedicated multidisciplinary teams comprising Metro Police, building control, health, fire services, revenue management, utilities, legal services, regular inspections, compliance notices, and swift legal action must become a norm rather than an exception. Secondly, interdepartmental coordination. The establishment of the Integrated Bylaw Enforcement Committee provides an important foundation. This bylaw must be supported through coordinated action plans, shared databases, joint operations, and monthly progress reports between departments. Working in silos will not solve problems that cuts across planning, housing, infrastructure, public safety, and revenue management. Thirdly, accountability and monitoring. Council must receive quarterly reports indicating numbers of problem properties identified, number of compliance notices issued, number of properties brought back into compliance.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The MMC.
Thank you, Speaker of Council. Good morning, all protocol observed. Speaker, let me start by addressing the issue that was raised by my colleague that side, Councillor Mtiwa. If you look at page 43, you'll be able to see clearly that it's 3 months, not 3 or 6 months. But I also want to start appreciating what the Freedom Front is doing by supporting this report. Thank you, colleague, on the other side. Speaker, the purpose of this report is just to give feedback to Council on the outcome of the public participation processes relating to the draft problem building and property management bylaw. Secondly, is to obtain approval from Council for the adoption of the final updated draft bylaw. We are committed to cleaning up the city, and the building sub-mayoral committee has been established precisely to identify abandoned, invaded, and hijacked buildings that are a major problem to the capital city. This proposed bylaw established a regulatory framework in dealing with problem bylaws and abandoned buildings in our city. Public participation took place during November and December 2025, included the multiple meetings that were held in each and every region, as well as citywide public meetings that were held visually. The feedback from the public included consent and scope and powers, and that has led to some amendments to this draft bylaw. Mr. Mtimunyu, if you can listen to this one, please, because what you are already raising to legal services has confirmed that the bylaw is rational, lawful, consistent with the municipal powers, as well as legally defensible. This draft bylaw has the following responsibilities. The first one is the responsibilities, duties, and the ability of owners of the buildings, the processes of circumstances under which the city may follow to declare a building a problem building, and the options that are available to address these problem buildings. We urge all the owners of the buildings to manage their properties, to make sure that they keep them in a safe and conditions. And an event where the building or part of that building has become derelict, they can be able to apply for necessary demolition permits. Where such an action are not undertaken by the owner, the bylaw allows for the city to apply the court for the appointment of an administrator. The duties of the court administrator will be to include the payment of charges for the municipal services that are due to the city. Secondly, is to undertake the maintenance, repair, or renovation of the problem building. But in excess cases, the city may always apply.
At more time.
Speaker, as I was saying that in extreme cases, the city may also apply through the court for expropriation of problem buildings and abandoned buildings in accordance with the Expropriation Act. Speaker, I therefore recommend that this bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with section 1603B of the Constitution, the approval of the bylaw must be taken by council with a supporting vote of a majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this bylaw to the vote. For purposes of this voting process, I'm requesting councillors who support the recommendation and to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Please lower your hands. Honorable councillors, the approval of this bylaw has now been passed by 124 councillors in favour thereof. Thank you. Pardon me? No, you haven't said anything. So must I think that you are dissenting your vote if you have not said anything? Pardon me? Who's speaking? Is it you or the Deputy Chief Whip? Then keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Alderwoman Solo. Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Tabo, please.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Democratic Alliance would like to register our dissenting vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move to the next item. Part 2 from the Mayoral Committee, 20th. Thank you. Councillors, thank you. Can we proceed? Thanks. Part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting, 20th May 2026. Reference number 40143/2, Office of the Executive Mayor, report in response to the investigation by the Public Protector into allegations of irregularities in the recruitment and selection process, following by the functionaries of the City of Tshwane and Council relating to the appointment of Mr. Mushema Musia to the position of Chief of Emergency. This report is on page 3 to page 9, recommendations on page 127. On this item, I've got Councillor Mchumi from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Mchumi. Councillor Mchumi, your 3 minutes has started.
Okay, Speaker. The City of Tshwane is a municipality that takes pride in prioritizing professional public service that drives accountability and transparency. As such, the submission of allegations of irregularities in the recruitment and selection process of the appointment of the position of Chief of Emergency Service was submitted by the City Manager on the 30th April 2026 to the Public Protector. Key take, Speaker, weak hiring processes. The City of Tshwane's way of hiring was not strong. Job adverts were unclear, checks were skipped, and past warnings were ignored. This makes people think jobs are being given unfair. The city did not follow important laws like the Municipal System Act and the Fire Brigade Service Act. This means the hiring process broke rules that are meant to keep things fair and legal. There was poor accountability. The people in charge of hiring did not do their job properly. They failed to check qualifications and did not complete the reports before interviews. This shows weak control and poor responsibility. Candidate was still qualified. Even though the process was flawed, the Public Protector found that Mr. Musia did not have the right, Mr. Musia did have the right qualification and skills. This creates tricky situation. The process was wrong, but the person chosen was still suitable. The same problems had been pointed out in earlier report, but the city did not fix them. This shows a pattern of ignorance, advice, and repeat errors. The Public Protector had to step in because the city failed to manage itself. This was 2018. Her orders are binding, meaning the city must act within strict limited deadline. This case is not just about one job. It shows that the city needs a stronger culture of fairness, transparency, respect for the law in all its hiring and governance. Bottom line, Speaker, the city's hiring process was weak and broke rules, but the chosen candidate.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you so much. Let's move to Councillor Tima Shabela from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. This council is being asked on a matter where the Public Protector, an independent Chapter 9 institution of our Constitution, has made a finding of substantiated procedural irregularities. Simply to take cognizance of that finding is not accountability. That is filing a problem away and hoping it is forgotten by the next council. Speaker, let us be clear on what was found, and let us be clear on who was responsible. The Public Protector's report found out that the recruitment process failed to ensure a clear advertisement, that the previous recommendations on qualifications requirements were never implemented, that the mandatory screening report required by Regulation 14.2 of the municipal staff regulation was never completed before interviews began, and that the process proceeded without qualification verification, reference checks, employment history, or criminal vetting of candidates, in breach of the 2014 regulations governing the appointment of senior managers. Speaker, these were not failures of some junior clerk in the back office. The Public Protector's report is explicit. The city manager, Mr. Johan Medler, served as both the accounting officer and the chairperson of the selection panel for this appointment. The mandatory screening report that was never completed, the verification that never happened, all this fell within his personal responsibility as a chairperson of the panel. This was not handled properly, and it was not handled properly at the most senior level of this city's administration. We note and we say this plainly because EFF does not deal in dishonesty. The Public Protector also found out that Mr. Musia himself met the qualifications, the competence, and the experience for this post. Speaker, this council must also confront how this matter first came to light. It was Mr. Sidney Shabalala, an employee, who came forward and raised the concerns that led to this Public Protector's investigations in the first place. We want to ask, where is Mr. Shabalala today? Because Mr. Shabalala was one of the whistleblowers. We know that he's no longer with us in this city. We know that he was victimized. If a whistleblower whose consent were ultimately...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor van der Spey from VF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Are you waving? Okay, wave. Let's move to Councillor Williams Moses. Wave. Let's go to Councillor Mikkelbeck. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Protector handed this report to the Municipal Manager on the 31st of March 2026. The remedial actions ordered by the Public Protector required action to be taken by the Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager, ranging in a period from within 30 days to 90 days after receipt of this report by the Municipal Manager. The report is presented to us today on the cusp of the 90 days after the report was handed to the Municipal Manager. That is the time by which all remedial action should have been executed and the matter concluded. This report contains allegations amounting to serious misconduct and lack of oversight and requires specific remedial action to be taken. Now those same parties who are responsible to take the remedial action are presenting to us this report for cognizance only, without any report by them of their remedial actions taken to date. Accepting this without asking the obvious questions about compliance with the Public Protector's orders would amount to a naivety, believing that the orders will be executed in good faith. It is not our job to be naive. What should have been presented to us at this meeting is a report from the Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager confirming substantively what they had done to execute and comply with the orders of the Public Protector, beyond merely presenting this report for cognizance. This is the height of opportunism by these individuals, acting to make the issue go away quietly without actually accepting accountability for transparently implementing the substantive order and submitting their actions in pursuit thereof to the oversight of Council. I will not support this gross abrogation of our responsibility by just taking note. Please permit my vote against this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to part 3 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 10th June 2026. Item 3, reference number 30268/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department. request on issuing power of attorney for various land use application for ERF 3797 Refilwe and remainder of portion 10 of the farm Louis Bacon 476 JR for purposes of formalizing an existing informal settlement. This report is on page 5 to page 18. Recommendations are on page 11. On this item, I've got Councillor Muloisane from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, Honorable Speaker. Okay. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana, Chief Matlangu, and their respective entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests in the House today. The economic freedom fighters fully support this report and the recommendations before Council. For far too long, the people of Refilwe Extension 5 have lived in uncertainty despite occupying this land for many years. The existence of informal settlements is not a failure of the residents. It is a consequence of decades of housing backlogs, spatial inequality, and the failure of governments to provide adequate land and housing for the poor. The EFF has consistently argued that access to land, housing, and basic services is a fundamental human right. Therefore, the formalization of Refilwe Extension 5 is a necessary step towards restoring dignity to the residents who have built their lives and families in this community. This report seeks to unlock a process that will enable the city to legally formalize the settlement through the required land development applications. The issuing of a power of attorney is therefore not merely an administrative exercise. It is an important intervention that will allow the Human Settlements Department and its appointed professionals to undertake township establishment, rezoning, subdivision, and all other statutory processes required to secure the future of the community. The EFF welcomes the fact that this development could ultimately provide approximately 320 formal residential stands, subject to the necessary studies and approvals. This represents an opportunity to transform an informal settlement into a property-planned residential area with secure tenure, municipal services, and future economic opportunities for residents. However, the EFF wishes to caution against delays that often characterize housing projects within the city of Tshwane. Communities are frequently promised development only to wait years before tangible progress is realized. The previous DA-led administration developed a reputation for making commitments while failing to deliver housing opportunities at the pace required by our people. Today, Tshwane is under the new political leadership and a new administration. We therefore want to assure the residents of Refilwe that this council remains committed to implementation, accountability, and delivery. We will approach this responsibly with humility, urgency, and a clear understanding that our people can no longer survive on promises alone. They deserve action and they deserve results.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor D. Mahlangu from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the matter before Council concerns the formalization of Refilwe Extension 5, informal settlement situated in ERF 3797 in Refilwe. This is a portion of the remainder 10 of the farm Louis Bacon 476 JR. The settlement has existed for a considerable period and forms part of the city's broader program aimed at addressing informal settlement through structured planning and lawful development processes. The recommendation before us is relatively straightforward, Speaker. The Human Settlement Department seeks authority to proceed with the land use applications that will be required to formalize the area and obtain the necessary power of attorney to facilitate those processes. Without this approval, Speaker, the department cannot advance the required applications for township establishment, rezoning, subdivision, and related planning matters. What is significant is that the land in question is already owned by the city. The report therefore deals with the administrative and legal mechanisms which requires to enable the development process to proceed. Members will note that this settlement was identified through the NASP program and has been earmarked for upgrading and formalization. The proposed process will allow the necessary technical studies to be undertaken, land use rights to be regularized, and future planning to occur within the approved legislative framework. The estimated yield of approximately 320 residential stands remains subject to the feasibility assessment and statutory approvals. Council is therefore not being asked to approve a final township layout today. Rather, we are being asked to authorize the steps necessary to determine what development can lawfully and sustainably be accommodated to this property. If the city is serious about addressing the informal settlement, then these preliminary processes cannot be avoided. They provide the foundation upon which future service installations, township registration, and eventual transfer to qualifying beneficiaries may occur. Speaker, as Section SA, we support this report, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor van Rensburg from VF Plus, your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, with your permission, I would like to combine items 3, 4, 5, and 6 because it all has the same issue. On the surface, this report really looks just like a routine report. But once you start to read through it, which I'm sure Almaco didn't do, you will notice that the issuing of the power of attorneys will have no negative financial implications for the city. Yes, signing a piece of paper is just costing us nothing except the paper that was printed. But once this paper is signed, it unlocks a chain of obligations that will cost this city hundreds and millions of rands, which is not reflecting in one of these reports. The city becomes bound to provide water, sanitation, electricity, roads, stormwater infrastructure to every single stand. In Refilwe, the plan is to equip 320 stands. Item 4, Zandfontein, 410 stands. Item 6, Atteridgeville, 855 stands. This is more than 1,500 new stands, but nowhere is written how much this will cost the council. We are breaching MFMA Section 19, which prohibits the municipality from commencing any capital project unless the money for the project is part of our budget, which is not the case in one of these reports. Item 4, Zandfontein, involves the zoning to be redone. It's currently zoned for industry. Now we want to put houses in an industry area. Camille Drift, the city purchased already this land for 3 million rand. This is also not reflecting in this report. Item 6, Atteridgeville, the services were already installed in 2017, 9 years later, and this township has not been proclaimed. We call on the administration, MMC Maluleka, to please return these reports. Make sure that we have the full cost so that the council know what amount they are approving for this infrastructure. The VF Plus supports the principle of housing delivery. We support informal settlements to become formal with the right process. We cannot breach MFMA Section 19. And if that is not done, the Freedom Front Plus will vote against all these reports, not adhering to the budget and providing no budget.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Williams Moses.
Wave Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let me appreciate the colleagues that have read the report and understand its significance and ignore people that scans report. And I don't understand what would then be the reason. Speaker, Councillor Mahlangu explains the purpose of power of attorney, that it unlocks planning on informal settlement. All the informal settlements that Councillor Lino is talking about, they need to undergo development. Therefore, you need power of attorney that would enable our planners to commence with the work of preparing land in terms of SPLUMA and our land use management bylaw. Therefore, before you could do any other work, you need to authorize our accounting officer to then enable the department to start with the work. Then it can take 3 years, a good 3 years, to do each. And the costs are going to be on appointing engineers. They will go through IDP, they will go through budgeting. Therefore, we don't talk about money now because we don't know the sequence, how we're sequencing implementation of these projects. Therefore, there's no any ambiguity or hiding of information. Once we are done with this, we're going to appoint consultants. They're working with our planners just to prepare the process. It can come into 2029 that we are starting with one settlement. It can come into 2028 that we are doing the actual work of services. But planning takes time. Therefore, you must just understand that it's important that we go through this. It's a legal requirement that we need to go through it. And that's why we are here with all those 4 or 5 properties that we are bringing. But people of Refugio, like any other community, they've got a history of being in the periphery of the CBD core. Where they are, they want shelter. And for us to provide them with service tents, we must start through this process. We appreciate those that understand the significance of the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As recommended, let's move to item 4. Reference number 87848/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department request on issuing a power of attorney for various land use applications on the remainder of portion 38 and the remainder of portion 39 of the farm Zanfontein 317 JR for purpose of formalizing an existing informal settlement. This item is on page 19 to page 38. Recommendations are on 24. On this item, I've got Councillor Mahlangu from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes. Wave. Councillor Van Rensburg, you already spoke on this one. William Moses. Wave. Councillor Muloisane from the EFF.
The EFF supports this report. 17 hectares, 410 stands for residents of the Malusi Gomora informal settlement, who are asking this city for nothing more than the formal recognition of land they already call home. This is land justice in its most practical form. Speaker, not slogans, not promises on a platform, but hectares, stands, and a power of attorney that allows the work of formalization to actually begin. We support it without reservation. We make 2 demands as we support this report. First, that the procurement of the external service provider to undertake planning studies is transparent, and that local labor from within the Zanfontein and surrounding communities is prioritized in the work that follows. Our people must not only receive a stand, but also a livelihood from the processes that delivers it. Second, that this council receives a progress report once the feasibility studies are concluded, so that subject to feasibility does not quietly become subject to forgetting. We support this report, Speaker, and we will hold this administration to the timeline it has set for itself. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 5, reference number 12414/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department request on issuing power of attorney for various land use applications on portion 177 of the farm Kamerfontein 298 JR for purpose of formalizing an adjacent existing informal settlement. This report is on page 39 to page 50. Recommendations are on page 45. On this item, I've got Councillor Mahlangu from the Action SA, waive. Councillor Van Rensburg has already spoken on this. Councillor Williams Moses, waive. Councillor Mulwesani.
The Economic Freedom Fighters fully support this report and the recommendations before Council. This report is not merely about issuing of a power of attorney or processing land use applications. It is about advancing the struggle for land, housing and dignity for the people of Camel Drift, who have been waiting for far too long to enjoy the basic rights that many South Africans take for granted. The reality is that informal settlements continue to exist because administrations have failed to keep pace with the housing needs of our people. Previous administrations, particularly the DA-led administration, mastered the art of making announcements while failing to deliver meaningful housing opportunities to the poor and working class. Communities were given reports instead of houses, plans instead of services, promises instead of development. Thousands of families remain trapped in conditions of uncertainty, without the guarantee that tomorrow they will have access to decent housing and municipal services. The EFF has always maintained that land must serve the people. Land cannot remain idle while our people live in overcrowded conditions and informal settlements. It is therefore encouraging that this project seeks to formalize and expand the Camel Drift settlement through the development of portion 177 of Farm Camel Drift 298 JR, creating the potential for approximately 214 residential stands. For years, communities across Tshwane have been subjected to empty promises, delayed projects, and endless bureaucratic processes. Today, there is a new political direction in Tshwane. The EFF has consistently championed the interest of informal settlement residents, backyard dwellers, and working class communities. We believe that government must be measured not by the number of reports it produces, but by the number of lives it changes. As we approach the 2026 local government elections, the people of Tshwane will have a clear choice. They can choose those who have historically managed poverty and housing backlogs, or they can choose a movement that is committed to confronting landlessness, accelerating housing delivery, and placing the needs of the poor at the center of governance. The EFF therefore calls upon the Human Settlements Department to ensure that this process moves swiftly and transparently. Residents must be kept informed at every stage, and the community must be active participants in shaping the future of their settlement. The struggle for land and housing remains one of the unfinished tasks of our democracy. Every informal settlement that is formalized represents a victory against poverty.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, councillors, we are taking lunch. It's 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 2:15. The meeting is adjourned for lunch. Let's all be seated, councillors. Thank you.
This one out.
Yeah. Please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats. Thank you very much. We are a quorum, then we can proceed with our meeting. Councillors, please sit down. Councillors, Councillors, can we start the meeting? We are on item 6. Reference number 66963/1. MMC Mashabela, please take your seat. Councillor Masha, please leave the chief whip so that we start the meeting. Reference number 66953/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department. Request on issuing power of attorney for various land use applications on the remainder of portion 2 of the farm, Elan Fontaine, 352 JR, to be known as Attersville Extension 19. This report is on page 51 to page 70. Recommendations are on 56. I've got Councillor J. Masilela from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker.
Just a second, Councillor. Councillor Masha, go and sit down. Thank you so much. Order, please. Then, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of the report before Council regarding Attridgeville Extension 19, where the previous administration failed to deliver only 40 houses, RTP houses, for more than 8 years.
Sorry again, Councillor. Can we be in order, please? Can we be in order so that we can hear what the councillor is saying? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of the report before Council regarding Attridgeville Extension 19, where the previous administration failed to deliver only 40 RDP houses for more than 8 years after they sold the mayoral house. Speaker, this report asks Council to allow the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement to continue and complete the township establishment process on behalf.
Just hold on, Councillor. What are you rising on?
Please, Speaker.
Is the Speaker willing to take a question?
Wait. Wait, councillors, there's only one person that speaks, and he's the only one that will respond. Councillor, are you willing to take a question? No. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead. Continue.
Speaker, this project started many years ago. Beneficiaries have already been identified and allocated the stands. Water, electricity, sewer services have also been installed in the area. There are still some outstanding processes that must be completed before the township can be officially proclaimed. Some of the stands and structure on the ground do not match the approved layout plan. This issue must first be corrected before the remaining approval can be obtained. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlement has agreed to assist the city in the completing this work because the land is belong to the city of Tshwane. The province needs legal authority to act on behalf of the city. That is why the power of attorney is required. Approving this report will help up the process and ensure that the remaining planning requirements are completed. This will allow the township to be proclaimed and will make it possible for the beneficiaries to receive their title deeds. This development will provide about 855 residential stands and will help formalize the area. Most important, it will give residents legal ownership of their properties and provide them with greater security and dignity. For this reason, Action SA supporting this recommendation containing in this report. Closing, baagi ba 107 bata krea toka. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it is amazing that the residents...
Just hold on, Speaker. Can I have order in this house? If you want to speak, you don't have to speak loud so that we can hear the people when they are giving their speeches. So that the MMC, when he responds, he knows what was said. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Like I was saying, Speaker, it is amazing that the residents of Atteridgeville needed to wait this long for title deeds. It is maybe because the opposition does not understand the power of having a title deed. Most of our parents and grandparents have passed away without ever seeing a title deed in their lifetime. Some of us in our lifetimes have either been tenants, renting at somebody else's place. Some of us have had the privilege of being a landlord to tenants. So we understand the spectrum on both sides. It is amazing that the opposition does not even see any wrong in what they have delayed for so many years. It took an administration of a fraction of the time that they have been in power to empower the residents of Atteridgeville. Let us not be the leaders that stagnate progress. Let us not be the leaders that are standing in the way of change. Let us not be the leaders that we do not want to be remembered as in history. So this is one community that will benefit, and let us make sure that all of the other underprivileged communities within the city of Tshwane can also have the same privilege in their lifetimes, to be a homeowner, to have a title deed, and to leave legacy behind for their children and their grandchildren, which will not otherwise have had a chance to have that piece of paper in their hands. The other side might not understand, because for them, it is privilege. For them, it has always been an entitlement. For us, we need to work lifetimes and generations to obtain what they sometimes take for granted. So with that being said, we do support this report because we want to make sure that we empower the people that keep us in power. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pimatala from the EFF. Thank you. As recommended, let's move to item 7. Reference number 84516/1, Community and Social Development Services Department. Minimum wage rate implementation adjustment for expanded public works program participants. This report is on page 71 to 81. Recommendations are on 874. And on this item, I've got Councillor Mulojwa from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, ithathe leli thuba ngikubonge ekunginikezeni ithuba the executive mayor and the deputy mayor of the city of Tshwane, now wonke ama-councillor of the city of Tshwane. Honorable Speaker, let me be clear on what changed. The minimum wage rate implementation adjustment of expanded public works program participants. The Minister of Employment and Labour has exercised his powers under the National Minimum Wage Act and amended the EPWP wage schedule from 1 March. No EPWP participant in South Africa may legally be paid below 16.62 per hour. This is not a proposal from Tshwane. This is a law of the Republic. The item is not a policy debate. It is legal compliance item. The law has changed. Our duty as a municipality is to implement the law. This is a grant money meant for the poor in order to push back the frontiers of poverty. If we don't pass it on, we defeat the purpose of EPWP. We are not doing workers a favor. We are obeying the law. We are honoring the workers. This adjustment means 3 significant impacts. First, it affirms dignity and human rights by ensuring that wages cover essential living costs, allowing workers a shift from mere survival to a standard that recognizes their contribution. Aligning wages with the minimum wage moves us closer to fulfilling the ANC promise from the Freedom Charter that people should benefit from the country's wealth. Secondly, there is a potential economic boost for local economic research shows that wages from EPWP can generate substantial local economic activity, with each rand wage contributing R2.50 to R3 to the local GDP. This adjustment could inject millions into Tshwane's township economy, creating a strong local multiplier effect without need for extension bailout. Thirdly, productive service delivery is linked to fair remuneration. A well-compensated worker is more motivated and performs better, leading to cleaner streets, improved municipal services. City of Cape Town, my apology, experienced an 18%.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Kenaite from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Kenaite.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The DA is a constitutional party. Our values are rooted in the Constitution. And as a party that believes in the rule of law, we support the adjustment to the minimum wage without reservation. The increase is important because it helps protect even the lowest paid workers in our city from the rising cost of living. The expanded public works program is an opportunity for people to earn income, gain dignity through work, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. That is why I want to make a simple appeal to the Department of Community and Social Development, from the senior officials in Semi-Marks building to the regional office that receives and processes this application. A special shout out to Braedi Wako, Region 6. Please, let the process be fair. The more it is fair, the more we open the circle of opportunity. When opportunities are distributed fairly, more people benefit, more households experience relief, more communities become stronger and resilient. Fairness means that opportunities must reach new hands, new families. They cannot be reserved for some people over and over. Abo Pindamzala. We must constantly widen the circle of opportunity. As a DA caucus, we believe that every person deserves opportunity to work, to support their families, and to build a better future for themselves. We therefore support the adjustment, not only as a requirement, but because it advances fairness, opportunity, freedom for people to take part in economic activities in our diverse communities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sbutsana. Councillor Mashangu. Councillor Sbutsana, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Musa Khotla. Ke ne ke batla go botsa Councillor Kenaite gore a tla tsa potso.
Councillor, are you willing to take a question? I'm not talking to you, Alderwoman. Councillor, are you willing to take a question?
Councillor Kenaite is a handsome young lady. I don't know what that one in the front is talking about.
Councillor Kenaite, are you willing to take a question?
Yes, I said handsome.
Okay, Councillor Sbutsana, you can put the question. She's willing to answer you.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, please.
Thank you very much for indulging me, Councillor. I'm just curious to establish, you said fair multiple times in your delivery, and you also spoke of the appreciation of minimum wage in your speech. But I just want to know how that fares with the position that was taken by Celia's Brink as to our workers in the protracted wage strike ever so recently. Because if what you are saying is anything to go by, the position of the DA is not about workers.
Thank you. Councillors, can you allow me to chair the meeting? Councillor, Sibuzan, can your question be directed to what we are discussing now? And councillors, and I don't need your assistance. You know, at the time of Ushelipa, you were so quiet. Now you are seeing yourself relevant when you are sitting here. So can you be quiet? Allow me to chair the meeting. We are not taking that question because we are not asking on a report or on a presentation that she has represented. And I'm not giving you a second time. We are moving. No. Let's move on. You quoted the wrong question. Let's move on. Thank you so much. Councillor De Bruyn from the Action SA, your 3 minutes starts now. Are you waving? Thank you so much. Councillor Joubert from VF Plus.
Honourable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus to address this Council on the proposed implementation adjustments for the minimum wage rate in the expanded public works program. Once again, we see the ANC-led government imposing adjustments that sounds compassionate on paper, but deliver fiscal recklessness, inefficiency, and ultimately fewer opportunities for the very people they claim to help. The latest adjustment rises the EPWP hourly rate from 15.16 to 16.62, while the national minimum wage climbs towards 30 rand per hour. EPWP participants remain under a special dispensation, a polite way of saying second-class treatment for temporary public works. This small increase may appear modest, but in the context of Tshwane's strained budget, ballooning debt and collapsing service delivery, it is anything but harmless. The real impact on Tshwane, who is already battling to maintain basic services, roads that crumble, water infrastructure that fails, and refuse that piles up in many areas. And I'm not only talking about affluent areas, I'm talking about Pretoria West, I'm talking about Atteridgeville, I'm talking about Soshanguve, I'm talking about Mamelodi. Every rand spent on EPWP wage adjustments is not matched by genuine productivity or skills transfers. That means fewer work opportunities that's being created overall. This is not compassion. It is mathematics. Can we please start implementing basic skills developments and bringing the people of the city of Tshwane to a better living standard, getting service delivery in our areas, in the whole of Tshwane, not only in one region. That's basic things. A city that doesn't have lights, that has water leaks everywhere, potholes, is not a working city. Let's make Tshwane better. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I was now trying to just stay focused on what the previous councillor said now. It sounded very nice while you said it, but in actuality, if you guys did what you were supposed to have done before we came into the administration, we would not have been here cleaning up your mess. So with that being said, Speaker, I have set in some of this EPWP application processes, and I will just need to state this. It is amazing that when we do certain exercises on paper, the tick box exercises, it looks nice. It seems like we are ticking all of the boxes, but in actuality we are not. I'm please making a plea for all of the applicants, especially that at Ward 43, because we must always fight there that our children are not getting these opportunities. Our youth of Easterus is sitting by and seeing youth from other places coming in meanwhile they are unemployed. So for the people that's doing the necessary selections and placements and things like that, let us please make sure that the youth of Easterus is also calculated in that equation, because the system that you are currently using by verifying addresses is not going to be suffice to do the placements. DA said that they are doing a democratic process. I doubt it, because if we must go and do the stats and the facts on the ground, in the streets of our different wards, it will be another story. So we do support this report for the increase, but we are just please asking nicely, if we are going to have these opportunities, let us have it across board in all of our communities, in all of our wards, in the city of Tshwane. Let us not be selective on where we do apply which roles and which guidelines to be applied in which policy. It will not suffice moving forward if we are going to be rebuilding Tshwane to its former glory. The DA can howl as much as they want. If you did it right, we would not be here cleaning up your mess. Yeah, no, you can howl as much as you want. If you did it right for the past 8 years, which you were in power, we would not be having this exercise. And yes, and I said it and louder for the ones at the back. Julle kan net geraas maak. Dis al wat julle kan doen. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Lukoti from the EFF.
Thank you, Chair. The EFF support this adjustment because we will never stand against a wage increase for workers, however small. But let us not pretend this chamber is doing our EPWP workers a great favor. 16 rand, 62 an hour, which is 5,913 a month. Speaker, this is what this report asks to celebrate as an improvement. We will vote for it because it is more than these workers were earning before, and because the law requires it. But we put on record clearly that this is a national minimum wage adjustment. This city was legally obligated to implement. It is not generosity from this administration, and it must not be presented to the public as such. This report tells the additional cost of 929,496 a month.
Just a second, Councillor. Order. Order, please. Councillor Kwemaid, when you were giving your speech, everybody was sitting down. So please take your seat. And Councillor Lawrence. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councillor. And be in order, please. Be in order. What are you rising on, Councillor Makhalen?
I'm rising on a point of order. Point
of order on what rule?
38.
What rule?
Section 38.
What does it say?
It says if a councillor wants to rise on a point of order or a point of information, where Michelle Tsoho, Speaker Ramunouta, and then Abulela or na point.
So you are on section 38.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, nothing I got Rekale Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Katawarno Barno, Ntatola wa actor. No, it's wrong. Ntatola Bulela need. It's not acting.
Thank you. Let's.
It's not acting. No.
Let's.
It's not
Thank
acting.
you.
Brabisa. Let's respect him. He's not acting.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor MMC Ramabudu, then Councillor Sibutsana. MMC Ramabudu, what are you standing on?
No, Malakirki Abulela Mus.
Thank you, Speaker. We are asking protection of our speakers on the floor, and they must not be disrupted. But the gentleman who just spoke is going to be in trouble because he's busy doing jokes in his language that is not understood by the majority there. And I've seen only certain people are laughing. The other ones are irritated because they don't understand what is he talking about. Okay, let's check. What is he saying, Grandy? Just tell us. What is the fellow saying?
Thank you very much.
But
MMC.
you are going to be expelled there.
Thank you so much, MMC. Councillor Sibutsana.
Thank you, Speaker. I also rise on a point of information, and thanks for MMC Ramabodi for assisting there. I think the gentleman who just spoke has just been emptied of bone marrow and has been filled with DA disinformation that he is bringing to this council. That poor man there is not acting, and in all due respect for our EM and DEM, shame, those two are not even talking to each other. But he must refill his bones with bone marrow because he's becoming flaky now and lying to this council. It's disrespectful.
Thank you. Thank you,
No,
Councillor. Please proceed. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Probably the executive mayor and the deputy executive mayor, Councillor Makhalen gets irritated when you are not saying anything. Yeah, so you better say something so that he's going to be fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Deputy Executive Mayor, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I normally, let me perhaps remind him, I normally speak when the TikTok fanatics are here. That's my preoccupation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Likoti, please continue.
Now, this report tells us the additional cost of 929 Rand 496 a month is comfortable, affordable within existing budget allocations. If that is true, Speaker, we ask, why did the city wait for a national directive instead of improving conditions for its EPWP workers proactively? And beyond the wage itself, what protective equipment, transport assistance, and injury cover do these workers receive? What is the actual pathway from an EPWP placement into permanent municipal employment? The EFF supports this report as a floor, honourable members, not a ceiling. We'll keep raising the bar on what this city owes the workers who clean our streets, maintain our parks, and keep this city functioning every single day without acting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is our last speaker, the MMC. Are you closing? Please press the button.
Thank you, Speaker. let me first take this opportunity to congratulate Bafana Bafana for winning against South Korea.
In fact, MMC, they deserve a proper round of applause, and we must all stand up to honor them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please proceed, MMC.
Speaker, their hard work, determination, and fighting
Order,
spirit-
please. Order. Order, councillors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. Their hard work, determination, and fighting spirit have made the nation proud. Thank you, Bafana Bafana, for representing South Africa with passion, unity, and excellence on the field. Your achievement is an inspiration to millions and the reminder of what can be accomplished through teamwork and dedication. Wishing you continued success in the matches ahead, the whole country stands behind you. Well done, Bafana Bafana. Speaker, the report is about asking Council to support the implementation of the revised wage rate for EPWP participants in the city of Tshwane. The EPWP remains a critical tool in our fight against poverty and unemployment, providing dignity through work and income to thousands of residents who will otherwise have no opportunity. This adjustment is not optional, it is necessary. The Minister of Employment and Labour increased the EPWP minimum wage to 16.62 Rand per hour, effective from 1 March 2026. The city must align its tariff with this determination to ensure the full compliance with national legislation. The increase moves daily from 126.64 to 132.96 Rand, and the monthly rate is from 2,659 Rand 44 to 2,792, Councillor Lehodi. This is not just a technical adjustment, it's about respecting the value of work and ensuring that those who keep our communities clean, active and functional are not left behind. This council has a responsibility to ensure that where government offers work opportunity, it does so fairly, lawfully and with dignity. Together we must ensure that no worker employed through the city programs is left behind. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you so much, MMC. As recommended? Thank you. Let's move to item 8, reference number 29628/1, Office of the City Manager, implementation of the Protection of Personal Information Act 2013, Act 4 of 2013, POPI Act. This report is on page 82 to 127. Recommendations are on 97. And on this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings, Speaker. Thank you very much. The City of Tshwane has a duty to ensure that prudent financial management, accountability, and transparency is adhered to at all times and is compliant with Section 14 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Obviously, this is in relation to the request to remove the Sorry, Speaker. I've got so much work here, so madam. Take your time. Yeah, no, Speaker, it's actually Councillor Chris who's supposed to read the POPI here. Councillor Chris.
Councillor
Chris Masia.
Oh, yeah. No, thanks, Chair.
I waive.
No. Thank you so much.
No, it's fine, Chris.
Let's move to
okay,
Councillor
let's take time.
Matabate from the Action SA. Wave. Let's move to Councillor Williams Moses.
Yeah, get up, Max.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it is amazing that we are only in this council on this date according a policy of great significance. But I'm not quite sure, is it due to the fact that this house here, all of us, we have come to work on a perceived notion that nothing personal, it's only politics. I am so glad that this is coming our way here, because some of our own actions as leaders here have caused people, institutions, and families backlashes. We as leaders need to be responsible of what we put out there and what we do share in our capacities as leaders, because sometimes leaders here can be very reckless by divulging information that is not supposed to be divulged at certain times, and then putting people's lives in danger. Us as leaders, we will need to do better moving forward. Us as leaders will need to be very conscious and aware of all of our actions and all of the decisions that we take here in council, because it does not remove the people affected by the things that we speak about sometimes. Let us please be responsible with the roles and the responsibilities of our duties bestowed on us as leaders of this council, because sometimes our actions can have a ripple effect that can destroy people's lives. So let us not be reckless and then go back and say it's nothing personal, it's only politics, because you are impacting and influencing people's lives. So for all of you there, don't come for us with that story, because we will make sure moving forward we will deal with you decisively. But it's Baizani. Either way. Thank you very much, Speaker. We support this. And if you didn't know, now you know.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor Mashabane from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the EFF supports the adoption of the Protection of Personal Information Act, compliance policy and standard operating procedure for reporting of security breaches or compromise of personal information within the city of Tshwane. The right to privacy is a constitutional right, and in the era where information has become one of the most valuable assets in society, municipalities have got a duty to ensure that the personal information of residents, employees, service providers and stakeholders is protected from misuse, unauthorized access and exploitation. The EFF believes that public institutions must be held to the highest standard of accountability when handling personal information. Residents entrust the city with sensitive information for purposes of accessing services, paying municipal accounts, applying for employment opportunities and engaging with government programs. That trust must never be violated through negligence, poor governance, or inadequate security measures. We therefore welcome this development of comprehensive POPIA compliance policy and the standard of operating procedure for the reporting security breaches. The establishment of government structures, staff awareness programs, security standards, clear reporting mechanism for data breaches is necessary steps towards ensuring legal compliance and protecting the rights of our people. However, the EFF wishes to emphasize that policies on paper are meaningless if they are not implemented effectively. The city must ensure that all officials from senior management to frontline employees receive continuous training on data protection responsibilities. Too often, municipalities adopt policies only for them to gather dust while poor compliance practices continue unchecked. We are particularly concerned about the incident where confidential information entrusted to municipal structures is disclosed outside authorized processes. The recent testimony of Mr. Rivers Peace, who serves as a Deputy Chief of Police responsible for asset protection and security services within the City of Tshwane, at the Madlanga Commission, where information relating to internal bid evaluation committee and bid adjudication commission processes and individuals was publicly disclosed, demonstrate the serious risk associated with improper handling of sensitive information. The EFF believes that occupying position of trust, particularly those entrusted with protection of municipal assets, security information, and sensitive records, have a greater obligation to uphold confidentiality, privacy rights, lawful information management, regardless of circumstances and
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, let's move to item 9, reference number 78832/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for April 2026, 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 128 to 131. Recommendations are on 131. On this item, I've got Councillor Sibutsana from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press it once, please. Press it. We are waving. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Williams Moses. Waving as recommended. Okay, Deputy Executive Mayor.
Sorry, Speaker. Normally, the other side complains and make remarks about the zero deviations. Can you afford them an opportunity?
Thank you very much. Let's move to item 10. Oh, we're still in idea as recommended. We did. Item 10, reference number 35205/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Centurion Umbrella Provident Fund, closure of funds and transfer of members to Tshwane Group scheme. This report is on page 132 to 144. Recommendations are on 138. I've got Councillor Palwana from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you. Councillor Mualusi.
Thank you, Speaker. I wave.
Thank you. Councillor Williams Moses. Thank you. Councillor Mashabane from the EFF. Thank you. As recommended. Let's move to item 11, reference number 53842/1, Group Human Capital Management Department request for approval of the City of Tshwane Consequence Management Policy. This report is on page 145 to 208. Recommendations are on 156. And on this item, I've got Councillor Sitole, RS Sitole from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I waive.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Aish Norji from DA. Press it again. Press it once, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believes in the principle of the enforcement of consequence management when and if required. However, we are not in agreement with the proposed policy to this report. It is interesting to note that Group Audit and Risk under paragraph 5.1, the Chief Operational Officer under paragraph 5.5, and the Office of Group Legal and Secretarial Services under paragraph 5.6 of the report also are raising serious concerns on the validity of the policy. Group Legal is stating on page 152 of the report as follows: the draft policy in its current form is non-compliant with the existing collective bargaining enforcements. Speaker, the composition of the Consequence Management Committee under paragraph 8 of the policy is questionable and will definitely benefit only the ruling party of the day. The schedule for offences and sanctions under paragraph 12 of the policy may definitely seriously prejudice the accused. The fact that the policy will only hereafter serve at local labour is a serious concern for the Democratic Alliance. In this regard, we reject specifically recommendation 2. Speaker, we cannot place the cart before the horse. The drafting of a policy does not entail the copying and pasting of existing law, codes, and agreements. No, it's a much more serious exercise. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believe that this policy, in its current format, will create loopholes for the accused and will furthermore result in even more litigation against the capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Jay Kutie from the Action SA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Welcome to Chief Maslango and his entourage, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and distinguished guests. I can clearly listen to the previous speaker that he doesn't know anything about the responsibility of strengthening accountability. But nevertheless, I rise in support of this report before Council seeking approval of the City of Tshwane Consequence Management Policy. Speaker, this policy is an important step towards strengthening accountability within the city administration. The report makes it clear that while various laws, regulations and disciplinary...
Councillor, just hold on. What are you raising on, Councillor Mokale?
Criticizing Councillor Norke that he doesn't. The man has a wealth of knowledge in terms of corporate.
What are you raising on, Councillor?
No, he won't give me an opportunity to ask a question.
No,
that is why
no.
I have to rebut his
Councillor
nonsense.
Makhaleng, what are you rising on? What are you rising on?
It's a point of information.
Yeah, so what is difficult on that?
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think he even make a 0% of what Councillor Norkie have. The gravitas and the understanding of Councillor Norkie. The years that he has served in this council and the policy that he has pushed for consequence management and also advancing the policy that advocates for disabled people. He knows nothing. That is why the people of Bronco Strait chased him out, because he doesn't know what he's speaking about.
Councillor Makhaleng, you don't give a speech. Thank you so much. Councillor Kutia, please continue. Just press once, Councillor, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I will clearly ignore that because he also doesn't even understand anything about it. But nevertheless, Speaker, the policy is an important step towards strengthening accountability within the city. The report makes it clear that while various laws, regulations and disciplinary process already exist, the city has not yet had a single policy framework under any of the previous administration that brings together the different aspects of consequence management in a coordinated manner. This policy seeks to address the gap. Clearly, listen. The policy provides a framework for dealing with matters such as financial misconduct, disciplinary processes, incapacity proceedings, and workplace-related misconduct. Speaker, this report further states that the policy seeks to promote prevention, deterrence, education, and awareness. There are all important elements of a well-functioning administration, which the previous administration doesn't understand. Where employees understand the rules, understand their responsibilities, and understand the consequences of misconduct, the city is better placed to maintain high standards of conduct and accountability. The report also highlights the need to reduce and eradicate instances of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. This is the matter that should concern every councillor in this chamber. Public funds must be managed responsible, and more misconduct occurs. There must be clear processes in place to deal with that. Water treatment plants and all those kind of things that happened in the past. Another positive aspect of the policy is that it provides guidance on offences and possible sanctions, while still recognizing that each case must be considered on its own merits and circumstances. This supports both consistency and fairness of application consequence management. Speaker, as the report indicates, other municipalities have already implemented similar measures to strengthen accountability and combat fraud, corruption, and other forms of misconduct. It is the
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know why they are making a noise and I didn't even start talking yet. Like really now.
Just hold on, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Goven.
Speaker, if you don't deal with those drunkards there, we are going to have a problem. More especially that man with an intellectual disability, with his brown jacket there. And those breasts are not fitting on that, on that jacket. You must deal with him.
Noted, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Just hold on. All the women, slower.
Just wait. Thank you, Speaker. I would ask that Councillor Ngoveni please withdraw body shaming of the councillor with the brown jacket, and as well for referring to councillors as drunkards. Otherwise, Speaker, I don't know if you brought a machine to do breathalyzers here, but I don't know of any councillor in this house who's a drunkard. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are you trying to tell me that commenting about what you are wearing, it's a brown jacket? What is that? You don't know when I'm now. No, I'm not defending. Councillor Fosu. Councillor Fosu. Councillor Fosu. Councillor Fosu. Councillor Fosu. Councillor Fosu. Ungonywa kakhulu uba uyakwazi uthetha. I'm not talking to you. Councillors, please be in order. Councillor, all the women.
Speaker, it was not about the brown jacket. It was what he said subsequent to that I refused to repeat with my own words.
I want you to get me correct. I'm not saying what he said is right, but I want it to be clear exactly what part of it that was offensive. I'm not saying I'm undermining what you are saying. I just want to get it clear before I can rule on it. Go ahead, Alderman.
Right. Speaker,
Just press it once, please.
Speaker, may I proceed?
Speaker, the councillor in question made reference to Councillor Machaling's chest, and which was unbecoming. And I don't think that we are sitting in a council chamber where we sit here and we undress our fellow colleagues and find it palatable. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Ratikwan, I'm coming to you, Councillor Muven. Can you wait? Can you wait? Can you wait? Are you a last born at home? Then stop making noise. Stop making noise. It's only a last born that keeps on making noise. Stop it. I'm not talking to you. I've been addressed. I'm not talking to you. I will make my ruling. I'm not going to be told by you when to do it. Thank you. Councillor Ratikwan, noted leadership.
Oh, no, thank you, Speaker. No, I think there is a misunderstanding. The councillor who was talking about the brown jacket, he was referring to Councillor Davy. Never said anything about Councillor Macaulay. So the matter is mute. No councillor was referred to by name. Someone said a councillor. So the only brown jacket we've seen is Councillor Davy's jacket. And there's also another brown jacket in front of me, the mayor. She's wearing also a brown jacket. Can we please move on, comrades? It's late. We are going to finish late here. We need to conclude today's business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ngoven, I want to be the last person to speak. Wait. You know, when I want to make a sober ruling up. Alderman Malulega, you raised your hand was up. I'm coming to you.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. I think for you to resolve the matter, you can listen to hindsight. But if you want me to explain what was said, I can assist the meeting. Then, Councillor Ngobeni says Councillor Makaling is wearing a brown jacket with a soft chest. Nothing is... He said the chest is soft.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Is it wrong?
Okay. Let's. Don't start shouting, Councillor Ace. Don't do that. Listen. Councillors, Alderman Malulega, please take your seat. Councillors, please take your seat. Councillor Ngoveni, your hand was up. I'm coming to you, Alderwoman. Councillor Ngoveni, what?
No.
Can we listen to Councillor Ngoveni? Can you repeat yourself?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. You know, it is very much irritating for those Venian Aitatis who believe that they've got the intellectual capacity, while we know that they are shallow and empty. I have referred to someone with brown jacket, and all of us here who have got breast. The one with a bigger breast, Speaker, he will figure himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very. Candyman, Councillor Ace and Councillor Fosi. Councillor Ace and Councillor Fosi, if you want to speak, you raise your hand. No, don't do that. Raise your hand. Why don't you learn from her? Alderwoman, councillors, can you do me a favor, Alderwoman? Right? Can you do me a favor? A councillor, Can you do me a favor? Tell me exactly what was said. Tell me exactly what was said. And councillors, I'm not going to pass this. You can howl if you want. No. Councillor Mashangu, keep quiet. Councillor Mashangu, keep quiet. Councillor, Alderwoman, Councillor Slow, it's you. What, Council, noted MMC, I gave him a podium. I gave him a podium, MMC. I'm not going to recognize you, whereas I recognize this one. I'm not going to recognize you. What's the point of order? Okay, just hold on. What is the point of order, please?
Thanks, Speaker. I'm on a point of order because you are dragging the matter, and I don't think it's got an aftertaste that we have to repeat the words. I think if you can't decide on the matter, you'd rather refer to it or consult on the matter, but to repeat the same words, I don't think it fits within the decorum of the House, because obviously someone feels that they are affected by what was said, even though it can be proven. But let's not derail the meeting to a point where we want the words to be repeated many times. I think let's rather refer the matter, Speaker, just so we can also be considerate.
Thank you so much. Then that will be the decision then. We will get back to you with it. We will, no. Let's then move on. We will look at it and I will come back to you, Alderwoman. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can I just ask that this matter be referred to Rules and Ethics for further investigation, so that we do not go the back and forth engagement on it?
No. Alderwoman, I said to you, I will look at it, then I'll get back to you. We are not going to refer anyone until Councillor Fosi. Thank you so much. Can we then move on to item? Okay, we've got Councillor Williams Moses. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, it is so amazing to have seen this whole scene now playing out. That it is women that must speak up for men, but I am used to that in my community, where women speak up.
Sorry, Councillor. Can you use your time on the item? Use your time on the...
Speaker, I was waiting for 10 minutes patiently.
I know.
For everybody to howl
Councillor,
while I was ready to speak.
I know you were waiting for 10 minutes. Use your time to the report that we are talking about.
I am worth it.
Leave the one that I'm going to look at to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So, all I'm going to say with what transpired now, that was our own goal. You should have just stopped while you were ahead. That's all I'm going to say. In terms of the consequence management policy, we are in the 21st century, and only now we are deeming it a matter of urgency to approve this. Why have it not been a priority in all of the administrations before now? That is the question. So let us please make sure that all of the relevant T's and C's that must be crossed, let it be crossed, so that we do not come back and repeat this exercise. We are one of the institutions that have a lot of nice policies on paper, but implementation face dololo. We must please work towards a process where we can develop proof of concepts, where we have data available to analytics, and that we have a way forward. Because everybody is now throwing stones at everybody. Meanwhile, all of us failed this municipality. with everything that transpired from the Maglanga Commission and everything else in the hallways and the byways here. So let us do better, please, all of us. Let us not just have policies on paper, let us implement it real time. And let us not just say that we will be having consequence actions, let us really do it in action for moving forward. Let us be a government of action. Less yada yada, more do. Let us stop talking. Time for talk is over. Time for action is now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ratukwan, EFF. Councillor Ratukwan, EFF. Wave. Thank you very much. As recommended. Okay, go ahead, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to remove the mishap that was put here to say legal department didn't approve this, didn't support this report. This report requests council approval of the City of Tshwane consequence management policy, which will provide a formal framework for dealing with financial misconduct, disciplinary matters, incapacity processes, harassment-related matters, and other forms of misconduct within the city's administration. The policy was developed because the city currently does not have any single policy framework that consolidates consequence management processes and accountability measures. The objective of this report is to strengthen accountability, improve ethical conduct, promote compliance with legislation, and assist in reducing instances of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Speaker, this policy intended to complement the existing legislation, collective agreement, disciplinary code, and municipal policies, rather than to replace it. And there was a consultation with the labor forums, and also we can see where the support of the financial department, group financial services, where they also support this, and also the legal services, they did approve this, because we are not replacing any collective agreement. Actually, we are strengthening it. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 12. Reference 1955/1. Group Property Department proposed list of option portion of the remainder of ERF 732, Claudius Township. This report is on page 209 to 231, recommendations on 225. And on this item, I've got Councillor Ramji from the Action SA.
Wave.
Are you waving? Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Jubet from VF Plus. Wave. Councillor Williams Moses. Wave. Councillor Mabukwana from the EFF. Wave. As recommended. Item 13, reference number 17594/1. Group Property Department request for a granting of servitude right of way over the Jorrison Street situated over the remainder of portion 298 of the farm Elansport number 357 JR to provide for the construction of the air pedestrian bridge. This report is on page 332 to 344, recommendations are on 246. On this item, I've got Councillor Mashamaite from the DA. Wave. Saluthanda ukuthetha. Uwave uvele ngapha. Fosi. Councillor Mashamaide, are you speaking or waving? Go ahead.
Am I audible? Oh, thank you. Speaker, before I start, can you please pause my time? Last, I asked you 2 times. I asked you, Honorable Speaker, to say, please change my name. I'm not Semi Mashamaite. I am Shimi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Can you please correct that with the Office of the Chief Whip? Please, it's either you send an email so that it can be corrected. It is not in my office. Please correct it with the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. But now I'll make sure that next meeting your name is corrected.
And my minutes, please, Speaker, so I can start. Thank you.
Yes, MMC. What are you raising on?
No, you must also change. There's a name there. I don't know. Andrew. There's a confusion of names there. Please, which one is yours, Chief? Because now there you are Andrew there. Now you are saying Semi. Which one?
Thank you so much. The name that is on him now is Semi.
And then that one?
That's what needs to be corrected.
Check, you see?
Then there is Andrew.
It should be this one.
Then you are Councillor Andrew at the same time. So thank you very much. So Councillor, please write an email to the Office of the Chief Whip so that it can be corrected. Please go ahead.
Okay, now already 2 minutes gone. Can you please restart my minutes?
Can you give the extra 2 minutes, please? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The DA supports the recommendation to grant the right-of-way servitude over Jorizon Street for the construction of the proposed pedestrian air bridge between Afrikaans Worsian Squall and Afrikaans War Macy Squall. At its core, this is about one thing: learners' safety. As a ward councillor, this is what I notice every day. Hundreds of learners move between these 2 schools across a busy road. The proposed bridge will significantly reduce the risk of pedestrian accidents and provide a safe, controlled crossing for learners, educators, and visitors. It is important to note that this proposal has received support from all relevant municipal departments. No department has raised an objection. Furthermore, the city retains ownership of the property. We are not disposing of municipal land. We are granting a limited right for a public benefit purpose. The city will also receive a compensation for the servitude while bearing no construction cost. The project will promote intergovernmental cooperation, support educational institutions, enhances road safety, creates employment opportunities, beautify the area, and add value to the community. Most importantly, it demonstrates that this council is willing to take practical steps to protect young people, especially as we are in the Youth Month. The DA supports the report and urge fellow councillors to vote in favor of the recommendation. Speaker, I look forward to accompanying the next executive mayor, Celias Brink. Yes, when construction commences, as we'll be laying the first brick. And again, when executive mayor Celias Brink cuts the ribbon upon completion of this important project. It is unfortunate that not everyone in this chamber will witness that moment. As some will be in Kgoshi Mampuru answering for their actions. Because Mayor Brink's first pledge is clear: fire corrupt officials and tenderpreneurs, and hire honest, hard-working professionals and put residents first. Speaker, we are serious about building a capable city. The DA is serious about
Thank you very much. Councillor Mabunda from the Action SA, your 3 minutes starts now.
I waive, Speaker. Waive, Speaker.
As recommended, item 14, reference number 22479/1, Group Property Department Amendment Report, proposed transfer of Aaron 255/256/2/R/4/5/6/7, 258/1/2/3/4/5/6/7, 303/1/2/R and 304/1/2/4/5/R, Pretoria to the Gauteng Partnership Fund, a subsidiary of the Gauteng Human Settlement Department for Mixed Use Development. This report is on page 345 to 417. Recommendations are on 354. And on this item, I've got Councillor Matlow from the Action SA. Waive. Councillor Williams Moses. Waive. As recommended. Item 15, reference number 39869/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department, requested to the Mayoral Committee for the approval of the Affordable Rental Housing Strategy. This report is on page 418 to 526. Recommendations are on 439. And on this one, I've got Councillor Kuputo from the ANC. Councillor Kuputo.
This strategy represents a critical step forward in addressing some of the most pressing housing challenges that confront the city of Tshwane. Speaker, over the past decade, Tshwane, like many other metropolitan municipalities worldwide, has experienced rapid population growth. This increase of newcomers, while a testament to the city's attractive and economic vitality, has placed pressure on our limited housing resource. We have witnessed the growth of informal settlement, particularly in external area, and alarming growth in informal backyard unit within well-located communities such as Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, and Oliven Woodbush. Indeed, the data is compiling backyard unit have grown faster from around 29,000 in 2001 to over 202,000 by 2022. Speaker, this growth underscores an urgent need for innovative, inclusive, and sustainable housing solutions that address not only the quantity but also the quality of living conditions for our residents. Speaker, as I conclude, the ANC affirms its full support for this strategy. It is well aligned with our goal of fostering inclusive urban growth, ensuring that all residents have access to decent affordability and sustainable housing. By adopting this strategy, we are not merely responsible to a housing crisis. We are actively shaping more equitable and resilient Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Florich from the Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Just last month, Council approved the small-scale rental accommodation policy and guidelines to help developers, residents and government address the growing demand for affordable housing close to economic opportunity. The rapid growth of informal settlements has pushed the urban edge of the city further outwards, perpetuating urban sprawl and social and economic exclusion. The number of backyard units in the city of Tshwane has increased 1,000 times, from approximately 29,000 in 2001 to 202,000 in 2022. Backyard dwellings are home to thousands of job seekers who are not catered for in the formal housing market. The mushrooming of unplanned backyard dwellings and informal settlements has resulted in overflowing sewer lines, empty reservoirs, and overloaded transformer units across the city. Our aged infrastructure is unable to cope with this unplanned and growing housing demand. The affordable rental housing strategy before us today is both a strategic document and implementation plan. Ours is not just talk, but action. Focus is placed on incentives for low-cost social housing, enhanced student accommodation, and affordable rental housing programs across the city. By streamlining and improving local government systems and processes, the affordable rental housing strategy will create a proactive and enabling environment for the delivery of affordable public and private rental housing at all scales in the city. This much-needed strategic document will assist the city in addressing the huge backlog in affordable housing close to economic opportunity, while preparing the capital city for the anticipated influx of 80% of the population to urban centres by 2050. Action SA welcomes this report.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councillor van Rensburg.
Speaker, the VF Plus supports the principle of affordable housing. But to support the principle is not the same as to support a strategy that is financially uncosted, infrastructure reckless, and procedurally incomplete. The report once again says no financial implication. The strategy proposes, amongst other things, 25,000 new low-cost rental units, 10,000 social units by 2035, 100,000 student housing units, but there's no financial implication. Amazing how these houses will be built. Speaker, this city needs at least 32.5 billion rand just to deal with the current existing 502 informal settlements. On infrastructure in this report, if the team
Just a second, Councillor Rosberg. Yes, Councillor Flourish, what are you standing on?
Strategy, it's not actually a building plan. I just wanted to inform the councillor that it is a strategy. It's not a building plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor van Rensburg.
Speaker, on the strategy...
Thank you.
On the strategy, the city's own Department of Water and Sanitation, if you mind to read the report, even is stating that every year this city is losing 1.7 billion rand on water wastage. The city is also having a demand on bulk water infrastructure that is already under severe strain. Transformers are bursting, sewers are overflowing, and backyard detensification has already pushed the population densities in areas like Mamelodi and Atteridgeville 5 times the designated capacity. Approving a strategy to double that densification without first fixing the infrastructure beneath is not housing delivery, it's a ticking time bomb. Even if you have a strategy, you still have to comply to MFMA. Go and read section 14. It clearly states that any proposed leasing cannot be done longer for 50 years. A high-level strategy approval today does not satisfy those requirements from MFMA. Speaker, the question is raised even by our own emergency services on this report that who will actually live in these houses? Will they actually be only for South African citizens? Because our residents need to be looked after first. The VF Plus calls on the administration...
Sorry, Councillor. Order, please. Councillors, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
The VF Plus calls on the administration to return the strategy with a full financial impact assessment with a budget and confirmed infrastructure capacity and look at the problems that water and sanitation did mention. We will not support a report without the cost and looking at the current problems in infrastructure. We vote against this report.
Thank you, Councillor Matebula from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you so much. Councillor Kosman, what are you raising your hand for? What are you standing on?
I'm rising, Speaker, in terms of Section 38 of the Rules and Orders, point of information.
Okay.
The report that we just discussed, it's a strategy. We want to double check if people are aware. It has nothing to do with physical property. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alderman Maluleka?
No, thanks, Speaker. Just briefly, on what Councillor Leno is raising, we still have a long way to go. But we must just accept the deficiencies because it's part of learning and understanding the difference between a strategy, a plan, and a policy. Because there's distinction between the three. And if you don't pay attention, you might think they're similar. You might think that if people are discussing a policy, already you must attach costs. But that is not the case. You don't need costs in terms of putting together a policy. And when you deal with a plan, you then start to look at the impact of finances and other resources related to implementation of that plan. Councillor Leno doesn't understand the distinction. What we need to do, you are cramming, you don't even read. You are cramming what MFMA says. MFMA says, speaks to the things that you are mentioning. I think you've crammed them and you've written them down. Every time you are repeating them like a parrot. What we don't need to do, what we need to do, Councillor Leno, is to understand that we have problems and we have different typologies that are offered by Department of Housing and Human Settlement. Those different typologies have different purposes. Many people come and congregate in the CBD because they're looking for economic opportunities. And those people can't afford to stay in the CBD because it's very expensive. It displaces the poor because of unaffordable rent. What you need to do is to then bring a reform that would speak to that gap that we are having. We want to bring people closer to where they are working. Therefore, we talk about densification, trans-orientated development. It means when we build, then MMC Mohale must then bring transport that is going to be affordable to take where we are densifying. Therefore, people must travel a distance of 800 and 1,000 meters to work. Those are part of the interventions that government must bring. Now, when you look at Oliven, for example, in Oliven, every second house, they have built backyard rooms. Those backyard rooms are built without building plans. Those double-story accommodations, they are not necessarily approved by council. Now,
please add time. Press it again. Assist operator, press it again.
press on.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you. Let me just end because our colleagues are tired. The issue here, Speaker, is that we must then look at how we deal with affordable rental. Different developments that you see across the city here, there are privately owned flats. Okay, let me just use that. Flats that are owned by private companies, some are not affordable because a single bedroom is 5,000 rand without paying utilities. Therefore, other people can't reach and afford. What you need to do is to bring SHRA and bring social housing. Therefore, people that are earning between 1,800 and 22,000, they can afford to live there. Then you then do affordable rental because of people want to stay in studios because of they come with their families. Of all these different typologies, our biggest mission is to achieve affordable rental for everybody. Now, we are bringing in the township version in terms of affordable rental. That if you go to Soshanguve next to TUT, many backyard dwellers are accommodating students and workers within university and hospitals. In Arangua, you'll still have the same. In Mamelodi, next to the court and next to police station, people want to rent. Therefore, council must then bring a policy that speaks to affordable rental. That's what we're doing. When we then implement, we'll then reflect on other things that, what will then be the cost of bringing building plans? What will then be the decision of council in terms of planning to respond to those that are building, without actually following what is required in terms of the land use management bylaw. We try to respond to already what is on the ground. These contradictions are already on the ground. Then Councillor Leno is very far from what the policy is trying and attempting to do. Affordable rental is a way to go in terms of addressing housing and backlog that we are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 16. Reference number 78339/1, Group Human Capital Management Department. Close out report on a special expanded public works program, qualified artisan pilot program. This report is on page 527 to 545. Recommendations are on 539. On this item, I've got Councillor Tsiane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Tsiane. Thank you. Councillor Kwenaide from the DA.
We love the speaker. Tatabaela ya EPWP, Qualified Artisan Pilot Program. Speaker, the DA caucus believes that opportunity, dignity, and skills development are among the most effective tools we have to uplift our communities. That is why we welcome the closeout report on the special EPWP Qualified Artisan Pilot Program. We would like to acknowledge that the work that has gone into the initiative, it demonstrates what is possible when the city uses its resources effectively, its policies, its infrastructure, and most importantly, its people. The value of this program is measured in artisans who strengthened municipal teams, improved service delivery, and brought their skills to communities that depend on the city to function. It is measured in the participants who gained experience, confidence, and in some cases, permanent employment. Those are the outcomes worth recognizing. The program has also shown that when we invest in people, we unlock potential. If we fully utilize structures such as the TLMA, align our policies, and continue creating pathways for skills development, we build more capable workforce, improve service delivery, and create meaningful opportunities for residents to participate in this economy. At the same time, we must be realistic. The city may not always have financial capacity to sustain programs of this scale on its own. This is why partnerships matter. We should strengthen our collaborations with institutions such as SETAs and other stakeholders who can help expand training opportunities and support artisans beyond short-term interventions. This also, e berekela le di-social worker, Speaker, re shota ka di-social work. And if we can expand these kind of programs to the social workers, then the indigent program will also be successful. The DA caucus, as a DA caucus, we support the initiatives that empower people to work, develop their skills, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. This program has laid a strong foundation and responsibility. Now is to build on that foundation wisely, sustainably, and in a manner that extends opportunity to even more residents across the city. Ke a o leboha, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mulausi. Mualusi, my apologies.
Thank you, Speaker, for pronouncing correctly. Moalusi. I waive on this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams Moses. Thank you so much. As recommended, let's move to item 17, part four from the Mayoral Committee, meeting 17 June 2026. Reference number 83756/1, Shared Services Department request to remove the item from the assets register through the process of write-off. This report is on page 4 to 51. Recommendations are on 13. On this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Who's speaking? Chris? Chris is not in the house. Thank you. Councillor Arma Busela from the DA. Wave. Councillor Pesco from the VF Plus. Wave. Councillor Mulausi from the EFF. Muloisane, I mean. Wave. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 18. What are you raising on, Councillor Mkhalin?
Shakers, please note the dissenting vote of the Democratic Alliance on item number 17. Thank you very much.
Noted. Item 18, reference number 39812/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, report on convening a technical steering committee in terms of Section 7E 4 of the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act of 2013. This report is on page 52 to 85. Recommendations are on 59. On this item, I've got Councillor Masina from the ANC. Press once.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm waiving.
Thank you. The next speaker, Councillor Notunono. Captain Abdal, you are waiving.
I'm waiving, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. As recommended. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 19. Reference number 96487/1, Group Human Capital Management Department request for approval to re-advertise the position of Business Unit Head, Energy and Electricity, and Business Unit Head, Water and Sanitation. This report is on page 86 to 96. Recommendations are on 90. And I've got Councillor Sekele from the ANC. Councillor Sekele. Okay, waiving. Councillor Fosi.
Waving. Speaker, let us stop sugarcoating the reality. Weak leadership is killing this city. It is an embarrassing fact that the top-tier South African professionals, especially in the engineering sector, refuse to step a foot in municipalities managed by the ANC. Even worse is expecting them to risk their professional reputation on the circus of the beginning micro parties. No serious expert is going to gamble their career on a fickle caucus for a few or 20 councillors who spend more of hopping between coalitions than doing their jobs. While we support widening the net through re-advertisement, we must call out the failure of this executive. Because of a sheer administrative sluggishness, they have failed to meet the strict requirements of the National Treasury. By failing to install these business heads for our trading service in this financial year, we have officially forfeited our funding for the upcoming 2026-2027 financial year. A reality check for the MMC of Finance. You need to rip up your budget speech and start over. The committed portion of funding you proudly posted from the National Treasury is now gone. It evaporated the moment your administration chose complacency more than compliance. These chronic and unnecessary delays are the ultimate proof that this department is completely leaderless and running on autopilot. There is zero momentum from this city to fast-track crucial trading reforms. The intentions behind these reforms are noble and are desperately needed by this city. But this administration utterly lacks the political will to execute them. To quote the famous adage, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And right now, the toxic culture of administrative laziness is devouring our city's future. As we speak, our non-compliance with National Treasury is locked in. The devastating financial consequences will hit us squarely in the face within the next months. Let's look at this department, especially utilities. The MMC is now switching off 4 street lights in 4 months like a monumental achievement. It's entirely consumed by the packs of blue lights. Even his own councillors have resorted to bashing him on social media, publicly calling out his nail-paced delivery of blatant incompetence. Come the 4th of November, we will secure a full mandate. We will approach these structural reforms with the ruthless urgency they demand, elevating this city to the benchmark of Western Cape municipalities and international standards. Until then, these one-seat deadweight parties need to step aside and excuse themselves from the adults in the room. The vacation is over, and after November, we're getting back to work. I rest, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matabate from the Action SA. Waive as recommended. Oh, okay. MMC. Bushielu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I think there is a false illusion from the people on the other side that they will be coming come the 4th of November. They will still be there on the opposition benches. So I just wanted to clarify 1 or 2 things.
Councillor Fosi, can the MMC respond? Thank you.
I want to clarify 1 or 2 things. As this administration, we have been following proper process. Unlike the DA, who have irregularly appointed even the city managers, or most of the Section 57, 56 officials were appointed without following a proper process, even they were not following criteria. So as this current administration, we are not going to do the same mistakes. That is why we are bringing this report here to make sure that we follow the criteria as entrusted or listed by the National Treasurer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fosi, thank you. Thank you, the Executive Mayor. Thank you, Alderman. The Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I think it's always important that while people can express opinions, we do have a responsibility to set the record straight here. There was no delay on the part of the city of Tshwane. We reported in this council, Speaker, that there was a deadlock between the National Treasury and COGTA in terms of the regulations that we were supposed to use. That process took a couple of months, Speaker, to a point where the regulations that we are using are amended regulations. So I don't want the serious councillors to leave these council chambers thinking that the fault is on our part. We did brief council that the delay was as a result of the regulations that we could not consolidate between what National Treasury has imposed for this position vis-à-vis the COGTA regulations that were not aligned to what National Treasury is imposing. So I just want to make sure that we put that on record, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. As recommended, let's move to item 20. Reference number 55798/1. Group Property Department Feedback Report, the proposal notarial list of the portion of the remainder of portion 2 of the farm Groenkloof 358 JR for mixed use development. This report is on page 92 to 337. Recommendations are on 1, 2, 3. On this item, I've got Councillor Wilkerson from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to oppose this report and to respectfully ask you to consider the letter sent to you from the GRA that this item be withdrawn from today's agenda. Not because development is wrong, but not because investment is unwelcome, but because public trust has been broken. The Vredendal property is not merely another municipal asset to be processed through a report and placed before council. As the Ward 59 councillor, I have objected to this unsolicited bid and the latest proposal from the outset. Residents and stakeholders have objected. Objections and petitions have been submitted with hundreds of community members opposing a development without due consideration. Please note the demand your office received from the Groenkloof Residents Association, and through this the possibility of legal action that has been raised. The GRA has formally requested that you, Honourable Speaker, withdraw this item from today's council agenda because of serious concerns regarding the integrity of the public participation process. The question before us is simple. If the public participation process was flawed, how can the decision that flows from it possibly enjoy public confidence? Public participation is not a box to be ticked. It is not an inconvenience to be endured. It is the very foundation upon which local government derives its legitimacy. When residents believe that their voices have not genuinely been heard, this municipal management and this government's political leadership does not simply risk making a poor decision. You break the trust that communities have placed in this institution. And Speaker, once that trust is broken, it cannot be repaired by saying the public participation process has been completed. A flawed process does not become legitimacy simply because it is approved by the majority of this council. Today, your coalition has a choice. You can press ahead and tell residents that their participation was little more than a procedural exercise, or you can demonstrate that this council is prepared to pause, listen, and correct a process that has lost the confidence of the very people we represent. Speaker, I respectfully urge you to withdraw this item, and Speaker, let it be clearly recorded that the DA opposes this proposal in its current state, not because we oppose progress, but because we believe progress without public trust is not progress at all. Decisions affecting the community must be transparent,
accountable, and made in the best interests of the residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me, before I can call the next speaker, to say, Councillor Wilkinson, I received the communication and I've responded. A report that is not of the speaker, I'm not allowed to withdraw it. The law does not allow me. That communication must be sent to the executive mayor. He is the one that withdraws the report from the executive. From the legislature, the chair of chairs is the one that withdraws the reports. The only report that I can withdraw is the one that comes from me. I can't withdraw the executive reports, but I have responded on the communication that was made. I just wanted to make that clear, and let's not get into the dialogue because we still have speakers on this one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, you can.
Did you hear that point?
That, no, I get it. Even if the report goes to the public participation, and my office is responsible for that, but the report is not my report. It's not coming from me. So it is only the executive mayor that can withdraw the report. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move to Councillor S. Mapiti from the Action SA. Please don't be quiet, press it. Or someone must say something. Yeah, that's not difficult. The next speaker is Councillor Speng from the VF. VW. Councillor Speng, please go ahead. Thank you. Councillor Williams Moses. Oh, okay. Say it again. Who's waving? Because I call Councillor Speng, and someone said wave. That is why you mustn't speak if I didn't call your name. Just keep quiet so that she should be the one that says I'm waving. Go ahead, ma'am. Say it again, ma'am.
No, it's on now, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Groenkloof, Ward 59, feel completely ignored by the City of Tshwane. During the public participation process for the proposed notarial lease and development of the remainder of portion 2 of the farm Groenkloof 358JR, not a single resident supported the plan. Groenkloof residents' opposition to this proposed project was unanimous. Hundreds of detailed written objections were submitted, yet the City of Tshwane appears determined to push ahead regardless. The proposed mixed-use high-rise development includes approximately 1,800 residential units and additional shops. In this council report, the city justified this by claiming a decline in retail shops. Groenkloof residents rejects this reasoning outright. It is flimsy and not simply true. Groenkloof Plaza is a thriving hub, home to popular and successful businesses such as the upmarket Modern Tailors Indian Restaurant, Motherland, Doppio Zero, and a busy spa and Postnet and more. These establishments prove that the Groenkloof area is vibrant and not declining. What makes this even more unacceptable is the total silence from the city. Despite strong participation and their detailed objections, they have received zero feedback or communication since the consultation process ended. public participation has become nothing more than a box-ticking exercise. The residents of Groenkloof feel completely ignored. Public participation must be meaningful, not a box-ticking exercise. VF Plus therefore call on the City of Tshwane to urgently engage with the community, provide proper feedback, and reconsider this proposal. Ratepayers deserve respect and a genuine voice in decisions that will dramatically change the character of the Groenkloof suburb. VF Plus remains committed to ensuring that the residents' voices are heard and that their rights as residents are protected. Groenkloof residents will not be ignored. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Khadima from the EFF. Wave. Before we go for recommendations, I want to put this to the meeting. Any report that is executive report, please direct the communication of the withdrawal to the executive mayor. Any report that has legislative reports, if you want a withdrawal of the report, direct your communication to the chair of chairs. Any report that is from the committee, direct the communication of withdrawal to the chair of chairs and the chairperson of that committee. I, as a speaker, there is no part of law that allows me to withdraw the reports that are coming from the committees that I've just mentioned. Thank you so much. Then, as recommended, let's, yes, leader of the executive. Oh, Councillor Anduboni, okay, Councillor Mnama, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. We just want to put it clear that this report seeks approval for the proposed notarial lease of a portion of remainder of portion 2 from Groenkloof for mixed-use development. So the report, it provides the feedback in terms of the public participation that took place. The public participation did happen, and there were numerous comments and objections relating to the proposed mix under development were received and recorded for consideration. But however, we need to state that there was no objection that were received in response to Section 116 notice issued in terms of the MFMA regarding the proposed amendment of the existing lease agreement. So the report proposed the amendment of the existing lease with Pretoria Frank Grenning by reducing the lease area from approximately 2.9699 hectares to 5.442 square meters, thereby making approximately 24220 hectares available for mixed-use development. The proposed development site has market value of approximately 32.7 million, while the amendment Pretoria Verklening lease area has a market value of 8.7 million. So the proposed rental are approximately 136,250 per month for the development portion and 32,300 per month for the Pretoria Verklening portion, with annual escalation of 7% effective from the 1st of April. So, and we need to know that also the legal and the finance department have approved this, they have supported this report, Speaker. So this report is, as much as there were some objection, but they are not related to the MFMA. So we will request that the council approve this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are you raising your hand? Okay. Okay, as recommended? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So there is a no and yes. Let's then divide the house. Those who are against, I started the process of voting. Can we allow that process? Can we allow the process? Then I'll call you after that. Oh, okay. Please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. Yes, Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the VF Plus, please would like the caucus, please would like to have a 10-minute caucus, please.
Can you say it again and a bit up, a bit louder?
Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus caucus would like to request a 15-minute caucus, please.
We,
just before the vote, if we can, please.
Thank you very much. What we must learn is that once we start the process of voting, we don't disturb that process. We don't disturb the process, because I said those who are against, you raise your hand together with people who are against, whereas you want a caucus. You should have not allowed me to get to that. Okay, 15 minutes caucus. Deputy Chief Whip. Deputy Chief Whip. Deputy Chief Whip. Please approach when you are done there.
Run, Deputy Chief Whip. We are calling you, run.
Ring the bell, please. Can we please all take our seats? Please take your seats so that we can continue with the meeting. Councillors, please take your seats. Councillor Makhaleni, please. Councillors. Thank you. The Chief Whip of the VF Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we had a discussion with Councillor Alderman Maluleka, and he will just say something, but first, before you can first say something, and then Councillor Meyer will just follow him up, please.
No, thanks, Speaker. We had a discussion with the caucus of VF Plus with regard to their discomfort about the report. One is that if public members are writing their comments to the Speaker's office, we need to give responses back to those that they've written to us. And that element, it looks like it's missing, which we need to address. Number two is that post adopting this report, we must go and engage the community so that we can explain how the development is going to take shape, because there's still a community that was participating within that land parcel. We are retaining those features, but we are bringing modernization that would bring revenue to the city. We are committing that we'll go and have that meeting with that community so that we address them. MMC Monama would lead all of us in engaging that community. Thank you.
Councillor May.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to add on, the community which was participated with, they're not totally against any development, but I think there was a misconception during the public participation meeting that was held that there was something presented to them about a development that's going to take place. Whilst the whole public participation wasn't about the development taking place, but the principle of leasing the land for development. And that's why we've asked and we've agreed with Alderman Maluleka that we will have a follow-up meeting just with the community to make sure and to tell them, listen, whatever was presented during that public participation meeting was something like 1,800 dwelling units or whatever are going to be built, that's not the case, just to satisfy them as well. Alderman Maluleka, I think you agree with me on that. So, based on that, we are happy with the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just want to get it clear. Leader of the Executive, you are saying we slide this report and we bring it next time, or what do we do? Give us a direction. We slide it for next meeting, or what do we do? It seems the consultation, it has to be done before the council take a decision. So guide me on that one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, then my understanding was that we then deal with the report and we then go to the community and engage it. Then we approve the report and we go and satisfy that which is not addressed in the engagement with the community.
Okay, thank you very much. As before I allow the caucus, there was a request for a division of the House, or are we still there, or we agree on the arrangement that the leader of the executive and the VF Plus have done, or you are still have a view that we must vote on the item? Yes, as Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip of the DA.
Speaker, we are still of the view that we need to vote on the item. We still of the view that we want to vote on the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As I did earlier on, those who are against the recommendations. Guys. Okay, please lower your hands. Those who are for the recommendations. Please lower your hands. Thank you. Any abstentions? Please lower your hands. Thank you. Lower your hands, Deputy Mayor, Leader of the Executive, your hand down. Any abstentions? There is none. DM, can I finish this part of voting? Those who are for the report or the recommendations is 118. Those who are against, 61. Abstain, none. As recommended. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier on, I saw a lost Sangoma saying Bring will come. Now, I'm seeing the birth of a new something after the 4th of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next. Thank you. Let's move to the next item, which is item 21, reference number 17426/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supplementary Adjustment Budget 2025-2026. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. We humbly request 15 minutes caucus.
15 minutes granted. We are in a caucus. We will get a feedback because the caucus was no. The caucus was the caucus was asked in the meeting, so they will give us a feedback. I don't ask people what caucus. I give caucus when people are requesting caucus. No, we will get the feedback. Rest assured. Yeah. Nomketi. Please ring the bell. ring the bell for the last time. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we settle down? Can we settle down, please? Councillors, please settle down. Take your seats. Take your seats so that we proceed with the meeting. Yeah, just. Councillors, please take your seats so that we can proceed. We don't want to leave at night here. We don't want to leave at midnight. Washiwana nayo. So indlela obuyiqale ngayo noba ungahamba ngo-5 ekuseni, you don't mind, you are safe. Okay. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we then start our meeting? Not to Nunu. Thank you so much. Let me then get the feedback of the caucus.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker, for accommodating our request. We, in the interest of time, we want to pack this item because we have not done with the engagements. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then we park item 21. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to check with the other side if they have the numbers so that we can move with this item, or are they just parking it while they wait for members?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. We are parking the report. We'll be coming back to it. Let's do item 22. Reference number 07149/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department, request for Housing Company Tshwane to source external funding for the development of capital projects on property owned and managed by the entity Housing Company Tshwane. This report is on page 351 to 449. Recommendations are on 362. And on this item, I've got Councillor Malope from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. Councillor Nhlapo from the DA.
Speaker, the DA supports the principle of what Housing Company is trying to do. We support social housing, we support the unlocking of dormant land, we support getting people into decent, affordable homes. This is what our communities in Chantel, Timberlands, and the inner city have been waiting for. Some have been waiting for years. But support for a principle is not a blank check, and council must not treat it as one. What is actually being asked here is permission for Housing Company of Tshwane to raise 1.4 billion in external debt. And who stands guarantor for that debt? The city of Tshwane, which means ultimately it's the ratepayers of the city. The DA believes that when you borrow on behalf of residents, you owe them a complete picture, and that is precisely what is missing here. The city's own CFO flagged it by saying there is no multi-year business plan that is attached. According to Section 87, subsection 5, subsection D4 of the MFMA, it requires it, and it's not optional. It's the law, and without it, council cannot properly assess housing companies' ability to service 1.4 billion in debt. A transactional advisor hasn't even been appointed yet, and yet we are asked to approve borrowing today. The DA also notes projects like Chantel, which have been on the books for years, with 82 shell units sitting idle and rezoning still in progress. We are asked to unlock 680 million for a project that is, by the report's own admission, currently halted. These are exactly the stalled capital projects that we have raised in Section 79 committee after committee. Speaker, the DA is not here to block housing delivery. We are here to protect residents from fiscal risk that has not been properly disclosed or mitigated. We therefore support in principle approval, and on the condition that 1, the full multi-year business plan is submitted before debt is signed, that the transactional advisor's due diligence report is completed and tabled, that the final funding agreement returns to MACO and Council for sign-off, and finally, that the capital expenditure is formally incorporated into the IDP and MTREF. Speaker, building homes is not enough if we build debt that we cannot repay. The DA will always stand for housing and for financial integrity that makes it sustainable. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Hosman.
Wave.
You are waving, thank you. Councillor Williams Moses. Wave. Councillor Munchusi. Wave. As recommended. Okay, leader of the executive.
Yeah, we are happy that the DA concedes that they didn't do things right. Therefore, we are working together in correcting issues of social housing and the backlog. The former MMC of Transport, who struggled with licensing, is a problem. Even the roads. Yeah. Then I'm happy, Councillor Nhlapo, in terms of what needs to happen, responsibilities of the entity, the responsibility of the principal municipality. Those things will be fulfilled. We will not borrow recklessly. All the projects are outlined in terms of what is required or needed in terms of financial resources. Therefore, we'll from time to time come here to council to get support. But otherwise, before we didn't have that mandate. We're requesting that mandate to go into the debt market. But we'll borrow, what is reasonable and what is going to profit and benefit the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor van Rensburg.
My name was on the speakers list, but for some reason you didn't get it like that. We are definitely voting against this report.
Wait, Councillor. I've set a precedence here that if you are not in this list, you don't speak. So your name is not on the list that I have. So you are not going to speak on this item. Thank you. I set that precedence. If I did to other people, then I can do it to you as well. So I'm not going to allow you to speak. All right?
Speaker, on a point of information, we are voting against this report.
All right. As recommended? Okay. You want to vote? Okay. Let's divide it in the house. Those who are against the recommendations. It seems you don't know what you are against on. Those who are against the recommendations.
Speaker,
Yes.
can you please give us clarity? Are we voting for the report or are we voting for the recommendations? Because we are voting against the report of borrowing
we are-
1.4 billion rand.
You are voting against the report.
Yes.
That's
we are
what.
voting-
That's your stance. So
Yes.
I'm saying those who are against the report.
Thank you.
Kakisane, are your hands coming up or in the middle? Okay, all right. Thank you, VF+. Can you lower your hands? Can I ask this? You indicated to us that you are dissenting your vote, you are voting against the report. Then again, you want us to vote on a report that you are voting against again. You want us to do that. Okay, raise your hands properly then. Let's see them up so that you can count you. Those who are against the report. All right. The last question is that, are you sticking on voting against the report? We can't have you saying that at the same time you want us to vote on a report. Which one are you doing? You are voting against the report, so you didn't send your vote. You are voting. Come on, Ima Council, I'm coming to you. So you are voting against the report. Okay. No, I want to be clear. Okay, we are in a process of voting. So, against the report. Okay, lower your hands. For the report. For the report. Please lower your hands. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Okay. In ngesixhosa nje simhlophe xa kuthiwa uabstainile lo ungazaziyo noba uyayifuna okanye akayifuni uphakathi nendawo. Those who abstain, the reason why in this issue some of you are raising and Papinde Babuye, where are you? Are you abstaining? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. What are you raising on, Alderwoman, I mean?
Thank you, Speaker. We would like to register the dissenting vote of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Those who are for the report, it's 106. and against is 16. As recommended. Item 23, reference number 32479/1, Group Financial Services Department request for approval to record unclaimed money or deposits as revenue in terms of the approved unclaimed deposit policy. This report is on page 450 to 948. The recommendations are on 453. And on this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I waive.
Thank you so much. I've got P. Miller. Councillor Miller from the DA. Okay, Councillor Alderman Sutton.
Thank you, Speaker. At the outset, it's important to acknowledge that Council approved the relevant policy in May 2025 and that the accounting treatment proposed in this report seek to align with the policy that was approved. But the DA warned then, during that approval, that whilst the accounting treatment may be technically permissible, we must not allow an accounting entry to distract us from the underlying governance and administrative concerns that have given rise to the situation. Accounting policies can only function effectively if they are supported by a properly functioning administrative and accounting system. The policy itself acknowledges that unallocated deposits arise because payments cannot be linked to customers or accounts, and the incorrect capturing of data contributes to the problem. The real question before Council is therefore not merely whether these amounts can be recognized as revenue, but why the city continues to accumulate such substantial balances of unidentified deposits in the first place. Secondly, we must recognize that deposit money is not ring-fenced. Once money is deposited into the city's bank accounts, it becomes part of the city's overall cash flow and liquidity management processes. The funds are utilized in a broader municipal cash environment and are not held separate for the benefit of the individual depositor. And this means that residents who have made payments that cannot be allocated effectively lose visibility over their funds while the municipality continues to utilize the cash. And thirdly, it is a practical concern regarding residents' ability to recover these deposits. Some of these deposits might even now form part of the seized estates, and this is not allocated or picked up by the current accounting system. And the report assumes that customers have not claimed these amounts within a 3-year period, and therefore the municipality may regard them as unclaimed. Yet, many residents struggle to navigate municipal administrative processes, even when they possess of proof of payment. The policy requires consumers to complete prescribed forms and provide documentary proof before claims can be processed. Many a times emails sent, no response. Unfortunately, many residents experience the significant challenges of obtaining assistance, securing responses, or receiving proper allocation of payments through existing municipal channels. If the system that initially failed to allocate the payment correctly remains dysfunctional, it becomes increasingly difficult for residents to follow a proper process to recover the money. Good governance requires more than compliant accounting entries. It requires a system that works, records that are accurate, and an administrative process that...
Thank you very much. Councillor Moloisani from the EFF.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, we'll move to item 24, reference number 88010/1, Group Financial Services Department. Request for approval for the de-recognition of the unclaimed credit balances relating to the inactive debtors. This report is on page 949 to 955. Recommendations are on 955. On this item, I've got Councillor Luele. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Who will take it?
Are you waving? Eh? Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Jackie Ace. Are you speaking? Just hold on, Councillor Ace. Are you speaking, Councillor?
This is the item of the Okay, Speaker, Councillor Lewele left this space for me to summarize everything. Speaker, actually, with that 3 minutes, which will be located on behalf of Lewele, I'll just put this as a position of the African National Congress. The recognition of unclaimed credit balances relating to inactive debtors dating as far as back as 2009 up to 31 March 2026 in accordance with the city's credit control and debt collection policy. The Prescription Act and the GRAP 104 revised 2019 is a vital intervention for the financial health and the municipal and strengthening the city's financial integrity through transparency and accountability. Speaker, keeping these long-standing inactive balances is an operational hurdle for the city and distorts the true financial position of our municipality within the eyes of our residents and national treasury and complicates compliance with the MFMA, thus obscuring our path to a clean audit with the Auditor General. Most of Speaker, by doing such, we are not writing off the revenue to be collected, but rather focusing on effective revenue management and billing accuracy, ultimately aligning our financial statements with GRAP standards. Speaker, not only will the City of Tshwane operate on a cleaner, realistic, and accurate financial standing, but demonstrate that the city is well administered, strict on compliance, and allow the city to focus on active debt collection. In conclusion, on the unclaimed credit balances that have aged for a period of 3 years or more, in line with the applicable accounting standards, Speaker, the African National Congress supports the recognition of unclaimed credit balance to the value of 739,900,000. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's then go to item 25. My apologies. My apologies. Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The attempt of this administration to make the finances of the city look good is now reaching the absurd. Apart from the Rooiwel 5, which that current administration is still trying to hunt the city manager down for, the city's biggest success in curbing corruption was in the move-in, move-out accounts department under Peter Sutton when he was MMC of Finance. Subsequently, when I became MMC of Finance, we commissioned a forensic investigation into all of these inactive accounts. Now, it shows that the real mayor, Bonza Modise, he's underling the elected mayor, Nasipi Moya, and the leader of executive business, who is the proxy protective mayor, does not...
Just a second. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I just want to clarify, it's Dr. Nasipi Moya, PhD.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Executive Mayor. Councillor Ace, please continue.
Underling Dr. Nasipi Moya, who reports to MMC Deputy Executive Mayor Big Boss Bonzo Modise. In any case, Speaker, you see that this council have to ensure that when we acknowledge something as revenue, that it is actually revenue. And by acknowledging this list of unaudited inactive accounts, we are acknowledging fraudulent transactions that are not real money, not real credit into our revenue. And I am putting a warning to this administration that this, what they are doing here, is the next irregular material finding that will come from the Auditor General. This is a mistake. It is not based on reality. It is based on a fraudulent revenue book, and it is going to lead to the next finding of this municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Kosmani from the Action SA.
No, I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Notonon.
I waive, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. As recommended. Okay, there is a no, and there is a executive mayor, deputy executive mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think that owning short of a water gun won't help here. The action that we are taking is governed by the law, and perhaps we are lost and we don't understand the law of this country, which is Prescription Act 68 of 1969. It clearly stipulates how to deal with unclaimed credit balances. It's not rocket science, but if you don't know, you don't know.
Now you know.
And where we are, there's no way you can fraudulently access an account of a customer while you are doing this system. The system that is run this city finances since we came in detects whether it's 3 months or 6 months. And now we have realized that even beyond 2009, but however, because of we are talking about the history of me being MMC and you didn't notice this, this is not a cleaning exercise. And our speaker from the African National Congress, who have astute understanding of finances, spoke about GRAP standards, which is a story to some years. So we are in line with the law, and we are doing this exercise to ensure that the city's books align and are in compliant with the National Treasury, not Musoko bonds. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Is. What are you standing on?
Speaker, a point of information. GRAP standards only apply if processes are actually followed, as said by Councillor Sutton in his speech. And this administration is prancing around with the people that was arrested due to the fraud that MMC Modise says now cannot happen. They are prancing around claiming that success of the arrest, and now they have no idea about it. There is fraud in inactive accounts. These are not real balances. These are fraudulent balances, and this will lead to a material irregularity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kosman.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising in terms of Section 38 of the Rules and Orders, point of information. This is not a dialogue. Please maintain the House. It cannot be that the two people are talking to each other and the other one, even after they had their turn to speak, they still come back again. It's a
Thank
little
you.
late now. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As recommended. Okay, no and yes. Let's divide. Let's divide. We are going to do this. Sit as well, right? Sit as well. Let's divide the House. Those who are against this report, please lower your hands. Those who are for the report. Those who are for the report. Emnyango mzalwane wami. Please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. Okay. Any abstainers? Okay. Those who are against the report, there are 73. And those who are for the report, there are 107. As recommended. Okay, let's move to item 25. Office of the Chief Operation Officer Department, request for the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality to enter into engagement principles and conditions of budget facilities for infrastructure, program and project with Infrastructure Finance and Implementation Support Agency, formerly known as Infrastructure Fund. This report is on page 3 to page 139. Recommendations are on 13. And then this... Yes, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance would like to call for an hour caucus, please.
Okay. Let's hold on. You know, if I remember correctly, Alderwoman, we agreed that we do away on this hours caucus. We can We said we can give you 30 minutes, not an hour caucus. So an hour, I'm not granting you an hour. Say it again. You can give me contest, but it's not going to change my mind. Yeah, press it.
And also code section 6 more. It doesn't allow those things.
Speaker, the reason I'm asking for an hour is that there are a lot of items that were loaded late, and we're going to discuss them. So we're not asking. Nine. We're not asking. We're not asking for a caucus to discuss one item. We want to discuss all those items. Otherwise, Speaker, we're more than happy to go and call 30 minutes caucus on every single item. Come back, go call another one. So, Speaker, we're just trying to make life easy for the House so that we can go and discuss as a caucus and come back with a way forward.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. I heard you. MMC?
No, Speaker, I think we can all use that opportunity through you to also go and work all these reports, but in agreement that when we come back, we are going to avoid less caucuses so that we have progress and finish the order of the day. So, I'm in support.
Today is going to rain emnyangweni ka force for MMC Ramabudu abe in support of you. Okay, let's agree on this then. We grant this 1 hour for everyone. That when we come back, we continue with the work. We grant this 1 hour is granted for all of you. So the hour is granted for all of you. What time is it? You come back at 7:30. 7:30, you are back. Ring the bell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Councillors. Alderwoman Silowa. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Okay. Councillors. Hlalani phansi ke ngoku. Please take your seats. Thank you. Councillor Makhaleng. Thank you so much, councillors. Thank you so much, councillors. Councillors, take your seats. Please take your seats, councillors. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alderwoman Silowa. Please take your seats. Secretariat, please check if we form a quorum to continue. Yeah? How? So, Baboni. Okay. Thank you very much. Alderwoman Silowa. Thank you, councillors. Please take your seats. We are starting the meeting now. And please be in order. Deputy Executive Mayor. Thank you so much. Councillor Ratikwane. Thank you. Alderwoman Slow.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the House for granting us the permission to actually have our caucus. We have discussed the 9 items that we had contentious issues about, and we are ready to proceed as a caucus with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kunomuntu olahlekile izikhiya zila kumina. Ungasoli mina ukuthi mina nginama light wena ulahla imoto eparking. So uma ulahlekile lezi zikhiya nasi. Thank you very much. We were on item 25, which is on item 25. We had only one speaker before we went for a caucus, and I like to go back to that so that we can finalize it. Office of the Chief Operation Officer Department, request for the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality to enter into engagement principles and conditions of budget facility for infrastructure, program and project with Infrastructure, Finance and Implementation Support Agency, formerly known as Infrastructure Fund. This report is on page 3 to page 139. Recommendations are on 13. And on this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Okay, Alderman Maluleka.
No, thanks, Speaker. On the body of the report, there's information that it's missing, that we want it be inserted, so that we have a complete report. Then I'll request if you grant us permission just to indicate which parts. The correct report will be loaded. I've indicated to the Secretariat which parts. It will be shared with them so that we can understand. I spoke to the leaders of the opposition. But 4.2 is missing in the report because from 4.1 it moves to 4.3. Then 4.1 it talks about contractual relationship. It's detailed in terms of what is there. But if you want me to read, I can read that, Speaker. And there's 4.3.1 that is also elaborate in terms of funds flow and use of funds. Therefore, the correct version will be with the Speaker's office so that we can capture it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it means we proceed with the report now. Okay, thank you. Councillor Buikanyu.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you so much. As recommended. If we remember, there was a report which is item 21, which is we put it a bay or we parked it. Now we can go back to it. And the reference number 17426/1, Group Financial Services Department Supplementary Adjustment Budget 2025-2026. This report is on page 338 to 350, recommendations are on 347. And then on this item, I've got Alderman Malulega from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
No.
Item 21.
No, thanks, Speaker. We had requested that we look. Are we now debating, or you are now tabling it for debate, or?
Yes.
Okay. No, thanks, Speaker. Then on the main adjustment budget, Speaker, there were issues with regard to the transport department. There was a grant that comes from national, the public, what do you call it, PNTG. A grant that goes to the Department of Transport, and there was a commitment that we were going to receive about 600 million plus for rollout of BRT projects. Unfortunately, when because that money comes in tranches, Speaker, allocated to the department in terms of performance. Once you are done with a particular segment of the project, you then give report. You get the second tranche that comes until you get what is appropriated by Parliament and National Treasury. Unfortunately, there was a decision to have a cut of 225 million rand from that grant, from the 600 million. And we waited. The department led by MMC Mohale made inquiries so that when they do planning with a solid 600 million. But there was no gazette to bring the other difference that was supposed to come. Therefore, when we close our books, we need to have a balance in terms of what came into the coffers of the city. And what didn't come, it is the communication that comes from the National Treasury is annexed to the report so that we can have clarity of what transpired. Therefore, we want to come to council and request a supplementary adjustment budget so that we have what was communicated initially and what are the current events. Therefore, those are the changes that we're making in the supplementary budget. When we are audited, we don't want to have a misalignment of what transpired and what people are expecting that should have been in our coffers. Therefore, those are the changes that we're making with the supplementary budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Tilare. Councillor Tilare from the DA.
Speaker, Councillor Jackie Ace will speak on this report.
Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll allow a second just for the other side of the room to get whatever they're doing out of their system today. Okay, I hope it's done. Speaker, this report is asking of us to approve and allocate an additional 225 million. Now, while I understand that it is grant funding and I understand the balancing of the books, what I do have a concern is that we do not have clarity as to how this money will be spent with a week to go. And since we are not going to be able to spend it with a week to go, how are we going to apply, or do we qualify for a rollover? Worse yet, what is the bigger concern is that the department might have spent this money already and we are just rubber stamping it. Speaker, the municipality and the mayor had the opportunity to bring various things into this adjustments budget. However, we saw her rather using MACO to move funds around in capital projects, as we see in annexures, which shows a complete disrespect and disregard for this council, for the decisions made by this council, and for the policy guidance of this council. The mayor further had the opportunity to use this budget to give credibility to the 2025-26 MTREF, where at the 15th of June, the city had an under-collection on the funding plan of 3 billion. Therefore, there is an issue with the MTREF. The MTREF is not funded. There is under-collection of 3 billion. And this was an opportunity to stand clear with the residents of Tshwane and bring clarity. This DA initially did not support the budget of the 600 million grant and how it was allocated to be spent. We will not support it now, and this was an opportunity squandered by the mayor to be honest with the residents of Tshwane and do the right thing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mutiba from the Action SA.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of Action SA to address this supplementary adjustment budget. Speaker, this adjustment budget is clear and straightforward. It seeks to align to our grant adjustment with provisions of Appropriation Act. This is a necessary technical adjustment to ensure our budgeting remains compliant with national legislation and directives. Speaker, it is, however, disappointing that some leaders in this council, particularly from the DA, Jackie Ace, have chosen to spread misinformation instead of engaging with facts. When these leaders are enjoying their Jacob's coffee and lemon cream biscuits, they apparently prefer street gossip over reading official documents.
Just hold on, Councillor. Councillor Ace. Councillor Sbutan. Councillor Ace.
Speaker, just on a point of clarity, I don't drink Jacobs. If you want to insult me, get your facts right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Speaker.
Go ahead, Councillor Mutiba.
Thanks very much, Speaker. When these leaders are enjoying their Jacob's coffee and lemon cream biscuits, they apparently prefer street gossip over reading official documents and understanding the actual content of this adjustment. It is regrettable that these leaders who claim to be serious about governance do not arm themselves with knowledge and facts, but instead resort to distortion. Speaker, let us be clear with facts on record for the benefit of this House. In November 2025, the National Department of Transport informed municipalities of potential reduction in certain allocation pending a broader review by National Treasury. In response to this national directive, the City of Tshwane took responsible precautionary measures to align the instruction from higher spheres of government. Honorable Speaker, this adjustment primarily affects a specific expenditure in the line item of the roads and transport. In direct response, importantly, our capital expenditure program remains unaffected. This budget is not a policy shift or reduction in service delivery commitments. It is compliance-driven technical correction. Honorable Speaker, we urge all council members, regardless of their affiliation, to support this adoption. Let us put compliance, good governance, and clean auditing above all political theatre. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams Moses. Your 3 minutes. Councillor Williams Moses, wave. Councillor Mabokwana from the EFF. You are waving. Okay, thank you very much. That was the last speaker. Honorable councillors. Yes, MMC Mukhali.
Thanks, Speaker. I thought I should perhaps close on the item because it speaks directly to our public transport grant. And I agree with Councillor Mudiba that Councillor Ace is a bit all over the place because we are not seeking permission from them, in fact. We are just trying to invite them to do something that the DA is not quite used to in terms of, in as far as compliance is concerned. So, Speaker, what has happened is correct that this is a supplementary a budget because initially as the department, we received a formal correspondence from the National Department of Transport Minister, Barbara Creasy, to say there has been a trend by municipalities that do not perform on their public transport grant, and Tshwane is unfortunately one of them. And this is precisely because the former administration had not been spending on the grants that National Treasury has been giving them. So the instruction was quite clear that about 32% of the public grant that has been allocated to us would be affected. So that is how we got to where we are, Councillor Ace. And because we are an administration that complies and respects the component on IGR, and we always want to align, we took a cautious, a precautionary act to adjust the budget that had been initially been granted to us. So this is basically a balancing act. It's got nothing to do with us seeking to adjust our budget high or reduce. We just simply want to do a balancing act so that when the auditor does their work, they don't get to have a finding on the grant of that is supposed to be in the department. So I think Councillor Mudiba summarized it nicely, but I thought I just need to give it the historical context in terms of what happened for us to get to where we are right now. So the DA simply needed to spend money when they were still a government here in the municipality. They never did that. That is why we were losing some of this money. So the minister is not done, and there's no official gazette from National Treasury. So we are hanging. The money that was supposed to have been taken has not been taken. It was just a letter. So we needed to clarify that issue so that we are not found wanting with the Auditor General. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with Section 163B of the Constitution, the approval of the budget be taken by council with the supporting vote of a majority of council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the City of Tshwane. I will now All right. What we are going to do, we will start with those who are against with this, before we can vote or go for those who support, or those who support this budget. But those who are against, I'd like to give you an opportunity to show your hands. Those who are against this budget. Thank you very much. No, don't lower your hands. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors. Councillors. Tabo. Thank you. May I then ask those who support No, I don't do that. The Speaker doesn't vote on budget. Since when you don't know that? Thank you so much. No, I'm not. You can lower your hands. Thank you. Councillors must understand that the Speaker, when it comes to budget, doesn't vote. I don't vote on budget. One? Okay, thank you very much. The Honourable Councillors, the approval of this budget has now passed by 110. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Siyabulela ningahlala phansi. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Makaleng.
Kabulela. Speaker, we need to investigate. Where did they got the other four? Because they were 106.
Yes.
And then, le official ba counter minwana mo ba re ke matso. Ba counter minwana ba re ke matso. But what about 106?
Thank you very much.
Queen.
Thank you very much. leave my,
Sishoka.
leave my staff.
Le counter menwana le re ke matsogo.
Leave
Batho ba
my
ke ba
staff.
106.
Leave my staff, please.
Eh?
Leave my staff.
Ntwanani.
Leave
Hayi,
my
monna.
staff. Leave my staff.
And then never go signisha member DA o dira so. DA bereka ka di ethics. O ka se pase. O ka se pase.
Yabona ke mamela ke xa sidlulayo imani kaloku anime ndithethe ndifuna umakhalena ndive ndithi jonga makhalena, you are not even in the middle of the tunnel, you can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. Then the secondly, ungabokhwaza ehlathini ungekaphumi. Ngamanye amazwi suthetha into ongayaziyo. Thank you so much. Let's move on. The next item is part 6 for the special mayoral committee meeting 23rd June 2026. Reference number 7546/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department report on de-recognition of assets under construction implemented through Housing Company Tshwane. This report is on page 3 to page 16. Recommendations are on page 16. And on this item, is MM's, no. I don't have a speaker on this item. Yeah, I don't have a speaker on this item. As recommended. Let's move to item 27. Reference number 22879/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department request for the Council to approve the land development agreement between the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality and SAFIDEF, SSDC, for the Thorn Tree East Mega Development Project. This report is on page 17 to page 247. Recommendations are on 41. On this item, I've got Councillor or MMC Mabuza from Good.
Wave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As recommended. Resolution by the Mayoral Committee, Annexure A, Annexure A1 and Annexure A2. Honorable Councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A, A1 and A2. A1, 2, and item 3, I've got Councillor Fosi from DA. Well, Councillor Nzumba, are you speaking?
Thank you, Speaker. The DA's vision for 2027 is for the City of Tshwane to be governed under the leadership of Celia Brink with a strong focus on service delivery, accountability and sustainable development. We support the formalization of land and recognize the importance of providing residents with secure tenure and opportunities for economic growth. Hence, we welcome and support the formalization of land ownership because it gives residents security and dignity. However, we are deeply concerned about the slow pace of infrastructure development in areas earmarked for formalization. While stands are being allocated and land grants are being escalated, critical infrastructure such as water and sanitation, roads and stormwater system, and electricity is not keeping pace with the growing demand. This raises an important question: when will the beneficiaries, especially Melusi Boyson's Extension 4, will be able to occupy their stands and access basic municipal services? Formalization must be accompanied by clear and realistic infrastructure rollout plan. Without proper planning and investment, residents may receive stands but remain unable to build or live on them due to inadequate services. We therefore call on the city to provide a detailed implications plan, including timeline for infrastructure upgrade and the expected date when residents will be able to occupy their stands. Development must be sustainable and must ensure that both current and future residents receive the quality services they deserve. However, our concern is the speed at which the current administration is pushing land grant without a comprehensive plan to upgrade and expand existing infrastructure. The reality is that many of our roads, water network, sanitation system, and electricity infrastructure.
Thank you very much. 383. 4. Iman, ndifuna ukubuza apha kuwe council, deputy chief whip. Councillor Nzuma bethethelana. Why was she speaking? Because she raised her hand, she said she's speaking. And I thought she's speaking on behalf of Fosi. Why was she I'm not talking to you. Why was she speaking? Why was she speaking? Can you answer me? Why was she speaking?
Speaker, Councillor Zumba was speaking on item A2, annexure A2, and we still have a speakers list that has been submitted to yourself on the items, the rest on the speakers on the rest of the annexures.
We're on item 3. Well, on item 3, and I called Fosi. Soon Pendul, the Lind and Ted. I called Fosi to speak. And in that moment, while Fosi was raising the hand, Councillor Nzuma raised the hand, and she spoke. That is why I'm asking, yes, I acknowledge, that is why I'm asking to the Deputy Chief Whip, why was she speaking? So, you can't have two speakers. You can't have two speakers. Wait, Councillor Fosi. One has to be forfeited. One has to be forfeited because you've got one speaker from DA. And I'm not going to compromise that.
Speaker,
please respond.
Speaker, you've got the speakers list 1 in front of you. 2, Councillor Zumba was speaking on A2. We are now on A3. There's a speakers list that was sent to us this morning.
Listen, Council. We passed A2. We passed A2. And Mamel, I call A1, Kwatwa yes, A2, Kwatwa yes. Then we stuck on A3. I called to Fosi. She raised the hand while I was calling Fosi. Councillor Fosi, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Fosi. Councillor Fosi, I called you to speak on item 3. She raised the hand while we were talking. She raised the hand while we were talking because we have already passed item 2. Utini Deputy Chief Whip.
Why to allow him? What did you allow him?
Can you tell?
Speaker, she was raising her hand on A2. Councillor Fosi was raising his hand on A3. So she spoke. She raised her hand instead of shouting out and saying, Speaker, I need to speak. So what we are asking, Speaker, is that you grant Councillor Fosi his speaking turn on A3 as per the Speaker's list.
Mamela, let me, no. Councillor Fosi, let me make it clear to you, councillors. On this list, I don't have item 2. I don't have anyone speaks on item, Fosi, wait. I don't have anyone speaks on item 2. Wait, Councillor. When we get to item 3, when Councillor Fosi was about to speak, she raised the hand. I don't have speaker of item 2. I don't have item 2. So, item 3, Fosi that I called, then she spoke. She raised the hand and said she's speaking. You understand? So what we are not going to do, I'm not going to give DA 2 speakers. So we are moving to another item. I'm not going to give DA 2 items. You should have said to her, she must not speak on your item. She spoke on your item. Thank you very much. Five. Item 6. We've got Councillor Kwanaite, item 6. Councillor Kwanaite, your 3 minutes starts now. Can you allow Councillor Kwanaite to speak? Can I allow Kwanaite to speak? What are you raising your hand for? What are you raising your hand for?
No, thank you, Speaker.
Please. Councillors.
You're not coming back. 4 months, you're not coming back.
I'm raising on a point of information. Then I want to understand, because the contribution of Councillor Alderman Zumba was based on A2. So, which you claim that it was accepted by this council. And our view was that A2 has not been put before us. So,
no, Councillor, let me stop you there. No, let me stop you. Councillor Forsil, can I speak? Sorry, Councillor, can I address this? Let me stop you there. I passed A1, I passed A2. I called Force on A3. And we are moving on. We are on item 6 now, which is Councillor Kwamaite to speak. I'm not taking anything else. No, Councillor Makalin. Councillor Kwamaite, go ahead.
Can I make a referral?
Councillor Ratikwan.
Can I make a referral to refer your ruling to Rules and Ethics for investigation?
Speaker. Can we be quiet? Can we allow Councillor Ratikwane to speak? I'm not changing my ruling.
Thank you. I'm referring your ruling. Allow me to refer the ruling.
Councillor, can I allow the point of order from Councillor Ratikwan? Please.
Then you will allow me to make the referral.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, and to the House, we should appreciate that we still have matters that we need to entertain further in the agenda. So once the Speaker makes a ruling, you may not like that ruling, but we need to move on.
But please permit us then to make a referral.
I'm still speaking, Makale. So the proposal here, Speaker, would be they can refer whatever they want to refer if they are not happy with that. But the show needs to go on because we still have a lot of items that we need to entertain. So if they want to refer, let them refer. Councillor Masha will deal with it that side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are referring me.
Yes, I want to make a referral of yourself for the ruling that you have made on item A2 and A3 in terms of the speaking time of Councillor Fosi and the adoption of the two reports, which you also erroneously allowed Councillor Alderman Zumba to speak on the wrong item.
Referred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move then? Can we, Councillor Kwamaite?
This is not a kingdom. This is not a kingdom.
Fosi? Yes, Councillor, Deputy Chief Whip.
This Rankagata approach is going to give us a problem. They are not even sitting on their seats here. And they are sleeping on the job. The problem is right here in front. They are not focused. They are sleeping on the job. They are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. And council meeting cannot be derailed because of these three musketeers here. Let's move. Council is in order. We must not allow these circus to derail our speaker. We're in order. Let's move as such, speaker.
Thank
We're not
you
going
so
to be
much.
subjected by abuse your force. No.
Thank
We're
you
not
so
going to
much.
allow that.
Thank
Fosi,
you so
keep
much.
quiet.
Thank you so much. Councillor Kwamaite, go ahead. Item 6. Please press. Councillors and Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi, please. Go ahead, Councillor Kwamaite.
The strategy demonstrates a commitment to modernization, accountability, transparency, and improved access to municipal services. The introduction of multiple service channels, reference number, tracking systems, and escalation mechanisms represents the kind of response and data-driven municipality that residents deserve. However, Speaker, whilst the vision is commendable, we must acknowledge the difficult reality. The system is not yet working for everyone. A modern system is not measured by the technology it deploys, but by the people it includes. Today, many of the Tswane's most vulnerable residents remain outside the system. When they cannot access the system, they cannot generate a reference number, their complaints are not tracked, and their needs are not reflected in planning and budgeting process. This is not only service delivery challenge, it is an inclusion challenge. We continue to see gaps in social services where residents seeking assistance with the indigent support and social programs struggle to access the necessary platforms and support. Too many interactions never enter the formal tracking system. The same applies in informal settlements. When water tankers fail to arrive or sanitation services are disrupted, residents often have no effective mechanism to lodge a complaint, receive feedback, or track resolutions. As a result, service delivery failures become invisible in the city's data. We also see contradictions with the EPWP application process. While some recruitment processes have moved online, residents still need to submit physical applications to be entered into the database. This creates opportunities for lost applications, allegations of manipulations, and the lack of transparency that undermines public trust. Speaker, re kgopela le rena, re tsene mo systeming, re kgone tracker ditaba tša rena ka reference number. EPWP, informal settlement, le batho ba kgona ba nyaka go applyela the indigent program. I thank you.
Thank you. 6. Councillor, sorry. My apologies, Councillor Pesco. Please go ahead. Please allocate Councillor Pesco.
Speaker, we are asked to approve a strategy.
Can we, sorry, Councillor, can we be in order, please? Councillors, can we be in order? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. My time went on, so, Speaker, we are asked to approve a strategy that promises a grand vision for our own municipality. But the strategy is only as good as its execution. If you want to see the true depth of this proposal, look at the numbers. Not the financial numbers, because they are entirely absent, but the word count. When you turn to page 63, paragraph 4.4, you will find the entire implementation plan. It consists of exactly 36 words. 36 words to operationalize a vital municipality strategy. Text messages consist of more words. It is an insult and a disservice to this council and our residents. This strategy, at the most, qualifies as utterly superficial. Furthermore, it isn't just a political critique. The city's own internal experts agree. The comments from the CSOP department are damning. Repeatedly, they give feedback that notes that this strategy could have included. When our own administration points out that this document is half-baked and missing critical substance, we must listen. We cannot vote for a mirage. Council should reject this incomplete report and send it back until the department provide an actual plan and not a 36-word afterthought. The Freedom Front Plus will not and cannot support a high-risk, poorly strategy that fails to meet legislative standards, which is why we, from the Freedom Front Plus, reject to clarify, clearly, and it must be noted into the minutes. If we need to score this report, it will not receive 30%. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 7, we've got Councillor Mutimonye.
No, Speaker, despite that there is the provision to move money between projects, as long as that they are approved in both the budget and adjusted budget, it still shows the lack of planning and prioritization, especially in both the department and the project management unit. And it's something that both the mayor, the department, and the unit must take accountability for, that we are now putting some approved projects in front of the others because we can't manage or prioritize our budget properly. But despite that being the issue, there's even a more bigger issue, Speaker. Speaker, clause 14 of the Budget Implementation and Management Policy states the following, that the mayoral committee should consider the proposed transfer of funds.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors there at the back, you are making noise.
We're in a meeting.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
You don't even know this clause. So this clause 14, Speaker, of the Budget Implementation Management Policy that deals with the moving around of line items for projects that are approved. It still says we should consider the transfer only once a 3-tier sign-off transfer authorization certificate has been approved. The transfer authorization certificate should be signed off by the accounting officer, the CFO, and the departmental head. Due to the omission, the no attachment or annexure of the transfer authorization certificate, we are not able to support the report. There is no evidence that this certificate has been approved, despite the comments that are in the report. So procedurally, this may also be flawed. Unless they can prove otherwise, because we are not going to support this report. And in future, we should do much more better prioritization. The project management unit exists to avoid these types of outcomes, and we shouldn't be in a situation where we're putting one project before the other when they're all budgeted for and they could all be achieved with better project and budget management. Thank you, Speaker. We're not going to support the report.
Thank you very much. 7. Okay, Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I understand, Speaker, that it's late. Councillors may be exhausted and not and forgetting how council works. None of the items on annexures are looking or seeking council approval. They are tabled for cognizance and or discussion. So even the VF Plus councillor that was saying we have asked council to approve the strategy. No, that's not what we are doing here. The annexures, the councillors are just ventilating their views on the reports that are already, in terms of the delegated powers to the MACO, already those reports are approved. So if councillors were debating them with the view of saying they approve or not, maybe they will save us time and just keep it moving, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 7, 8, 9, 10, item 11, Councillor Mtimonyi, please. Item, Councillor Mtimonyi, Councillor Mtimonyi, Councillor Mtimonyi, Councillor Mtimonyi. Thank you so much. Councillor Joubert. Not here. 11. Oh, okay, sorry. We are still on 11. Councillor Konaide. Councillor Konaide.
Thank you, Speaker. As the DA caucus, we would like to begin by stating that we support the principle behind the report. The intention is to assist indigent households not only through
Councillors, go ahead, Councillor.
not only to relieve, but the enabling them to transition towards self-sufficiency is exactly the kind of development approach local government should be advancing. We also recognize the operational realities facing our city, limited capacity, resource constraints.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Masha. Why are you behaving also behaving? Can you please be quiet, councillors? Please. You speak when you are allowed to do so. If you have to speak, you don't have to be loud. Thank you. Councillor, continue. Councillor, go ahead.
Okay, Nani Khopela, the executive mayor, after what she has just said now, to consider the chief financial officer, the chief operation officers, the group legal and secretariat services, the comments tabona, so that we can really push this thing. It's very important for the indigent community. It's really important, but the concerns raised are a big concern. And if they can give us a chance or an opportunity for us to maybe iron them out, go platforming your Section 79, we will appreciate it. The idea is great. Our people need an exit strategy, and we are fighting for Section 79 every month so that the indigent program can be aligned and be something that people don't depend on. So, we've got so many questions, and Rukhupela the opportunity, Yaudi Bujisha, recreate the answers so that we can support the report fully and unreservedly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me clarify this, councillors. Councillors, Chairperson Montumi, and let me clarify this to all of you. We are going to finish this agenda. I know we are going to finish this agenda. This is the last meeting. We have a recess from today, from tomorrow. We are going to finish it. So please, can we all cooperate? We are not going anywhere until we finish the agenda. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think to what Councillor Gwenaide is raising, I'm sure MMC Modise won't mind sitting with Councillor Gwenaide in the absence of the Section 79 committee to maybe just to explain how we have responded to the comments that have been raised by the different departments. But I do think, Councillor Gwenaide, a chat with the MMC may actually assist in terms of the discomforts that Councillor Gwenaide is raising. I'm sure the MMC, she's agreeing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. 11, 12, I've got Councillor Fosse. Thank you. I've got Councillor Pesco. Wave 12, 13. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A1, we can move to Annexure A2. A11, I've got Councillor de Klerk. Councillor de Klerk. Wave 1. 2, we've got Councillor Ace. Jackie Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. At the end, or at the 15th of June, this city's debtors book sat on 32 billion. That is up almost 12 billion in just one financial year. The city was also under-collecting 3 billion on its funding plan, but it now makes complete sense that the EXCO goes around and say they have a funded budget, because they only considered the performance against the funding plan of January in June. So they actually have no idea what is going on. It's a pity, Speaker. They squandered an opportunity earlier today to fix all of this, but we see that they just don't care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, 2. And item 3, I've got Councillor M. Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. And all protocol observed, the decision to allow the temporary use of the city's community centres for displaced persons after major emergencies is not just a good decision, it's a step into the right direction. Our city has faced floods and fires that left families without shelter, and in those critical first hours, community centres has been the only lifeline available. This approach is firmly grounded in our constitutional and legal obligation, as reaffirmed by the Constitutional Court, which mandates municipalities to provide immediate humanitarian relief. By limiting those stays to 14 days, with a possible extension of 30 days for exceptional cases, the city ensures that the support is structured, accountable, and does not compromise the primary function of these facilities. Every department, from health to social development, safety, security to water and sanitation, has endorsed this plan, recognizing that managed short-term accommodation is safer, more humane, and prevents disorder or secondary victimization. The VF Plus has in different community safety meetings advocated that there should be more assistance from the city and also take hands with the private sector to assist these families in need. The decision balances urgent humanitarian needs for the long-term interest of our communities. It is practical, lawful, and compassionate response that upholds the dignity of the city's residents in their hour of greatest need. Let us move forward together, ensuring that the city remains a city that cares and acts decisively in times of crisis. I thank you.
3. Item 4, I've got Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a fairly serious matter. In August 2025, the DA Section 79 Committee for Environmental Affairs called a report on tender ROC 05-24-25 after a whistleblower approached us for the quality of machinery received for horticulture and urban forestry. The whistleblower alleged that it was subpar machinery and that it was not according to the tender specs or fit for purpose. We never received the answers we wanted, but of course, half-baked reports was received with no real answers to our questions, and this was followed by the executives of the city proudly laughing of joy while they were riding on lawnmowers that was purchased with this tender. They were having fun at the cost of the taxpayer. You see, Speaker, in both the Region 6 and Region 4 RCF meetings that was held recently, officials indicated that these very same lawnmowers that was such a great ride is good for nothing more than exactly that great ride, because they cannot cut anything more than just soft grass and cannot be used by the city's teams. The esteemed Deputy Executive Mayor himself admitted in the Region 6 RCF meeting that subpar machinery was purchased. But this report brings the DA's fears home, as millions more are now allocated to purchase new machinery and equipment that can make up for this botched tender. Yet there is no word of consequences to those responsible for the situation. Throwing taxpayers' money at the problem to protect the corrupt is what this government does best. Luckily, the 4th of November is around the corner, where the people of Tshwane will elect a new mayor who has shown that hard decisions and being hard on corruption and stand on principle is part of his being. Millions of Tshwane residents cannot wait, and we are ready. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. 4. 5, we've got Councillor Fosi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I challenge all the Hammanskraal councillors to take it to social media right now that they have been duped by their MMCs, far more the honorable slippist of utilities. It is deeply shocking that you have agreed to these budget shifts, completely ignoring the severe water and wastewater crisis plaguing Hammanskraal and its surrounding areas. How on earth did you and your political principals agree to a transfer of a staggering 26 million rand?
Just a second, just a second, Councillor, just a second. MMC? What are you raising on?
Speaker, I'd like to check with Councillor Fosi if he can take a question.
Yes, I can.
Councillor Fosi, would you indulge an opportunity to swap positions with MMC Bushielo? And once that is done, would you then stop being bitter and insulting Councillor Bushielo with every opportunity?
Is that a question?
It's not a question.
Is that a question? We've got serious things to discuss. We've got very, very pertinent.
No, it's an important question.
What is this?
Speaker.
Thank you.
Can I repeat my question? Sorry for Sutla stop MMC
Then you can respond the way you want. Allow the MMC to finish. MMC, go ahead.
We're saying we're willing to swap the positions, but will he stop insulting and attacking MMC Bushielo with every opportunity he gets because of being bitter? Because it can't be that every statement, every speech you submit in this August House, it's insultive and condescending to another member. It can't be.
I'm not.
Thank you, MMC.
It can't
Can I
be. You're
respond to that?
obsessed. You must get over it.
Thank
Or
you.
Roy ka o fa yona.
Thank you, MMC.
Speaker,
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, MMC.
Speaker,
Thank you.
protect MMC Bushielo from the bitter
Speaker,
guy.
Thank you. Noted, noted.
Speaker, before I delve into my speech, I want to respond to her.
Yeah, that is why you allow her to ask the question.
100%.
So respond to
Speaker,
the
I'm
question.
not here to nurse anyone's feelings. The man is failing the department. He needs to take responsibility. The bulk stops with the political principle. If the political principle is failing, we're not going to be tiptoeing around him. We are not in a circus here. There's legitimate cases. No, but I'm not done. Allow me to respond. Allow me to respond.
When someone is raising a hand, I have a right to
But
stop
allow me
you.
to respond, but I'm still responding to the question.
I have a right to stop you when
But
someone...
you should stop protecting these
when
guys. They need to
someone-
take responsibility for their department.
When someone
we can't
is
tiptoe.
raising-
Unfortunately, some of us are not going to tiptoe around him. I'm going to tell him exactly what he needs to know.
It. Councillors, 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 MMC, MMC.
I say what I want.
Councillor,
So this is how it goes.
Can you allow me? Can you be quiet? I'll give you time to
But
respond.
you had-
Can you be quiet?
How do I respond?
Can you be quiet? Councillor MMC Mukhale, please. Councillor Mukhale, MMC, Councillor Sputan. Councillor, Councillor, MMC.
Unlike when, we read, we go through these things. We go through these things. Are not decide, we go through these things. We are not made to politics. Speaker, I'm still here.
No.
The bulk
No.
stops with the political
No.
principle.
No.
I'm not
No.
going to be tiptoeing around there.
No.
I'm not going to be tiptoeing around there.
MMC Mukhale.
I'm not going to be. Now, I'm going to speak. So you see, you have lost even the house.
MMC Mukhale. MMC Mukhale. Please, thank you. Councillor Mashangu.
Is that a campaign? Not a campaign, I think.
Councillor Fosi.
This thing.
Councillor Fosi. Councillor Sputsana, go ahead.
She got it up. Can I continue, Speaker? On my speech?
Councillor Fosi, I've called Councillor Sputsana on the platform to speak.
Okay.
If I didn't call your name, Councillor Tisilwan, Councillor Sputsana,
Mike. Oh, yes. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to ask questions, Councillor Fosi. I'm just curious to establish who was responsible for utilities when the people of Hammanskraal died of cholera some time ago. That's number one. Number two, I also want to understand.
Councillor.
He gave us an opportunity to ask questions.
Councillor.
Yes.
Councillor.
Yes.
Kanimeni mani, kanimeni Fosi. Kautule. Councillor. Councillor Sputsana. Councillor Fosi didn't give you an opportunity to ask a question.
He gave
us a
Councillor,
blank check. He gave us a blank
no,
check, Speaker.
Thula Sibutsane. Councillor Fosi, please finish your response on the question. Thank you, Speaker. Before I delve into my speech, I think I've partially answered MMC Kangi on what she had asked me. The second part, Speaker, is that unfortunately we cannot tiptoe. I mean, Utwelang.
Councillor Mchunu Chairperson, what are you doing?
Yeah, but I'm still answering Kangi's question. I'm still answering.
He's responding on a question
MMC
that was
Kangi's
asked.
question. Yes. MMC Mokhale's question. I'm still answering her question. Speaker.
Okay, kanenze kanje. Ima MMC noted.
Can I proceed, Speaker, on my speech, rather?
Kanenze kanje. Can you just nizivumele yenzani lento nifuna ukuyenza? When you are done, tell me.
Speaker, Speaker, please.
Councillor Fosi, go ahead.
Yeah, Nkosi Mhlekazi for the protector for once. You feel very, very empowered.
Point of order.
Speaker,
Can
as I said,
can you, councillors, can you please not comment in everything that Councillor Fosi is saying? We are not going to finish here. We can't be sticking in this thing for more than 5 minutes. Councillor Masha, did you ask the question to Councillor Fosi? Then, Ima, only one person that asked if she can answer the question. Councillor, can we be disciplined? The question was asked to Councillor Fosi. He must respond in the way I feel like is the right way for him to respond. Yes. We can move so that we move on. What is the point of order, MMC? Thank you. Councillor Fosi, please.
Nkosi, Speaker, for empowering me. And the last element that I wanted to put through as my answer is that unfortunately some of us are not going to be tiptoeing around the MMCs. The bulk stops with them. They are the political principals of those departments. If there's anything in a department that is flawed, his head should be on the block. That is why we are the executive. That's how it happens. They are the CEOs of those departments. So it can't be that every time I have to speak, I can't speak about Maluleka. Maluleka is not into the department that I am. I can't speak about another, because they are not into. I will only speak on Bushiel on the basis that this is my department. This is a department that I am privy to. 1 and 2 as. Let me.
Fosi, it's your department.
It's your department. It's yours.
The manager still Watwana. Yeah, Speaker, let me rather get into my speech. Speaker, can I finish off and then we leave? Speaker, can I just finish off on the speech rather and leave these questions? Our man, no.
MMC Ramabut, what is the point of order?
No, Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, and my problem is that we must help Councillor Fosi so that we don't fall into a trap of him trying to disrupt this house. I mean, it's clear that he still wants the department. He said just now that my department.
But you're listening to what
and
I'm
it's
saying.
not a mistake.
Don't listen to
When
what
he
I'm saying.
sleep, he wakes up, he thinks it's still his department. And
Unfortunately,
Councillor
there was
Tanku was
somebody
correct. So
before I joined politics.
maybe let's, for progress, let he not respond on his department. Because it's not true, he's lying to us, it's not his department. allow him to go to his speech and leave that response.
Yes.
Because
No, I don't mind.
he's conflicted. He wants, in his mind is his department. If we can say, let's do deputy MMCs, can be excited to that, his department.
Thank you so much.
Please, let's not allow him to respond.
Councillor Fosse, continue with your speech.
I will take the lead from MMC Ramabu, the speaker, and continue with my speech. You can also now adjust my time, speaker. Ne? Yes, the dialogue adjust.
You've got 2 minutes, 18 seconds.
Speaker, because band stop, I go 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
You've got
Then
2
it's your
minutes.
deal.
You've got 2 minutes, 17 seconds now.
Thank you, Speaker. How on earth did the Hammanskraal councillors and their political principals agree to transfer 28 million rands meant for Temba and Babelegi wastewater treatment works? This is happening while the people of Hammanskraal are forced to walk past the overflowing sewage, water leaks, and secured manholes. Out of the 38 million rands allocation, only a fraction was used. You previously accused Celia Brink of neglecting townships, but now who's fooling who? The hypocrisy does not stop there. Mamelodi Extension 11, bulk water reticulation, allocated 19 million rands. 10 million rand went unspent, and guess what? It was stripped away, it went to Winterfeld. Nkangala wastewater treatment works. This project has languished at the BIC, in fact on the bid specification stage, for an entire year under the guise of design delays, resulting in half of its allocation being taken away. Guess where it went? It went to Winterfeld. It is no coincidence that a whooping 49 million rands is being diverted to Winterfeld just as we enter the silly season of elections. This is a classic animal farm politics. Sadly, it is the blind councillors who are being used while their communities suffer. In short, this administration has stripped a vital funding from Hammanskraal, Nkangala, Riama Park, Watu, channeling it into Winterfeld for political gain. To the councillors of these neglected areas, you have failed your communities miserably. You will not be returning after these elections. Neglected pump stations which face daily vandalism have been completely left to rot because their budget was stripped and transferred to the Winterfeld project. Furthermore, critical funding on non-revenue water, water conservation, demand management in Oliver van Hout has been slashed. Yet half of you sit here smiling as if you have any idea of what you are doing in this council. The reality is clear. Only those who are inside the leadership inner circle are seeing projects delivered in their wards, while the rest of our communities are abandoned. You surrendered your duty the moment you sat there and blindly chanted, as recommended, yes.
Hey, thank you very much. 5. Alderman Malulega.
Speaker.
Alderman Malulega, then you come, Councillor Marsha, and the councillor next to you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Nutununu after. Alderman Malulega.
Speaker, we welcome the sentiments that are raised by Councillor Fosse. But I think what is important is just the point, we were heckling and there was noise. Anything, Councillor Fosse, that is unpalatable to you, you will not appreciate. There's nothing wrong for you to raise your sentiments, criticism. It's welcome, but other things that are unsavory and unpalatable, just keep them to yourself so that we can have a progress around the work that we're doing. I think you might have missed a point that during your term in office, you were given an opportunity to move funds around for one reason or the other. But this administration, if you were to observe very closely, we don't have an opportunity where we roll over or lose money that is appropriate to us. If we spend money, and if there are delays in supply chain, we then move money where we are supporting infrastructure. The project that we're talking about in Winterfeld is bulk infrastructure that reforms in USDG. Says MMC Bushielo must support bulk infrastructure. The reservoir and the sewer bulk infrastructure that we see in Winterfeld still achieves the very same things that you're complaining about. If we were to delay because of supply chain is not working, we're going to return funds. Your government returned over 600 million of USDG that was not spent. Therefore, movement of money. No, we're not taking away from the poor. All that we're doing, we're taking from projects that are not ready. I'm explaining to you basics. Just listen. No, I'm explaining to you. Don't lie to people that we took that money. Those projects are still active.
Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi.
No, Councillor Fosi.
Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi.
Councillor Fosi.
Councillor Fosi.
Councillor Fosi. Listen. Listening is a good skill. It's a skill. Councillor Fosi. Don't lie to people. Listen. Yeah, don't lie to people of Oliven that we are taking projects from them. Those projects are not ready. Even if we had remained with those funds, appointments are going to happen now in July the 1st. We are returning to all those projects that were removed. That is the role of EPMU. Where we are not spending money, we are moving and spend that money where projects are moving. That's it. Read our CAPEX performance. No, read. Don't lie to people that you are reading.
Councillors.
No.
Councillors.
No.
Councillors.
Speaker.
Councillors. Councillor Fosi.
Ask him to tone
Councillor
down.
Fosi. Okay, let's, this is what we are going to do. Councillor Fosi. So just hold on, councillors. Councillor Ramabudu, MMC Ramabudu. Wait, Councillor. Councillor Fosi, I think you want to go home early. I'm sure you want to go home early. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Finish, Alderman Maluleke.
Speaker, if the DA on its USDG, they appreciated 60% spending, we are moving over 85%. Our target is 100% spending on USDG. That's the target that we've set for ourselves. We can't stop because there are delays. We are going back to those communities. Ask Councillor Piri in his ward in Region 7. The amount of work that MMC Bushel is doing, electrification, pump station, reticulation, we are working together with him. You go to Winterfeld, you go to communities in different regions. We are doing installations of services because we support any project that is moving. We are returning in those communities in the 1st of July. We went to Park Moore here, Reservoir, that he left unattended.
I'll come back to you.
We went and spoke to Tazes that Park Moore is going to finish because we were supporting the industrial park. He ran away when that Park Moore was not performing. In Centurion, your substations were not performing. MMC Bushialo, if we were to weigh his performance against your performance,
just hold
you
on,
were
Alderman.
strolling around. You
Hold
are
on,
moving
hold on.
around.
Hold on,
We
Alderman.
want numbers.
Alderman.
We are going to produce numbers of performance.
Alderman, just hold on. Alderman Slower, what are you rising on?
Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 2038, which is points of order and points of information. For the purpose of this section, a point of order or point of information does not constitute a speech and therefore does not affect the right for a member to speak on a particular item. Councillor Alderman Maluleke is making a speech, Speaker. So I also want to understand, is he rising on a point of order, a point of information, or is he just making a speech? Thank you, Speaker. If you can please rule on that item.
Councillor Mashan, I'm going to call you. That was a point of order. You want to speak. That was a point of order. I'm coming to you after Councillor Maluleke. So be patient. Councillor Maluleke, please wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. We are responding to nonsense. Nonsense is fire by fire. You can't lie here when everybody is watching this council meeting and you expect us not to have a rebuttal. We are dismissing all the lies. We must publish performance of Councillor Fosi and MMC Bushielo and see the difference. and Dikeledi. We're inviting MMC Dikeledi against MMC Mohale.
Thank you very much, Councillor Masha. What? Councillor Tsila. Councillors. Councillor Masha.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let's deal quickly with the hypocrisy of the failed
What are you
former
rising? What are you
MMC.
rising on, sir? What are you rising on?
Point of information, Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker.
We are in a point of information here.
Yeah.
We are in a
The
point of
failed
information
former
here.
MMC of Utility Services has failed dismally the community of Centurion, in particular, residents of Oliver North Bosch, that he must dare not speak about these terrible failures during his tenure. Residents of 77 in Tashfield, where he ran away with a former MMC prior to him. But let's go specifically in his own ward, in Heavyworth, where he ran away from his own community, where he failed them in terms of stabilizing the power supply in that area. Things that Tateo has done very well in stabilizing power supply in those areas.
Thank you,
That former
Councillor.
MMC has got nothing to tell us about service delivery. He has failed dismally. And Tateo the residents of Oliver
Thank you,
Bosch,
Councillor.
the residents of Tashfield,
Thank
the
you,
residents of
Councillor.
Heavyworth,
Councillor Masha.
thank you for the wonderful work you have done
Councillor
in that
Masha.
area. Thank you very much.
Councillor Masha, when you give a point of information, you don't do a speech. You should know better than that. Point of order, Councillor Makhaleni. I'm coming. Councillor Nutunun, do you even know that there's someone before you? Do you even know that? Do you, Councillor Nutunun, Councillor Nutununu, Shala Pansi, Councillor Mkhalush, what are you standing on? Councillors. Councillors, we've got Councillor Mukhalusi on the platform for the point of information. So I can't take a point of information on top of the other. No, Councillor Ngoveni, I'm saying there's someone in front of you. Councillor Mukhalusi, go ahead. Councillor Makhaleni, ngilinde. Councillor Makhaleni, ngilinde. Councillor Mkhalusi, go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of information. Speaker, I think Councillor Fosi is misleading this House. I am a ward councillor in Extension 11, where there is a bulk water pipe. I don't think it's reading, because 2025 and 2026 financial year, on that project, the city put 45 million on it, and now...
Just hold on. Councillor Ace. Can you be patient? There's Councillor Mkhalusi, there's Councillor Ntununu, there's Councillor Makhaleni. So I can't be just coming straight to you and ignore other people. You must wait. Councillor Mkhalusi, please finish up.
No, thank you very much. I'm saying 2025-2026 financial year, on that project, the city put 45 million. And on now is 90 million because that money goes with phases. So Fosi must understand that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Notununu, what is your point of order? You are fine. Thank you so much. Councillor Makhaleni, what is your point of order? Councillor Fosi? Councillor Makhaleni?
Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order, asking that we read section 36 together with section 30. Irrelevant, tedious repetition and unbecoming language. There is so much irrelevant and tedious point of orders. Then I go to section 30 to propose that council moves to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
We can see all.
Thank you very much. Councillors, 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 can all the chief whips of the political parties to meet with the chief whip of council? You've got 10 minutes. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's continue. We move to Annex A2. Councillors, Annex A2, the resolution of the Special Mayoral Committee, 25th May. And on item 1, I've got Alderman Silowa. Thank you. Then 1, 2, reports of oversight and standing committees reporting direct to council. Honourable Councillor, I now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit to council the report emanating from the Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to stand on the protocol that was established earlier on. It is with profound sorrow that I extend my heartfelt condolences to the economic freedom fighters and the family of Councillor Nhlanhla Mnisi on her passing. Her dedication to the people of and her unwavering commitment to service will remain an enduring legacy. I further convey my deepest sympathy to the family of the late Honorable Alderman Terence Mashiko, former Speaker of this August House, MMC of Community Safety, and leader of executive business. His leadership, wisdom, and devotion of the cause of public service will continue to inspire this council and communities he served. In the midst of these losses, we are uplifted by the good news that emerged in the early hours of this morning. Our national team, Bafana Bafana, has set a new record by qualifying for the World Cup knockout stages. This historic achievement unites us in pride and joy, reminding us that the spirit of resilience and excellence defines our nation. In the same spirit, Honorable Speaker Tatu Nzwanana of Renewal and Unity, allow me to warmly welcome the newly deployed TAPR Councillor, Honorable Gilbert Munanyana, but he seems not to be honorable today, I don't know why, who joined us this morning. We look forward to his contribution to strengthening the work of this council and serving the people of Tshwane with dedication. Look, he's standing there. For the first day, he's standing there. May the souls of our departed comrades rest in eternal peace. May our national team continue to inspire us with courage and determination, and may our collective leadership rise to the call of service. Honorable Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit to Council reports from the following Section 79 committees for consideration, as well as Annexure B for cognizance or discussion. Public Accounts, 12 June 2026, Corporate and Shared Services, 4 June 2026, Rules and Ethics, 20 May 2026, Civilian Oversight, 4 June 2026, Utility Services, 4 June 2026, Tshwane Geographical Names, 11 June 2026, Roads and Transport, 9 June 2026, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, the 13th and the 20th of May 2026. Honorable Speaker, I will also propose that items 6 up to 15, as contained in the Municipal Public Accounts Committee of the 12th of June 2026, be considered in committee due to the confidential nature thereof. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Item A from the Section 79A Standing Committee Public Account, 12 June 2026. Item 1, Group Financial Services Department Bulk Service Eskom and Water Board Monthly Report 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 6 to page 10. Recommendations are on 10. As recommended. 2, Office of the Chief Operation Office, Department report on total value of capital project contract terminated in 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 financial year and current status. This report is on page 11 to page 17. Recommendations are on 17 as recommended. As recommended. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, Section 52D, Quarter 3 report on the implementation of service delivery and budget implementation plan. This report is on page 18 to page 284. Recommendations are on 24 as recommended. 4. Municipal Public Accounts Committee, Local Government, Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly budget statement for the period ending 30th April 2026. This report is on page 285 to 327. Recommendations are on 291. As recommended. 5. Office of the Management Support Office Department report on the Municipal Public Accounts Committee on the process followed by the city's department in submission of reports to MPEC. This report is on page 328 to page 334. Recommendations are on 334 as recommended. We move to item B from Section 79 Oversight Committee Corporate and Shared Services, 4th June 2026. Governance and Support Services Group Property Department, Quarter 3 to the 2025-2026 Performance Report. This report is on page 5 to page 44. Recommendations are on 7 as recommended. As recommended. Yes. Item 2, Group Human Capital Management Department, Learning and Development Division report to the Section 79 Oversight Committee for Corporate and Shared Services report on a workplace skills plan, projected opportunities, slots and new intakes for the 2025-2026 and 2026-2027 financial year. This report is on page 45 to 47. Recommendations are on 47 as recommended. Item 3, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department report on amount paid to law firm on the city panel received from 2021-2022 financial year to December 2025. This report is on page 48 to page 55. Recommendations are on 55 as recommended. Item 4, Group Human Capital Management Quarter 3 Progress Report on the performance of the department for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 56 to 65. Recommendations are on 65 as recommended. Item 5, Office of the Speaker Mid-Term Report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee Corporate and Shared Services for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 66 to 97. Recommendations are on 83 as recommended. Yes. 6, Shared Services Department, Departmental Performance Report for Shared Services, Quarter 3 report. This report is on page 98 to 158. Recommendations are on 107 as recommended. Yes. 7, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department report on Quarter 3 performance review. This report is on page 159 to 173. Recommendations are on 163 as recommended. Item 8, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department, progress report on the status of the semi-marked court in the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 174 to 180. Recommendations are on 180. On this item, I've got Councillor Nolji from DA. Thank you. As recommended. Nine, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department report on the status of court cause in the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, Pretoria. Case number 2025-090751, Afiforum NPCV, City of Tshwane Metropolitan, and 4 other cleansing levy. This report is on page 181 to 231. Recommendations are on 185 as recommended. Item C, from the Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics, 20th May 2026. 1. Office of the Speaker report on the referral of Councillor BK Matebula to the Rules and Ethics Standing Committee by Councillor C.E. Stradom. This report is on page 4 to page 13. Recommendations are on page 8. I've got Councillor Kreb on this one from VF+.
Thank you, Speaker. The request from the Section 79 Committee is that the outcome be read and we comply to in council, please. It's not one of those reports that you say as recommended and everybody shouts yes. There's a specific requirement in the document itself, in the recommendations, that needs to be complied to. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That is item 9 as recommended. Item C, from Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics. No, item D, from the Section 79 Standing Committee Civilian Oversight, 4th June 2026. Yes, Councillor Kreb.
I asked you that we do not do this. There's recommendations that needs to be complied to. In that report, it's not a yes, everybody shouts yes. There's a directive in there that needs to be complied to. Can we please go to that directive and be compliant to?
Must I do what?
In the Rules and Ethics Committee, there was a ruling
What
made.
are you suggesting?
Now, I suggested that we read the ruling and we comply to that ruling, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The recommendations are asking Councillor Matebula to withdraw the remarks and apologize. Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula.
Yeah, I withdraw and apologize, Speaker.
Thank you. As recommended. D, item 1, Community Safety Tshwane Metropolis report to bylaw enforcement operation Q3 of 2025-2026. This report is on page 4 to page 9. Recommendations are on 9 as recommended. 2, Community Safety Tshwane Metropolis comprehensive report on capacity management of Metropolis. This report is on page 10 to page 15. Recommendations are on 15 as recommended. Item E from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Utility Services, 4th June 2026. Item 1, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, Bulk Water and Wastewater Services, City of Tshwane Water Quality Report. This report is on page 4 to page 19. I've got Councillor Pesco.
Speaker, Section 79 committees present reports to Council in holding the Executive to account. Today, this quarterly report opens a window into a catastrophic municipal failure that its administration is actively attempting to bury. The statistics laid bare in these reports are absolute indictment of the executive management of this metro. The actual status of our wastewater treatment works is an ecological disaster. Our minimum compliance target is 85%, yet Sutherland Ridge and Sunspruit are both at a stagnant, shocking 26.3% only. Rooiwal stands at a failing 17.9%, while Babalegi has collapsed to the bottom of the barrel, a 17.4 compliance. This is an unmitigated violence to the violation to the National Water Act. If you think this is a remote administrative issue, look at the Lekwa local municipality. In Lekwa, the court found the municipality guilty and issued a staggering 70 million rand fine for discharging raw sewage into the Vaal River. This exact scenario is the knockout blow awaiting the city of Tshwane. Speaker, when, not if, when the judge finds this city for poisoning our rivers and dragging our tap water safety below the mandatory sands threshold, from whom we will claim that money? Will it be deducted from the salaries of the executives who failed to pay critical maintenance contracts? Or will the hard-pressed taxpayer once again be forced to pay the negligence? The VF Plus rejects this quarterly cover-up. We demand immediate intervention, physical accountability, and the restoration of our water security. Furthermore, the VF Plus explicitly demands that our rejection on this report is noted in the minutes. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 2, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, Bulk Water and Wastewater Services. Report on the City of Tshwane wastewater treatment works regulatory requirements and monthly influent discharge quality compliance. This report is on page 20. Councillor Tsile. This report is on page 20 to 47. Recommendations are on 47 as recommended. Item F from the Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names, 11th June 2026. 1. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of the Township Zone name on the farm, Nogbe 385 JR in Ward 106. This report is on page 4 to page 61. Recommendations are on 16 as recommended. 2. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Plan and Development Division. Approval of name to populate the geographical name bank, business and economics terminology phase 8. This report is on page 62 to 72. Recommendations are on 66 as recommended. 3. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of names to populate the geographical name bank, cultural items, phase 5. This report is on page 73 to 83. Recommendations are on 77 as recommended. 4. Economic Development and Special Planning Department. Approval of public participation to name street situated on the subdivision of ERF 25409 Mamelodi Extension 4 and to rename 2 duplicated street, Mutsemu and Ravele Street in Mamelodi Extension 4, Ward 16. This report is on page 84 to page 138. The recommendations are on 94. As recommended. 5. Office of the Speaker, Section 79, Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Name, Third Quarter Performance Report for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 139 to 189. Recommendations are on 150 as recommended. G. The Section 79 Oversight Committee Road and Transport Meeting, 9th June 2026. Road and Transport Department, progress on the construction of Wanderboom Intermodal Facility. This report is on page 5 to page 9. Recommendations are on 9 as recommended. 2. Road and Transport Department, progress of the land rezoning process and approval of building plans for Wanderboom Intermodal Facility. This report is on page 10 to page 21. Recommendations are on 17 as recommended. Councillor Tsila and the councillor that is standing, can you stop what you're doing? As recommended. Item 3. Councillor Tsila. Councillor Tsile. Councillor Tsile. Road and Transport Department tender for the construction of Tshwane Rapid Transit Route Line 2B, Linwood Road and Atterbury Road widening of 3 main intersections and associated. This report is on page 22 to 32. Recommendations are on 32 as recommended. 4. Road and Transport Department progress on the construction of Wanderboom Intermodal Facility. This report is on page 33 to 37. Recommendations are on 37 as recommended. 5. Road and Transport Department progress of the land rezoning process and approval of building plans for Wanderboom Intermodal Facility. This report is on page 38 to 43. Recommendations are on 43 as recommended. 6. Road and Transport Department tender for the construction of Tshwane Rapid Transit Route Line 2B, Linwood Road and Atterbury Road widening to 3 main intersections and associated. This report is on page 44 to page 55 as recommended. Item 7. Road and Transport Department progress in integrated rapid public transport network, Lane 2C Linwood Road between January Maselela and Simon Vermeulen Road for a period of 18 months, RTD 12, 2022-2023. This report is on page 56 to 61. Recommendations are on 61 as recommended. H. From the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Special Planning, 13 May 2026. 1. Office of the Speaker, Midterm Report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Special Planning. This report is on page 4 to page 32. Recommendations are on 14 as recommended. 2. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Tshwane Economic Development Agency, a report on a qualified investment for the past 5 years. This report is on page 33 to 38. Recommendations are on 38 as recommended. Three, Office of the Speaker, report on the inspection in loco of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Special Planning at Attersville Franjen, Marabastad and Start-up Culture. This report is on page 39 to 50. Recommendations are on 50. As recommended, I, from this continuation meeting of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, 20th May 2026. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department report on a strategic investment committee processes and adopted strategic urban development since October 2024. This report is on page 5 to page 158. Recommendations are on 158. As recommended. 2. Department of Economic Development and Spatial Planning report on Section 79 Committee. This report is on page 159 to 168. Recommendations are on 161. As recommended. 3. Calling of report of all rezoning application made from July 2022 to date. This report is on page 168 to 208. Recommendations are on 176. As recommended. 4. Economic Development Planning, Spatial Planning Department, the City of Tshwane Tourism Strategic and Master Plan. This report is on page 209 to 234. Recommendations are on 234 as recommended. 5. Calling of report on the history and notes of applicants to use and zoning of even 1202, portion 2 of ERF 1196, remainder of ERF 1196, and remainder of ERF 1200 at corner Eskiam Pashele and Van Hagen, Foster Street in Pretoria. This report is on page 235 to 242. Recommendations are on 242. As recommended. Economic Development, that item 6, Economic Development Plan, Spatial Planning Department. C1 Performance Reporting Template for 2025-2026 financial year, quarter 3, as on 13th April 2026. This report is on page 243 to 301. Recommendations are on 301 as recommended. Resolution by Standing Committee petition. Honorable Annexure B. Honorable Councillors, we have 30 minutes in total to discuss Annexure B. A. Section 79 Standing Committee petition continuation, 5th May 2026. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Honorable Councillors, In terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor or the chair of chairs may at any time move that the council resolve itself in committee for the consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into a committee may speak on such proposal for going into to resolve itself into committee, may speak such proposal committee and only the reason thereof of not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolve itself into committee, all members of the public and the media and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with Section 42(9) of the Rules and Orders, the resolution to the items considered in committee needs not to be announced in the open council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honourable councillors, these items were not contained in the agenda on the SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via their email address. The chair of chairs and the executive mayor did propose that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42(3) of the Rules and Orders, allow the executive mayor to speak. I haven't asked them to leave yet. Thank you. The executive mayor and the chair of chairs did propose that this report be considered in committee. I will now call in terms of Section 42(3), I would like to call the executive mayor to speak to the reports that are confidential and the reason why we must be in committee. Of course, we don't announce the reports, just give us the reason why we must be in committee. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I did allude in the morning when I was submitting the report, Speaker, that we do have 2 reports that we have proposed that they be considered in committee. The copy of those reports have already been shared with councillors, but the reason we believe that they should be considered in committee is because they are of HR in nature. It's about human resources, and there's some confidential information that is only suitable for the consumption of council and not the public at this stage. So that's the motivation, Speaker, why we would ask that we consider those particular 2 reports in committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Without any waste of time, I will say Kila Kaleo from Mama Hunadi Patge. Speaker, as I've alluded earlier, these reports are considered to be in committee due to the confidential nature thereof. Thank you very much, Speaker. My apologies with the voice.
Thank you very much, honourable councillors. Is the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee approved? Thank you very much. Can I ask the members of the councillors quarterly public meetings, 1st July 2026 to 30th June 2027. This report is on page 22 to page 50, and recommendations are on 26 as recommended. As recommended? Yes. Are you saying no? No, we said yes. Yes, Council.
Speaker, you have made decisions going into a term that is not yours as the Speaker. There are dates in there into 2027. You do not have the authority to put a program in front of this council for a term that you don't even know if you will be part of. Therefore, we cannot support this report.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that input. But thank you. Let me say this to, sorry, councillors, let me say this to you, councillor, whether I'm coming back or I'm not, but the council continues. The council continues. We can't wait for November to have the program of 2027. It starts now, 2027, July, up to 30th June next year, 2027. Currently, I am the Speaker. Whether I'm coming back or I'm not coming back, in your dreams, only in your dreams. But what you must understand, what you must understand is that the council must continue beyond me. Thank you so much. Then item 3, you'll be shocked and surprised. You'll be shocked and surprised. Thank you. Item 3, Office of the Chief Whip of Council, amended conferment of aldermanship policy. This report, it's on page 51 to 77. Recommendations are on 55. As recommended. 4, Office of the Chief Whip of Council, annual adjustment of councillors' remuneration in terms of the determination of the upper limits of salaries, allowances, and benefits of different members of municipal council for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 78 to page 110. Recommendations are on 89. As recommended. So we are voting on this. Thank you very much. Can we go back to item 4, please? We have already tabled the report. Honourable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with section 7, subsection 3 of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1998, Act 20 of 1998, the salary and allowance of members of municipal council is determined by the municipal council by resolution of a supporting vote of a majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this report to the vote. For the purpose of this voting process, councillors, for the purposes of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendations to raise their hands so that they can be counted. You may lower your hands, please. Lower your hands.